Chapter 60. Speaking of Nanjing, people would always think of its legendary speed of development. This international metropolis had always attracted countless people with dreams to come here. This year, the opening of the subway, the opening of small and medium-sized enterprises, the rise of civil power, and so on were all driving the development of Nanjing. On the streets, people in suits and carrying briefcases came and went in a hurry. The fashionable young people also became more and more flamboyant. Jing Tan, sitting in the pickup truck, looked up at the tall buildings outside. The retrograde landmark buildings opened doors in Jing Tan's memory. Suddenly seeing these, Jing Tan felt like he didn't know what year it was. The sun was a little dazzling, but the temperature was very warm. If he was in a more peaceful environment, Jing Tan wouldn't mind sleeping. Unfortunately, this was not the case. Jing Tan was very familiar with this city. In addition to the fun spots that he used to frequent, he had also driven to some other places. When he was bored, he liked to take a girl out for a walk so he could remember many places. However, after all, there was a time difference. The city was changing every year. Compared to a few years later, it was still young, but it didn't lose its vitality. The bus stops and street signs were constantly telling Jing Tan the direction and route of the car. The pickup truck drove towards the city center, and Jing Tan was happy to do so. However, his happiness didn't last long. The pickup truck drove into a residential area. This residential area wasn't very high-end in Nanjing, and it wasn't very big. After the pickup truck stopped, Jing Tan immediately jumped down from it without being noticed by the driver. After jumping out of the car, Jing Tan first found a place to hide. He didn't know what Nanjing's attitude towards stray cats was at this time. If stray cats were seen on the streets, would they be taken away? If they were really caught, Jing Tan wasn't sure if he could escape successfully every time. It was close to noon, and the temperature was about 20 degrees. Compared to Chuhua City, it was slightly warmer. Jing Tan hid in a corner and moved his nose. He smelled a stench on his body, and his body was a little itchy. He didn't know if it was because he was in the same cage with other cats. With so many cats in the same room, the possibility of getting fleas was very high. What a troublesome matter. Jing Tan hadn't taken a shower since he was caught. His body was covered in dust, and there were probably some bloodstains on it as well. When the dog cage was opened, there were a lot of dried or half-dried blood stains around the shelf. Jing Tan inevitably got some of it, and it still smelled. However, the good thing was that the color of his fur made these stains not obvious, and he didn't look too miserable. If it was white fur, it would be difficult to clean it. Without shower gel, it would be difficult to clean it. Therefore, Jing Tan was very glad that his fur was all black. Jing Tan never licked his own fur. Now, when there was no one to help him with the hot water to comb his fur, he had to find a way to do it himself. In order to not look like a stray cat, she had to keep her body clean and her fur smooth. Jing Tan looked around the neighborhood and finally chose the man-made pool. There were some koi and other small fish in it. The pool must have been cleaned often. The water was clean and the rockery was tidied up well. Taking advantage of the fact that there weren't many people loitering outside at noon, Jing Tan jumped into the pool and swam around. He rubbed against the rockery to wash off the sticky dirt on his body and smooth the knotted fur on his body. After rubbing for a while, Jing Tan played with the fish for a while, chasing them around. However, Jing Tan had no interest in raw fish, so he didn't eat them. After feeling that it was enough, Jing Tan came out of the pool and shook his fur to get rid of the water on his body. Sometimes, Jing Tan wondered why cats would lick themselves when there was water on their bodies, but dogs would shake their fur vigorously or rub themselves on the ground when there was water on their bodies. Especially dogs with long fur. Sahara of the East Courtyard was one of them. He would rub himself everywhere after bathing, so his owner had to tie him up every time he bathed. Jing Tan's fur wasn't long, so he couldn't shake off much water. When the wind blew, he felt a little cold. He couldn't get sick now. If he got sick, he would probably be thrown away like the plague or disposed of in some other way. Looking around, Jing Tan saw a first-floor resident drying a towel outside on the balcony. He ran over and grabbed one with his claws. He wiped his fur. Jing Tan was already familiar with this kind of thing. Without shower gel, the water in the pool wasn't very clean, but it was passable. It was better than not washing at all. After washing, Jing Tan felt a lot more refreshed. In order to let his fur dry faster, Jing Tan jumped onto a tree and found a place with sunlight to dry his fur. The neighborhood was quiet. Occasionally he could hear some dogs barking. The greenery was good, but it wasn't as comfortable as the East Courtyard of Chuhua University. Jing Tan had now formed a habit of comparing it to the East Courtyard. After yawning, Jing Tan changed his position. The fur on his back was almost dry, but the fur on his stomach was still dry. He lay on his side and changed the angle to continue drying his fur. He really missed the children's hair dryer in the Jiao family. Jing Tan closed his eyes and rested. He had to be alert at all times. Otherwise he would be tricked. With the experience of being caught, Jing Tan didn't dare to be careless at any time, let alone in this unfamiliar environment. Occasionally there would be people walking around. As long as they weren't walking in his direction, Jing Tan wouldn't get up and run away. He tried to save as much energy as possible. After all, it wasn't the day where he could go home and open the fridge whenever he wanted to eat. Small footsteps sounded. In other words, it was the sound of walking through the grass. Jing Tan's ears twitched. It didn't sound like a human's, nor was it a dog's. Jing Tan knew the sound of a dog's paws walking on the ground. So, it was the same kind. Jing Tan opened his eyes and looked over. A white Persian cat was walking towards him with elegant steps. Many people said that Persian cats were born spoiled and gave people a feeling of magnificence and nobility. It was like a noble, not something a stray cat could compare to. Jing Tan didn't care if it was a noble or not. At the moment he was staring at the cat tag on the Persian cat's neck. The tip of his tail moved. It seemed that there was a good way, even if the fur on the cat's body was cleaner, there was no guarantee. It wasn't the most direct way for people in big cities to distinguish stray cats from pet cats. The cat tag was like a person's ID card. It played an important role in such a big city. Sometimes it could change the attitude of passers-by. With a cat tag it proved that the owner valued the cat more. It also told people that the cat had a backer. To get rid of the impression that it was a stray cat, Jing Tan had to start with the cat tag. After all, he didn't look like a famous cat. As long as he went out and rolled a few times and got dust on him, people would probably think that he was a stray cat. The Persian cat didn't know what Jing Tan was thinking, and it didn't notice Jing Tan's existence. It certainly didn't know that someone was thinking about its cat tag. It still walked with elegant steps towards a few big trees. It walked over and rubbed against the tree trunks, sharpened its claws and peed to mark its territory. No matter how elegant a cat was, it couldn't get rid of some of its natural instincts. Jing Tan was no longer lying down. He quietly moved over from the branch and waited there. The elegant Persian cat was still intoxicated in its own world. After it finished marking its territory, it was probably ready to go to the pond next to it to watch the fish. When it raised its tail and passed by the tree Jing Tan was in, Jing Tan saw it and rushed over. When they were in the east side courtyard, Jing Tan had seen Huang play and fight with the sheriff. He knew that cats generally used those few skills the most. They would either scratch and slap like a spinning top or hug and bite and kick with their legs. So, in order to avoid those situations, Jing Tan rushed over and rode on its back. He didn't let the Persian cat turn over at all. The Persian cat struggled hard and made an angry meow, but it couldn't compare to Jing Tan's strength. Jing Tan pressed it to the ground and freed his paws to untie the cat collar on its neck. The cat collar was still leather like a buckle on a belt, and not the elastic one Jing Tan used to wear. The cat tag was also the color of local tycoon gold, and the metal engraved. It was not easy to control his strength to hold down a cat and ensure that it did not suffer any internal injuries or fractures. Furthermore, the cat's fur was thick and long, making it easy for his arm to slip. It took Jing Tan quite a bit of effort to hold it down. Sure enough, it was easier to hold it down with a human hand. The cat's paws weren't as flexible as a human's. When he untied the cat collar, he was almost scratched by the cat several times. The cat looked very gentle, but when it was pressed down it was really irritable. Meow. The Persian cat that was pressed on the ground growled, as if it wanted to immediately scratch Jing Tan. It was full of anger. Meow my ass. I'm just borrowing the cat tag. Just hand over the cat tag obediently. With such a noble appearance, even if it didn't use the cat tag, no one would think it was a stray cat. Besides, if it lost the cat tag, its owner would definitely give it another one. In order to ensure his own safety, Jing Tan had no choice but to rob this brother of his. Hey, what are those two cats doing? Are they fighting? A little girl's voice came from not far away. Jing Tan looked over. There were two children, not even as old as Jiao Yuan. The little girl who spoke just now was about the same age as little Pomelo. There was a pool between them and Jing Tan, so Jing Tan wasn't worried that they would immediately run over. There was a 10-year-old boy next to the little girl. After seeing Jing Tan's situation, he immediately covered the little girl's eyes. Oh, it's broad daylight. Shame. Jing Tan was speechless. Shame your ass. What was this little brat thinking? Seeing the two children run away, Jing Tan continued to struggle with the cat collar. With great difficulty, he finally untied the cat collar from the Persian cat's neck. Zheng Tan held the cat collar in his mouth and retreated. However, after the Persian cat got up, it didn't attack Zheng Tan. It arched its back and looked at Zheng Tan vigilantly. Then it ran away, probably to find comfort at home. Holding the cat collar in his mouth, Zheng Tan climbed up the tree. He adjusted the collar so that he could take it off at any time. It looked a little loose. The shiny gold cat tag was too eye-catching against the black fur, but it was better than nothing. He bent his claws to take a look at the cat tag. The name of the Persian cat was engraved on it. Katie? This name was so King high-end. The problem wasn't it awkward to give a male cat such a name? Zheng Tan still felt that Caesar was more domineering. Forget it, I'll just make do with it. After adjusting the cat collar, Zheng Tan didn't immediately put it back on. Instead, he hid it and walked around the neighborhood. He found a house and climbed into it to get something to eat. Chapter 61. Coming out of the neighborhood, Zheng Tan was ready to hitch a ride. When he decided to come to this city, Zheng Tan already had a plan. Zheng Tan rarely took the bus before. When he was too young to drive, he would take a taxi when he went out. He didn't want to squeeze with other people on the bus. Because of this, he left an impression on many people that he was a rich young master. Of course, behind the rich young master was a sucker. Walking along the sidewalk, Zheng Tan came to a stop sign. A few young girls who were waiting for the bus saw Zheng Tan and squatted down to tease him. The people around them just smiled and didn't say much. This was the advantage of wearing a cat tag. In many people's eyes, wearing a cat tag meant that the cat in front of them had been vaccinated and was well taken care of. It wasn't a stray cat that might carry germs, so even if they didn't like cats very much, they wouldn't dislike them too much. If it was a cat that didn't wear a cat tag and looked very ordinary, even if the cat acted very close to people, they would still be very repulsed. Zheng Tan didn't immediately walk away when he saw the young girls. He cooperated with them and rubbed against them. He was happy to be touched by the girls. If they took out some trinkets from their keychains, Zheng Tan pretended to be very interested and raised his paw to touch them a few times to earn their favor. While pretending to cooperate, Zheng Tan also paid attention to the bus routes and stops on the stop sign. He wasn't familiar with many of the stops, but he knew the names of some of the landmark buildings and places. He couldn't move around in the daytime, so he could only wait until night to hitch a ride. After figuring out the general route, Zheng Tan found a place to sit and wait for night to come. It was impossible to find a pickup truck every time, and not every pickup truck would take the route Zheng Tan planned. So Zheng Tan decided to hitch a ride on the bus. Forget about the double-decker buses and forget about the trams. To avoid accidents, Zheng Tan chose to hitch a ride on the more common single-decker buses. Finally, the sky turned dark. Zheng Tan's chest tightened as he looked at the crowded buses. Fortunately, he didn't have to squeeze in. When the bus he wanted arrived at the bus stop, Zheng Tan sped up and rushed over without waiting for the door to open. Then he jumped onto the roof of the bus. It was noisy inside the bus, so no one heard the noise from the roof. What happened just now? A passenger sitting by the window saw a black shadow flash by from the corner of his eye. What do you mean, what happened? Forget it, I guess my eyes are playing tricks on me. I'll take a nap first. Wake me up when we arrive. The man leaned against the window and began to take a nap. At this moment, Zheng Tan, who had jumped on the roof of the car, was still a little surprised. He thought that he would step on the window or something to assist him when he jumped. He didn't expect that when he accelerated toward the car, he suddenly had a strong feeling of confidence that he could jump directly. After that, he was already on the roof of the car. He moved his legs and didn't feel any discomfort. After the passengers had alighted and boarded the bus, the door closed and the bus started moving. Zheng Tan quickly ran over and hooked onto the protrusion at the skylight of the bus. The roof of the bus was relatively smooth. After the bus started moving, if it made a sharp turn or a sudden stop, Zheng Tan would probably be thrown out. Therefore, he had to firmly hook onto the fixed object to stabilize himself. Probably no one would have thought that there was a cat lying on the roof of this very ordinary bus. Zheng Tan couldn't tell where the bus was going. He could only pay attention to the bus's stop announcement every time it arrived at the bus stop. This bus's route was only part of the route that Zheng Tan wanted. Therefore, after arriving at a certain stop, Zheng Tan had to get off the bus and change to another route to continue his ride. Some buses stopped at 9 o'clock in the evening. Some were open all night. Every time he changed buses, Zheng Tan had to look at the time of the bus he was about to take. It would be best if the bus was open all night. That way he wouldn't have to worry about not being able to wait for another bus. Taking the bus was troublesome, but in order to achieve his goal, Jing Tan had to repeat this trouble again and again. In this way, Jing Tan was getting closer and closer to the destination in his heart. When the bus stopped at a stop in the middle, Jing Tan suddenly heard someone calling him. "Hey Jing Tan, wait a minute." It was a child's voice. Jing Tan couldn't remember who it was. Jing Tan looked in the direction of the voice. He only saw the back of a few children walking into a taxi. The night light intertwined so he couldn't see clearly. There was an arcade around this stop. Jing Tan recalled that he often came here when he was young. When he was in the mood, he would skip class and come here to play for the whole day. Although there were many places that minors were not allowed to enter, that was only on the surface. As long as you threw money, there would naturally be places to play. The taxi went away. The route was in the same direction as Jing Tan's own plan. However, Jing Tan couldn't see the appearance of the passengers in the car clearly. He could only vaguely see that there were a few children sitting inside. He was inexplicably nervous. When the bus suddenly moved, Jing Tan almost lost his grip and slid out. After getting off the bus at the stop, Jing Tan squatted not far from the bus stop and looked at the bus stop sign showing the various bus routes. This was the last bus. After the bus came, it would be very close after 7 or 8 stops. The name of the last stop was the name of the neighborhood Jing Tan used to live in. It was easy to recognize. As he was thinking, Jing Tan suddenly became alert. He dodged sideways. The place where he was squatting just now was hit by a rubber bullet. It bounced up and disappeared. After being caught, Jing Tan's vigilance increased a lot. He was also more sensitive to the danger around him. That was why he could dodge the rubber bullet so quickly. Jing Tan had played with rubber bullets before. It was a toy that children liked. Jiao Yuan also had one. Looking sideways, Jing Tan saw a few young people sitting by the railings. They looked like they had drunk too much. They probably saw a cat on the side of the road and raised their toy guns to shoot at it. They usually liked to play shooting games. They had played rubber bullets, paintballs, field games, and so on. The toy guns in their hands were won from a shooting game at the club. Although they didn't like children's toys, they could use them to pass the time when they were bored. Moreover, even if they had drunk, they were very confident in their shooting skills. They thought they would hear the cat scream, but they didn't expect that the cat could dodge it. Therefore they got excited. A few of them got up and walked towards Jing Tan. F***ck. Jing Tan cursed in his heart. His luck was really F***king bad. On the other side, a few young men were holding toy guns. They shouted like madmen as they chased after Jing Tan. Rubber bullets were fired one after another. Jing Tan didn't want to run too far. He wanted to wait for the last bus, but the crazy people behind him kept chasing. As Jing Tan ran, he looked around to see if there was a good place to hide. There was a van at the corner. The door of the luggage compartment at the back was open. Jing Tan rushed in and found a place to hide. The driver of the van had a cigarette in his hand and was talking to the people standing outside the van. He didn't even notice that there was an extra cat in his car. There was no one else in the van except for the driver. There were some goods on the seats, such as color TVs and other household appliances. There was also some stuff in the luggage compartment. In the back, there were daily necessities such as toothpaste, shower gel, shampoo, and so on. Jing Tan hid behind the goods and looked at the crazy young people running towards him through the gap. "Where did the cat go?" one of the young people said as he fiddled with his hair. There were some shopping malls around. After turning the corner, there were no bushes or flower beds except for the trees on both sides of the road. "Did it climb up a tree?" another young man said as he looked at the surrounding trees. The person who first shot at Jing Tan looked around and walked towards the van. Jing Tan shrank back and lowered his body, trying to hide himself. Just as the young man was getting closer, another person came to the back of the minivan. This person was the one who had spoken to the driver earlier. He raised his hand and pulled the door of the luggage compartment open with all his might. But the door of the van was closed. Jing Tan was speechless. He turned around and saw that the driver had finished smoking and closed the window. Jing Tan's plan to run out through the window was ruined. F***ck. Bad luck. Life is full of obstacles. No amount of beauties could calm Jing Tan's heart, which was currently galloping like an alpaca. Jing Tan suddenly wanted to yell, F***ck, let me out. However, Jing Tan's response was the sound of the van's engine. It was as if there was a pair of invisible hands that forced him away when he was close to the target. He couldn't resist. He was so close to the target twice, but the result was still the same. Was this God's will? Jing Tan didn't know. The driver was playing some nostalgic songs in the van. Jing Tan used to listen to a few of them before. Coupled with Jing Tan's complicated feelings, he had the urge to bang his head against the wall. There were no walls here, so Jing Tan hit the back seat. The music in the van was too loud, so the driver didn't hear the strange sounds behind him. He was still singing along in his narcissistic state. After a while, the driver's phone rang. He turned down the music and answered the call. Zheng Tan wanted to say that it was dangerous to talk on the phone while driving, but he used to do this often. Even drunk driving was common. Zheng Tan really felt that he was lucky to be able to grow up safely. Okay, I'll call him. Yes, I know how to call the landline. Oh, what's the area code in Beijing? 010. Okay, I got it. The driver happily talked on the phone, but Zheng Tan felt like he was stuck in mud and then struck by lightning. Area code? F***CK. He didn't add the area code last time. As for the phone, it seemed like he needed to add a 0 when he called a long-distance call from another province. Zheng Tan, you're a pig. He hadn't used a phone for so long that he didn't even remember this basic knowledge. Zheng Tan wanted to slap himself a few times. His brain wasn't working at the critical moment. He really didn't expect it to be so severe at that time. The opportunity was so close and he had suffered so much for nothing. His current situation was even more unpredictable. If the Jiaopa knew about it, he would definitely blame himself for not teaching his cat how to make long-distance calls. Zheng Tan lay on a cardboard box, thinking back to when he made the call. His brain wasn't very clear and he wasn't very rational. It must be the side effect of the drug. Yes, the telecommunications company was also at fault. Even if they couldn't recognize the number from another province, they should have given some hints. No matter what, the opportunity was missed. What should he do now? Zheng Tan was annoyed. Should he hit the driver until he fainted? Zheng Tan looked at the flashing street lights outside the car window, estimated the speed of the car, and then looked at the cars coming and going outside. It was quite dangerous and he could get into an accident if he wasn't careful. Forget it, he would find a chance to call the driver when he reached his home. Since he had found the key, he wasn't afraid that he couldn't solve it. Zheng Tan was still optimistic as she planned her next course of action. However, when the car stopped, Zheng Tan jumped out of the van while the driver was moving the goods, and was stunned by the woods and fields that filled his vision. Chapter 62. When Zheng Tan got out of the car, the sky was already a little bright. Because he was too engrossed in his thoughts, Zheng Tan didn't pay attention to how long the minivan had been running. He didn't even expect that he would be so unlucky. He just happened to sit in this car and the car left the city. He didn't even know if this place was still in Nanjing. However, according to the time, he was afraid that he was already far away from Nanjing. What he saw were patches of woods and fields that stretched to the horizon. The countryside was not poor. The houses of the residents were modern, and only a few places still had the old-fashioned tiled houses. Zheng Tan didn't know where this place was on the map, but seeing that many of the residents' houses were 2- or 3-story bungalows, he knew that the living conditions of these people were good. It was easier to find a phone. If it was a poor place, it would be difficult to find a phone. Zheng Tan wrote down the address of the minivan driver's house. If the driver drove again, he could continue to ride. After that, Zheng Tan was ready to walk around to familiarize himself with the terrain and the unfamiliar environment. To wait for an opportunity, he must spend the waiting days peacefully. He wanted to see which residents were easier to kill and easier to find food. He also wanted to see which villagers had phones at home and whether it was easy to find an opportunity to make a call. Another important thing was to find a safer place for himself. In terms of safety, Zheng Tan preferred the taller branches. Perhaps because the temperature here was slightly higher than in the central region at this time of the year, it was warmer. Many deciduous trees were leafy, which was good for Zheng Tan to hide. Walking around the village, Zheng Tan met a few dogs and a cat that was playing with bugs outside. They were all kept in captivity. Seeing them wandering around leisurely, Zheng Tan felt more at ease. The fact that these cats and dogs were wandering around meant that no one was trying to trick the dogs and cats. Zheng Tan found a large locust tree with lush foliage as a temporary foothold when the weather was clear. She jumped up and tried it out. Overall, she was quite satisfied. She chose a branch to lie down on and looked around. From here he could see the situation in the village. At the same time, he was not very close to the village, so he would not be harassed by the villagers. There was a citrus grove near the locust tree, and there were 2 dogs tied up in it. Zheng Tan had just seen a cat enter the citrus garden and walk past the 2 dogs. The 2 dogs only glanced at it and then did not respond. They were probably familiar with each other and did not bother to bark. A black butterfly flew past the big locust tree and into the citrus garden, dancing among the citrus trees. Zheng Tan remembered that this seemed to be a type of butterfly. He had seen something similar in Old Man Land's small garden before. In the end, the butterfly that flew into the small garden was made into a specimen by Old Man Lan. At that time there were still a few students present. Zheng Tan overheard their discussion, saying that in some places, this phoenix butterfly was the legendary Jianghu butterfly. The butterfly was also very particular. To be able to become a butterfly, this butterfly had to be type 2. The so-called type 2 meant that there were inherent and obvious differences between female and male individuals, allowing people to determine the butterfly's gender through these differences. Liang Xianxia and Zhu Yingtai were a man and a woman. Connecting it to the legend, people felt that there should be differences when they turned into butterflies. On the other hand, for example, the Damo butterfly, because the male and female phoenix butterflies were similar in color, it was not easy to distinguish them. Therefore they were not advocated as Liangzhu butterflies. Zheng Tan looked at the pattern on the wings of this phoenix butterfly. It looked like a female butterfly, which was Zhu Yingtai. Zheng Tan was admiring Zhu Yingtai. Suddenly, the cat that walked into the citrus garden jumped up from behind a citrus tree and slapped the butterfly down with its paw. It slapped it a few times and played with it with its paw. Then it ate it. Zheng Tan. He did not know how the people who told the legend would feel when they saw this scene. After Liang Xianxia and Zhu Yingtai turned into butterflies, they were eaten by a cat? The people who heard this cruel version of the story would probably have constipated expressions. Yawning, Zheng Tan closed his eyes and began to sleep. He had no choice. If he wanted to take action, he had to wait until night. Zheng Tan had a dream when he was sleeping. He dreamed of the days when he was in the Jiao family during the New Year. He remembered that day when Zheng Tan and the two children sat on the sofa and watched TV. The show was playing, The Dog is Talking. At that time the Jiao Yuan said, "Black Charcoal, you must remember the way home. If you get lost and we can't find you, can you come back by yourself?" Zheng Tan had been conflicted about whether he should stay in Nanqing or find a way to go back to Chuhua City. However, in the end he decided to go back to Chuhua City. After all, the lives of cats and humans were different. It was really not easy to find a good family. Moreover, Zheng Tan had already begun to miss the courtyard in the eastern district. When night fell, Zheng Tan jumped down from the locust tree and walked towards the villager's house. The people in this place ate early and went to bed early, so Zheng Tan did not have to wait too long. He first found a few houses and found some food to eat. It was not very delicious, so he could only make do with it. After eating, he went to find a phone. It was a bit difficult to find a phone. The people in this place also liked to put the phone in the bedroom and at the head of the bed. In other words, the phone was always guarded at night. Zheng Tan went to a few houses, but the situation was the same. Even if the villagers were asleep at night, Zheng Tan did not dare to call them immediately. The phone was at the head of their bed and it could easily wake them up. Zheng Tan did not want to be treated as a monster, so he could only continue to search and see if there were any residents who were easy to target. Zheng Tan would not choose those who had dogs at home. These dogs did not recognize Zheng Tan and would bark when they saw him. Zheng Tan could not do anything about this, but most of the villagers had dogs at home, so Zheng Tan's choices were much narrower. Fortunately, Zheng Tan finally found a good household, and what was more coincidental was that this household was the family of the driver of the minivan. Hiding in the dark, Zheng Tan eavesdropped on the villagers' conversation. It turned out that the younger brother of the minivan driver was preparing to get married. A few days ago he had gone to the southern part of the city for some business, so he bought some related necessities and appliances. The wedding date was the day after tomorrow. This family had a big yard. Because they had an open-air banquet, but the kitchen was not big enough, so they had a meal in the yard. Now the people in his family were basically busy in the yard, and they continued to work when it was dark at night. In this way there was no one in the room. What was better was that this family did not have a dog, which made Zheng Tan very satisfied. The first floor was where the elderly lived. The phone was not here and there was nothing in the hall. Zheng Tan did not look much. There was a simple shed next to the two-story house for cars. Zheng Tan climbed into the second floor from this simple shed. There was a phone in the bedroom on the second floor. Like other residents, the landline phone was also placed on the bedside table. Zheng Tan observed that there were indeed no adults on the second floor at this time. They all went to the yard to help. In the small room next door there was a little girl who looked like she was in kindergarten. She was reading on the floor covered with foam boards. As long as there were no adults, it was fine. Even if a child who did not even know how to count saw him, Zheng Tan did not care. Adults did not take the words of children seriously. Zheng Tan jumped in through the window and ran excitedly to the phone. He jumped onto the bedside table, picked up the receiver and dialed the number by heart. Of course, this time he did not forget to add 0 in front of the phone number. As for the landline number, Zheng Tan did not remember what the area code of Chuhua City was, so he dialed the number of Jiaopa. At this time the Jiao family should be at home, right? Associate Professor Jiao should be at home too. Zheng Tan waited excitedly after dialing the number. However, when he heard the notification sound from the phone, Zheng Tan's mood suddenly became gloomy. *CK. This phone did not have a long-distance lock. He had to find the key to unlock it. Where could he find the key? Zheng Tan rummaged through the drawer, but did not find the small key to unlock the phone's long-distance lock. He was puzzled. Was there a need to lock the phone's long-distance lock? Shouldn't long-distance calls be frequently used in this kind of place? Dejected, Zheng Tan put the phone back. He squatted there and thought for a while. Would the villagers' phones all be locked? Why did he have to try them one by one? But it would be best if he could steal the driver's phone, or someone else's phone. At least a phone would not be as troublesome as a landline. Looking around the bedroom, there were a lot of candies and snacks on the table because there was a wedding. It was probably used to entertain guests. Zheng Tan took out a bag of beef jerky and squid shredded into a big bag. After taking them out, he zipped up the bag and jumped onto the window. He carried the 2 bags of snacks and prepared to leave. When Zheng Tan stood by the window, he was holding the snacks in his hands. His legs were on the windowsill and he was ready to jump down. Before jumping, Zheng Tan felt someone looking at him. He turned his head to look. The little girl who was reading the picture book next door was hiding outside the bedroom door. She did not shout, but her eyes were filled with curiosity. Zheng Tan paused, then ignored her and jumped off the windowsill. It was not convenient to jump with 2 legs, but it was okay to jump a few times while looking for the phone. Zheng Tan was willing to empty his hands to carry things. Anyway, at this time, no one saw him except for the little girl. What was there to be afraid of? Besides, he would not stay in this place forever. If he was discovered, he could just run away. Zheng Tan left in a carefree manner, but it had a big impact on the child. In the evening, the child's mother came over with a picture book to teach the little girl how to count, from 1 to 10. In order to match the memory, her mother also taught her some things in the real world. How many legs does the little bird use to walk? Her mother asked. 2. The little girl stretched out 2 fingers. How many legs does the big yellow dog use to walk? 4. The little girl counted the legs of the big yellow dog in the picture book and said, "Yes, so smart." How many legs does the little cat use to walk? Her mother asked with a smile. The little girl thought about the cat she saw today and counted with her fingers. Then she stretched out 2 fingers and said, 2. Her mother was speechless. Zheng Tan did not know the impact he had caused. At this moment he was holding 2 bags of snacks and walking towards the big locust tree. At this time there was no one in the field. There were only a few dogs guarding the orchard. No one would see a cat that walked very naturally with 2 legs. As Zheng Tan walked, he thought about how to borrow the phone. Suddenly he heard a faint humming sound. Zheng Tan perked up her ears and tried to distinguish the sound. She felt that it was similar to the sound of a dog. Putting down the snacks in his hands, Zheng Tan walked in the direction of the sound. If there was any danger, for legs would be faster to run. Chapter 63. Puppy? And it was locked in a dog cage. This kind of dog cage was not like the ones Zheng Tan had seen in dog and cat meat restaurants. The cage in front of him was obviously more high-end and looked like it was for pet dogs. Zheng Tan remembered that when he ran from the big locust tree to the villager's house, he didn't hear anything. This should have happened when he was looking for the phone. However, when he was looking for the phone, he avoided some residents who had dogs, so he didn't know who the owner of the cage and the dog belonged to. He moved his ears, but there was no sound of other people around and there was no smell of strangers. Zheng Tan went to the cage and looked. Because the puppy was too small, Zheng Tan couldn't tell what breed it was. He didn't know much about it. The door of the cage was not locked, but there was a small catch. The puppy didn't know how to open it, so he didn't know how long it had been trapped inside. The temperature at night in the mountains was relatively low. Although it was not as cold as late autumn and winter, it was still not something that a puppy of this size could withstand. Dogs, like cats, had a slightly higher body temperature than humans. The surrounding temperature was about 10 degrees. He didn't know if the puppy could withstand such a difference in temperature. Noticing that Zheng Tan was standing outside the cage, the barking puppy came to Zheng Tan and looked at Zheng Tan through the cage. Seeing that Zheng Tan didn't move, it continued to hum and bite the cage with its small teeth that hadn't grown much. Zheng Tan opened the cage door with his paw. The puppy paused, tested the door and then ran out. Although it was still a puppy, this kind of dog should be relatively large. Compared to the current Zheng Tan, the size of these 3 puppies was not much smaller than him. Ignoring the puppy that ran out, Zheng Tan looked at the other 2 in the cage that didn't move. He raised his paw and touched them. They were still soft. He thought that the two puppies were dead. He didn't expect them to kick their legs and open their mouths twice. Did they sleep too soundly? Jiangtan looked around. The pit was too big to block the wind. The wind was relatively strong at night. If 2 or 3 of them were left here, they probably wouldn't survive for long. But Jiangtan didn't want to get into trouble. He had a hard life, so how could he take care of these 3 puppies? It was more practical to steal a phone as soon as possible and figure out a way to go back to the east courtyard. However, when Jiangtan turned around and walked 2 steps, the puppy that ran out of the cage immediately came over and rubbed against Jiangtan. Jiangtan pushed it aside. It ran back happily, probably thinking that Jiangtan was playing with it. Jiangtan simply threw it directly into the cage and closed the cage door. He didn't care and it began to hum. He turned around again. But after walking for about 10 meters, he slowed down again. Jiangtan looked back at the dog that was squatting by the cage and looking straight at him. The night sky was dotted with stars. With the starlight, Jiangtan could see that the dog's body was basically white. There was a large patch of black where one of its eyes was, as if it was wearing an eye patch. This reminded Jiangtan of Niu Zhuangzhuang in the courtyard. But the two looked different. Niu Zhuangzhuang's big head was too special. This paparazzi's body proportions were not like that. It also didn't look like the common dogs in the village. It was probably a skewer. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been abandoned by its owner. When Jiangtan used to walk in the courtyard, he often heard the conversations of dog owners. He knew the attitude of many dog owners. If their dog's puppy didn't satisfy them, they would directly throw it away. Sahara's owner said, "A wolf travels 1,000 miles to eat meat, a dog travels 1,000 miles to eat shit." Knowing that it eats shit but still raising it, not caring about its pedigree or breed, taking care of it every day, tolerating it, digging holes in the house, burying bones, biting tables and chairs, spitting saliva, and rebelling. That must be true love. Even if it was a mutt, there were people who loved it. It was a dog breed that had undergone thousands or even tens of thousands of years of natural and artificial selection. There was no lack of individuals who understood human nature, had good perception, were loyal and obedient, and had strong hunting abilities. As for skewer dogs, many famous breeds were also skewered. So, the family that threw the dog away definitely didn't love it. When Jiangtan came back to his senses, he had already walked to the cage again. The puppy inside was humming even harder and making whining sounds. Tsk, so annoying. Jiangtan thought that since he had nothing to do now, he could just find a place to throw it away. He remembered that there were some short shrubs next to the big locust tree. It should be able to block the wind, and no one often went there. Lifting the cage, Jiangtan walked to the big locust tree. As for the 2 bags of snacks, he would pick them up later. Anyway, no one would pick them up at this time. As there were fewer villagers near the short shrubs, the vegetation was denser, and it was good for blocking the wind. After putting down the cage and adjusting its position, Jiangtan broke some branches and put them on top of the cage as a cover. He pulled some vines around the cage so that it wouldn't be too easy to find out, right? After setting up, Jiangtan went back to pick up the 2 bags of snacks. However, when he was picking up the snacks, he suddenly thought, would the puppy starve to death after being hungry for a night? It shouldn't, right? It was just one night. Although he thought so, Jiangtan felt that if the puppy really starved to death, his efforts would be in vain. So, he threw down the 2 bags of snacks and ran to the villagers. The bread driver's family had already fallen asleep. Some big pots and steamers were set up in the yard. Jiangtan looked around and found some porridge in one of the steamers. It was still warm. It hadn't been there for too long, so it was probably left there before the family finished eating. Looking around, Jiangtan found the disposable bowl used by the host for guests and filled it with some porridge. There were some boiled eggs in the other big pot. Jiangtan found a bag for vegetables and put a few in. When the porridge was brought to the big locust tree, it was no longer hot. Jiangtan couldn't find anything to heat it up. Anyway, he brought the porridge over with a tentative attitude. He also put an egg in it. Jiangtan ate the egg white himself and put the egg yolk inside to mix with the porridge. If it was the Jiangtan of the past, he would definitely not do this. As for his current behavior for the time being, he attributed it to the derivative emotions of wandering outside. Looking at the porridge in the bowl that had been stirred into a paste, Jiangtan felt that he really had no appetite. He didn't know if the puppy could eat this. If the puppy didn't eat it, he didn't care. He opened the cage, put the bowl in the corner of the cage, closed the cage, picked up the 2 bags of snacks and climbed up the tree to rest. In the middle of the night, Jiangtan heard the sound of eating in the cage. It should be the puppy eating, and it seemed that there was more than one puppy. When it was almost dawn, Jiangtan jumped down the tree to check. There was no porridge in the bowl. Jing Tan thought that the two puppies would not survive. Now that their stomachs were bulging and their breathing was strong, he guessed that they had gotten up in the middle of the night to eat. It was good to have a strong vitality. The next day, Jing Tan continued to go out to find out what the villagers were doing at what time. If the villagers were busy in the fields or orchards, Jing Tan would try to steal the phone even during the day. However, he didn't find anything that day. In the end, he ran to the driver's house to look for food. He jumped to the second floor and took a bag of thumb pancakes that children ate. Before leaving, Jing Tan saw the little girl again. Just like before, the little girl hid behind the door and looked in Jing Tan's direction. She looked very serious and even cracked her fingers as if she was confirming something. Jing Tan didn't know what she was doing. At this time he also heard footsteps. The busy driver and his wife finally came upstairs. Jing Tan quickly jumped off the windowsill with the biscuits and ran away. After taking a shower, the little girl's mother took out a picture book to teach her. The little girl answered the first few questions very well, and the driver and his wife were very satisfied. However, in the end her mother thought about it and asked, "How many legs does the kitten use to walk?" The little girl's answer was not so simple. 2, 4. The little girl, who was about to say 2, changed her words when she saw her mother's face suddenly change color. However, she felt very wrong, so she cried out. This question was really too difficult. Did it have 2 legs or 4 legs? Jing Tan didn't know the trouble he brought. He searched for 2 days in a row and didn't find a suitable opportunity. The villagers, even if they had mobile phones, carried them close to their bodies and hid them well for fear that someone would take them away. Also, in this era mobile phones were still very valuable items, not as common as a few years later. However, in this way Jing Tan suffered. The 3 puppies were now much more energetic. Jing Tan would let them out to play for a while during the day. The 3 puppies didn't run around and just played around. Jing Tan looked at them from a tree not far from the cage. In fact, it would be much better if they could be kept in the cage, but these 3 puppies still had to pee or poop. It was too troublesome to put them in the cage. Jing Tan didn't want to clean them a second time. He directly released the 3 puppies and threw them into the cage after they pooped. During the day he looked after the 3 puppies. At night, he looked for opportunities to steal mobile phones and find some food to feed the puppies. This continued for a week. On this day the 3 puppies were playing outside. The cat that ate butterflies ran over, and the 3 puppies jumped and chased after it. Jing Tan didn't stop it. According to the situation this week, the 3 puppies would come back if they couldn't catch up and wouldn't run far. But Jing Tan didn't expect that the cat didn't run away directly, but played with the 3 puppies for a while. It was estimated that the cat usually spent a lot of time with dogs and didn't reject them. It played very happily and ran over to tease them from time to time, letting the 3 puppies chase and bite it. The puppies were so small that even if they had teeth, they didn't have much strength to bite. Jing Tan didn't care about them. It was good to get along well and there was a cat to play with, so Jing Tan didn't have to worry about them. Just as he was about to take a nap, Jing Tan heard a voice. Looking out from between the leaves, Jing Tan saw a man in his 30s, carrying a big bag, walking over here. As he walked, he was holding a mobile phone and talking to someone on the phone. The man's accent on the phone didn't sound like a local, and he looked a little down and out. Chapter 64. Jing Tan was so focused on his phone that he didn't notice the 3 puppies and the cat running towards him. After the man finished the call, he squatted down and scratched the chin of the cat, then looked at the 3 puppies in surprise. When the puppies saw the stranger, they didn't immediately approach him. They walked forward and quickly took 2 steps back. The biggest one even barked twice proudly. However, because it was still too small, it couldn't run steadily. It tripped and rolled on the ground. "Hey, whose puppy is this? Why did it run here?" The man pulled a piece of grass to tease the puppy, but it was intercepted by the cat next to him. Patting his pants, the man put his phone in his pocket, got up and walked towards the 3 puppies. Seeing the stranger approaching, the 3 puppies barked a few times, then turned around and ran back. They didn't go directly into the cage but ran to the big locust tree and barked at Jing Tan, who was hiding in the tree. Jing Tan wanted to hit his head on the tree trunk. "What's the use of barking at me? My plan was all messed up by you." Originally, Jing Tan had prepared 2 plans. One was to follow the man and find a chance to make a move. The other was to knock him out with a stick and steal his phone when he wasn't paying attention. Anyway, Jing Tan had already done this kind of thing before, so he didn't mind doing it a few more times. However, these 2 plans were all ruined by the 3 puppies. Jing Tan felt that after exposing himself, the success rate of making a move would be much lower, so now he was very unhappy. Looking at the 3 puppies barking under the big locust tree, Jing Tan wanted to slap them one by one. "Damn it, Fang Xiaokang just came out to make a phone call. He didn't expect to see the 3 puppies. However, this place was too far from the village house. Who would put the puppies so far away? Guarding the orchard? How could such small puppies guard the orchard? And as far as Fang Xiaokang knew, in the past few days, there were 2 male dogs guarding the orchard. Where did the puppies come from? Which family did you catch him recently? Fang Xiaokang followed him in confusion. This orchard belonged to the family he was staying at. He had never heard the landlord mention that he had caught a new puppy. Seeing the 3 puppies barking at the tree, Fang Xiaokang was even more surprised. He looked up at the big locust tree in front of him. Although it wasn't obvious from afar, once one got closer and took a closer look, one would be able to see black fur between the gaps of the leaves. A dog couldn't have climbed so high, and it couldn't have been a black leopard. If that was the case, how could the 3 puppies survive? So it could only be a cat. But the question was, why were the 3 puppies barking at the cat in the tree? How strange. Zheng Tan knew that he had been discovered, but he didn't intend to jump down. It was safer to hide in the tree. The 3 puppies barked for a long time but did not see any response from Zheng Tan, so they began to whine again. Fang Xiaokang looked around and saw the hidden dog cage. He was even more confused. Although he was confused, Fang Xiaokang still left and the cat followed him. After the man walked away, Zheng Tan jumped down from the tree. The 3 puppies stopped whining and immediately came over. As a result, they were slapped by Zheng Tan one by one. He didn't use much strength. Such small puppies, if he used more strength, Zheng Tan suspected that they would become stupid. But the 3 puppies thought that Zheng Tan was playing with them, so they grinned and came over again. Zheng Tan was annoyed. He jumped up the tree again, thinking about when he would see a villager with a cell phone who was alone. He would solve the problem by force. In less than half an hour, Zheng Tan saw the man come over again. This time he was holding a bowl of porridge in his hand. There was meat in the porridge instead of egg yolks. Fang Xiaokang came over with the bowl and put it in front of the 3 puppies. The 3 puppies had already smelled the smell. They quickly ran over and began to eat. Zheng Tan curled his lips. Although he was a little dissatisfied that the 3 puppies believed him so easily and began to eat, it saved him the trouble of stealing food for them at night. The 3 puppies ate very quickly. After a while, the bowl of porridge was empty. They even licked the bowl clean. Hey, there really are dogs. A young man in his 20s came over with a shovel. Seeing the 3 puppies step back, he thought for a moment, put the shovel aside with a smile, and walked over with his bare hands. Finished planting the trees? Fang Xiaokang asked. Finished planting. I wonder what those so-called new varieties of citrus will look like, the young man said as he wiped his sweat and leaned against the tree trunk. These dogs don't look like mongrels. Fang Xiaokang pointed at the 3 puppies who were playing with each other. Yes, it's a strung dog, a mongrel dog. This is probably the son of the village head's son, Du Gao. Yesterday I heard that they threw the puppy away. I didn't expect to see it here. The young man became excited again when he talked about it. The tiredness from planting the tree just now disappeared. Du Gao? I remember someone said that the village chief's son had 2 Du Gao, 1 male and 1 female. Yes ha. Everyone in our village knows that the female Du Gao didn't like the male Du Gao. Instead, a mongrel got her. I just don't know whose mongrel it is. It's so capable. When the puppies were just born, they could fool people with the excuse that the puppies were too young and didn't grow up. As they grew up, they became more and more like mongrels and could run around. They couldn't hide it anymore. No one was a fool. Although people didn't say it publicly, they treated it as a joke in private. Their family probably felt embarrassed and threw the puppies away. In the beginning, they were so proud of raising the Du Gao. They even bought it at a high price. In the end, it became a joke. The young man laughed happily. What about these puppies? Fang Xiaokang asked. The young man came over and picked up the biggest puppy. Yo, they are quite fierce. If he wasn't prepared, he would have been bitten by the puppy. The puppy that was picked up saw that it couldn't bite people and made a low growl in its throat. These puppies are not bad, but it's probably not good to keep them in the village. The village chief's family will definitely have opinions. I'll call my friend later and ask. His family has a ranch. A few days ago they said they wanted to buy dogs. I think these 3 are good. Your friend likes this kind of dog? It's not that he likes this kind of dog. He likes native dogs the most. He often goes to the mountains to find pure native dogs and brings them back to train. That kind of pure native dog is stronger, has spiritual energy, and is smart enough. After a long time, it's also loyal enough. They are also brave and can hunt. They can also be used as working dogs. The dog he raised before was like that. That dog didn't look like much, but it was really strong. It often caught rabbits and brought them back for dinner. It definitely wouldn't lose to those so-called world-famous hunting dogs. Unfortunately, it was shot during the new year. The dog forced itself to go home with an anesthetic needle on its back. It died when it came home. He was sad for a long time because of this. It's been a few months and he hasn't raised it again. A few days ago, I heard that he wanted to buy a dog. As the young man spoke, he pinched the puppy's bones in his hand and looked at the dog's paw. Tan looked at this person. He seemed to be very satisfied with the puppies. And listening to their conversation, Tan felt that it was really rare for him to be able to survive the anesthetic gun. The young man continued, "A real hound is not something that can be seen, but is reflected through continuous training. Of course, the innate requirements must also be met. These few are not bad. If he wants them, I will send them to him directly. Anyway, they are an eyesore to the village chief's family." The puppies that were put down shook their fur, then quickly ran to the big pagoda tree. They raised their heads and barked at Tan, probably to express their grievances. "What's wrong with the puppies? Why are they barking at the tree?" The young man asked. "There's a black cat up there." Fang Xiaokong stretched out his finger and pointed up. The young man shook his head. "No one in our village raises a black cat. Some people say that black cats are unlucky so they don't raise them. Even if they do, they'll send them away or throw them away." "These 3 puppies were probably picked up by the black cat on the tree," Fang Xiaokong said. "Black cats are really weird. They even pick up puppies." The young man didn't care whether the black cat was telling the truth or not. The more he looked at the 3 puppies, the more satisfied he was. "Brother Fang, I'll go back and make a call. Just use my phone." Fang Xiaokong was about to take out his phone from his pocket. No, I'll go first. Brother Fang, help me look after the puppies. Don't let anyone take them." After that, the young man turned around and walked quickly home with a shovel. After the young man left, Fang Xiaokong put down his backpack and took out a camera. He felt that it was too hot, so he took off his jacket and put it on the bushes next to him. He took out his phone from his jacket pocket and put it on top of the bushes. He got up and took the camera to take pictures of the surrounding scenery. Tan looked at the camera in the man's hand under the tree. It was an SLR. These days, SLR should be considered a high-end product. Was he a photographer? She had heard that some photographers like to run around and make themselves look like refugees who had fled from a dire situation. Regardless of whether this person was a photographer or not, Tan's attention was mainly on the phone. What a good opportunity. Should he grab the phone and run? Tan looked at the person taking the photos and started to slide down the tree. Unfortunately, the person quickly turned around and came back. He walked to the backpack and took out a water bottle to drink. He also poured some water into the puppy's bowl. Tan estimated the distance between him and the phone. He wanted to take the phone away when the person wasn't paying attention. However, the person was also paying attention to him. It was not easy to take action. Fang Xiaokong finished drinking the water and put the water bottle back into his bag. He took the phone and looked at the time. While Fang Xiaokong was looking at the time, Tan's eyes also followed the phone. "You want to play with the phone? Here, play with it." Fang Xiaokong put the phone on the ground in front of him. Obviously, Tan's small movements didn't escape the other person's observation. Tan looked at the person in front of him and then looked at the phone on the ground. Could it be a trap? He was willing to give the phone to the cat to play with? However, if he could play with an SLR, he might not be short of money. Whatever, I'll contact him first. Tan grabbed the phone with his hand. While grabbing the phone, he also paid attention to the person in front of him. Seeing that he just sat there and didn't have any intention of moving, Tan put the phone on the ground again. This phone's screen wasn't colored. A few years later, this phone would fall under the category of unwanted phones. However, logically speaking, people who could afford a DSLR should also be able to afford a new phone with a colored screen. Why would they still use this one that was already worn out at the corners? However, Tan couldn't be bothered to think too much about it. Just this phone was enough to excite Tan. After going through so much trouble, climbing through the window and looking for a phone, he had originally planned to snatch one by force. Now the phone was right in front of him. How could he not be excited? However, this phone should be able to make long-distance calls, right? It wouldn't be in arrears, right? Tan looked at the person sitting there with a curious expression. He raised his paw and began to press the button. Fang Xiaokong saw that the black cat was staring at his phone, so he passed the phone to it with a playful thought. Who knew that the cat really pressed the button and it was a long-distance phone number? It didn't press it blindly. Interesting. Tan pressed the phone number excitedly and nervously. He waited with his ears perked up, and his tail slapped the ground to reduce his nervousness. Finally, the phone rang a few times before it was picked up. Hello. It was the Jiaopa's voice. After being captured for so long, he finally heard a familiar voice again. He suddenly felt touched as if he had seen a real family member. Zheng Tan gathered all the complicated feelings in his heart into a cry, "Oh woo." Chapter 65. Chuhua University Biology Building. After Associate Professor Jiao finished his class, he went back to his office building. Just as he was about to open his office door, his phone suddenly rang. Associate Professor Jiao quickly took out his phone and looked at the caller ID. It was an unknown number. Hello. Ah wow. Associate Professor Jiao froze for a moment when he heard the cat's ghost-like howl from the other end of the phone. Then, a bright smile appeared on his usually calm face. A few young female teachers walked over and saw Associate Professor Jiao's dazzling smile. They thought that Associate Professor Jiao might not lose to Professor Ren in terms of appearance. Associate Professor Jiao looked around. This was a teacher's office and there were always people walking in and out of the hallway. It was inconvenient for him to talk, so he quickly took out his keys and opened the office door. He was so happy that he tried a few times to insert the key into the keyhole. After Associate Professor Jiao entered the office, he closed the office door and threw an important meeting note onto the table. Black charcoal? Jiaopa asked tentatively. As for the fact that his cat would call him, Associate Professor Jiao was just imagining it. Associate Professor Jiao looked at problems too rationally. He analyzed the probability of all kinds of situations, but the conclusion he came up with was very disappointing. There were so many people in the city to help, so many channels and manpower to search, but there was no news. Director He and the others said that the cat must have been transported to another province. It was very difficult to find the cat outside the province. Even in the south, they had asked for help and put up notices, but there was no news. Also, if the cat was out of the province, even if it was fine and had the chance to call, it wouldn't know that there was a prefix in front of the phone number. But now he really did receive a call from his cat. Associate Professor Jiao felt that this was even worse than when he heard that the project application was successful. Unknowingly, they had already treated Black Charcoal as a member of the family. After Black Charcoal disappeared, it was as if there was a missing piece in their lives. Every time they went home, they would feel sad when they saw the missing piece. The two children were also in low spirits. The neighbors offered to find another black cat to comfort the children, but the two children refused. Everyone in his family knew that Black Charcoal was irreplaceable. On the other side, Zheng Tan was also excited. He howled again, louder and louder than before. He didn't notice Fang Xiaokang's expression when he saw E.T., nor did he notice the three puppies who were stunned by the howling. Even though the howls were terrifying, Associate Professor Jiao still felt a sense of familiarity. The people outside who were talking about Associate Professor Jiao would never have thought that the person they were talking about was talking to his cat on the phone. Black Charcoal, is there anyone around you? Associate Professor Jiao asked. Zheng Tan's excitement gradually calmed down. He looked around and then his eyes fell on Fang Xiaokang. After answering the phone, he pushed the phone to Fang Xiaokang. When Zheng Tan pushed the phone, someone knocked on the door of Associate Professor Jiao's office. Come in, Associate Professor Jiao said without taking the phone away from his ear. It was Xiaolu who came in. After she found out that the black cat that saved her had been taken, she had been looking for it. She had also asked many friends to help, but the person who took the cat was too slippery and didn't leave any useful clues. Although she and Associate Professor Jiao both suspected that Ren Chong was suspicious, they didn't find any evidence. It was Celestine who went to Ren Chong's house and hid for a while to find some clues. Today she came to discuss with Associate Professor Jiao how to deal with Ren Chong and get some clues from him. Xiaolu didn't expect to see Associate Professor Jiao smiling when she walked in. Her heart skipped a beat. Did he find it? At Zheng Tan's office, Fang Xiaokang was very confused by the cat's behavior. He looked at the screen of his phone and saw that it was still in the middle of a call, so he picked up the phone. Hello. Associate Professor Jiao heard the voice and didn't have time to talk to Xiaolu. After introducing himself and the identity of the black cat, he asked a series of questions. As Fang Xiaokang answered the questions, he also learned about the general situation. He was surprised to encounter such a situation. There was actually a cat that called home. In the office, Jiaopa wrote down Fang Xiaokang's name on a piece of paper when he heard his introduction. Fang as in square and round, Xiao as in 2 ears, Kang as in health. Fang Xiaokang? Third Uncle Fang? Xiaolu asked. Although Zhao Li's voice wasn't loud, the area around the citrus garden was too quiet. Everyone could hear what Zhao Li said on the other end of the phone. Fang Xiaokong also heard Zhao Li's words. Fang Xiaokong was the third child in his family. He had two older brothers. Someone who could call him third Uncle Fang must be an acquaintance. Who's that? Fang Xiaokong asked. Associate Professor Jiao looked at Zhao Lu and handed the phone over. Is that really third Uncle Fang? I'm Zhao Lu. Zhao Lu told him about Zheng Tan, then said that the black cat had helped him a lot. He hoped that Fang Xiaokong could help him. Fang Xiaokong looked at the cat who was still in the mood to play with the dog. He was very surprised. He did not expect that a cat he met in such a remote village would know an old friend. This cat was very capable. Just like what the elders in the village said, a black cat was always a little strange. Zheng Tan was in a good mood. He hadn't been in such a good mood in a long time. Ever since he was caught, he had been in a constant state of fear. He doubted everyone he met for a long time. Every step he took, he had to think about whether this would work or not. Every day he had to sleep in the open and take the risk of being caught to steal food. After all, he couldn't stand raw food. All in all, this was a rather bitter experience. But this bitter history was coming to an end. He was about to return to that familiar place, see those familiar people, have a warm bed at night, have someone to help him brush his fur, and have breakfast prepared in the morning. Now that he thought about it, he really missed it. While Zhao Lu and Fang Xiaokong were discussing how to bring the cat back to Chuhua City, the Jiaopa gestured to Zhao Lu, then said softly, Ren Chong. Zhao Lu reacted quickly. Even if the cat was brought back, if Ren Chong wasn't dealt with, the cat-catching incident would happen again. You mean? I'm relieved to know that it's safe and sound. Since Mr. Fang is an acquaintance of Miss Zhao and can be trusted, then there's no rush to bring black charcoal back. Mr. Fang, please take care of black charcoal first. We'll talk about it after we've settled things here. Zhao Lu nodded and explained the situation briefly to Fang Xiaokong. Fang Xiaokong expressed his understanding. Okay, I'll take the cat and walk there slowly. It'll take at least 10 days to half a month. Take the cat? 10 days to half a month? Does that mean that it'll take at least 10 days to half a month to get back to Chuhua? Zheng Tan's excitement was doused with a bucket of ice dregs. Why? Even if they couldn't take the train, it wouldn't take too long to drive back. Why would it take 10 days to half a month? Jiaopa told Zheng Tan to follow Fang Xiaokong obediently over the phone. Third Uncle Fang would take him back to Chuhua. At the moment, Chuhua couldn't send anyone over to pick up Zheng Tan. There were still things to deal with there. Even though the Jiaopa didn't explain much, Zheng Tan could still analyze the reason from his words. Zheng Tan expressed his understanding. It was for his own good. He didn't want to face people with bad intentions once he got back. Fang Xiaokong looked at the cat in front of him, who was listening to the phone attentively. Even third Uncle Fang, who boasted that he had seen the world and seen many strange things, couldn't help but be amazed. That cat's father was also special. He actually explained so much to a cat. If it were someone else in this village, they would probably be thinking about how to exorcise demons and ward off evil spirits. After the phone call, Zheng Tan was less wary of Fang Xiaokong. Since Fang Xiaokong was someone Zhao Li knew, and he had Zhao Li's guarantee, Zheng Tan didn't need to spend so much effort on guarding against him. At this time, the young man from before also ran over after the phone call. He said that he would drive out tomorrow and bring the 3 puppies to his friend. Knowing that the 3 puppies were settled, Zheng Tan was completely relieved. From the conversation between Fang Xiaokong and the young man, he knew that the person who was going to adopt the 3 puppies was a good person. That night, Zheng Tan followed Fang Xiaokong to the young man's house. Of course, Zheng Tan hid in his backpack. The people in this village didn't like black cats. He was afraid that the landlord would be unhappy if he found out. As for the 3 puppies, the young man also put them in cages and carried them back. After eating and drinking and sleeping well, Zheng Tan woke up early in the morning and followed Fang Xiaokong onto the young man's tricycle. The puppies were in cages. They had a good meal last night and this morning, and now they were going to sleep. The road in the countryside wasn't easy to drive on. There was a long stretch of uneven road. The bumpy driving made Zheng Tan feel dizzy. The 3-hour drive, in fact, would probably take less than an hour if the road was flat. The young man and his friend raised sheep and some cows. They also built a place to raise poultry. The scale was quite large. No wonder they wanted to raise dogs. Looking at the 3 puppies, the friend was very satisfied. He had already tidied up the kennel yesterday. After looking at the 3 puppies, he took them over. Zheng Tan and Fang Xiaokong had lunch there. In the afternoon, the young man would drive them to the county. The road to the county was much better. It wasn't so bumpy. Although the journey was twice as long, it took about the same amount of time. Zheng Tan didn't bring Kitty's cat tag with him. In the village he took off the cat tag and hid it for convenience. When he left with Fang Xiaokang he didn't take it. Now he was really a stray cat without a tag. However, with Fang Xiaokang by his side, Jing Tan wasn't so anxious. However, his good mood didn't last long. After Fang Xiaokang bought a bicycle, Jing Tan couldn't stay calm. Chapter 66. Jing Tan felt that Fang Xiaokang was quite unreliable. After this guy entered the county, he happened to pass by a bicycle shop and suddenly came up with the idea of buying a bicycle. In fact, this guy hadn't ridden a bicycle in a long time. Even when he was traveling, he drove a four-wheeled bicycle. The owner of the bicycle shop promoted it for a long time, but Fang Xiaokang didn't buy the brand new mountain bike that was said to be the most advanced design. In the end, he bought a second-hand bike. Even if it was a second-hand bike, it was still a mountain bike. The shop owner didn't seem too happy because Fang Xiaokang didn't buy a new bike, but after all, it was still a business deal, so he inspected the bike again. Fang Xiaokang looked at the black cat squatting not far away, then looked at the bicycle being inspected. He said to the shop owner, "Boss, can you add a basket for me?" The shop owner looked at Fang Xiaokang strangely. He probably didn't expect someone to make such a request. Most people bought this type of bike mainly for sports. Who would put a basket on it to buy groceries? However, since the customer made the request, he wouldn't refuse. A basket could still make a few dollars. Being a professional, the boss still asked, "Are you loading the basket to store the goods?" Fang Xiaokang thought for a moment and nodded. "Yes." "How heavy is it?" "It's not too heavy." Then the shop owner didn't say anything else. Since it was just for goods and wasn't heavy, there was no need to modify it too much. He just put a basket on it. After the inspection, the basket was loaded and the payment was made. Getting on the bike, Fang Xiaokang felt good. It was as if he had returned to his youth. He was suddenly looking forward to the rest of the trip. Jing Tan squatted at the side and looked coldly at the self-satisfied Uncle Fang. He couldn't understand why Uncle Fang would choose such a lifestyle. When he was on the phone with the Jiao Pa, Jing Tan heard a hint of respect in Zhao Li's tone. It wasn't fake politeness but real respect. This meant that Uncle Fang should have some background. At the very least, he shouldn't be short of money. But why would a man in his 30s choose such a lifestyle? He made himself look like a poor man. As Jing Tan was thinking, Fang Xiaokang rode over. He stopped in front of Jing Tan, patted the basket and said proudly, "Goods, get on." Jing Tan. "Goods my ass." They were going to go from this small county to another city. Their next stop was a big city. The surrounding roads should be relatively good. Jumping on the basket, Jing Tan felt something was wrong but he couldn't tell why. Anyway, it wasn't as comfortable as squatting in the basket of little Pomelo's children's car. Fang Xiaokang carried his travel bag and rode out of the city on his bicycle. The roads in the city were very smooth, but it was different when they left the city. From the small county to the big city there were indeed roads, but they were all highways. It was fine to drive there, but it was impossible to ride a bike. There were no highways, so they took the national highway. However, the entire journey wasn't entirely on the national highway. In order to experience the feeling of riding a mountain bike, Fang Xiaokang chose a small rural road after leaving the city. After that, they went on the national highway. Jing Tan's bitter experience began on this small rural road. The front of a mountain bike had a shock absorber design which was different from ordinary bikes. The owner of the bike shop didn't modify the basket too much when he loaded it, so the one who suffered was Jing Tan. The bicycle traveled along a small country road. The road was filled with potholes, gravel and dirt. Whenever it bumped, Jing Tan would feel the bicycle's basket move up and down violently. It was much more uncomfortable than riding Wei Lung's bicycle in the past. The shaking made her dizzy. Fang Xiaokang didn't feel too uncomfortable. He was still in the novel stage. He was in a good mood, humming a tune until he felt the movement on the basket. Jing Tan jumped twice in the basket to attract Fang Xiaokang's attention. When Fang Xiaokang stopped the bike, he jumped out of the basket. When he landed, he was still a little dizzy and almost couldn't stand straight. "What's wrong?" Fang Xiaokang looked at Jing Tan, who was squatting on the side of the road and pulling at his ears with an unwilling expression. Then he looked at the basket, raised his hand to push the basket twice and looked at the front fork of the bike. He suddenly remembered what the owner of the bike shop asked. So this was the main problem. Is the basket uncomfortable? Fang Xiaokang thought for a while. Why don't you just squat in my bag? In the end, Jing Tan didn't squat in the big travel bag. Instead, he stood on top of the bag. He had claws to hook onto the bag so that he wouldn't fall, and he wouldn't sway like he did in the basket. He could even step on Fang Xiaokang's head twice. Fang Xiaokang, who had his head stepped on, thought that the cat must have done it on purpose. No wonder people said that cats were vengeful. He should buy a hat the next time he went to the city. Otherwise the cat would really rebel. Third young Master Fang had never been stepped on like this before. After getting out of the village road and onto the national highway, the feeling was much better. There was no more bumping, and Zheng Tan could even take a nap on the bag. Zheng Tan was comfortable, but Fang Xiaokang gradually felt tired. After the novelty wore off, he began to feel tired. The backpack was heavy, and with a cat it was even heavier. After riding for a few hours, they found a place to rest. When they set off again, under Fang Xiaokang's complaints, Zheng Tan went back to squatting on the basket to relieve the pressure on third Uncle Fang. The roads on the national highway were much better than the village roads, so Zheng Tan didn't have much of an opinion. Just like that, they rode and stopped, and they didn't enter the city until evening. They found a small hotel to stay in. Because he didn't know if the owner of the hotel allowed him to bring a cat, Zheng Tan hid in the bag and went in. The room wasn't big. It was a single room. The other facilities were quite complete. After riding for half a day, Fang Xiaokang was so tired that he almost collapsed. However, before he collapsed, he took out his digital SLR camera and looked at the photos he took today. He also took out a small notebook to make some notes. While Fang Xiaokang was organizing the photos and notes, Zheng Tan ran to the bathroom. He filled the bathtub to the brim and adjusted the temperature of the water. Then he started to take a bath. He hadn't taken a bath in a long time. In addition, he was too tired from riding the basket today. Zheng Tan decided to take a good bath. His main purpose was to drown the fleas on his body. Zheng Tan was helpless about fleas. They couldn't be eradicated. Even if he didn't come into contact with other animals, he could still get some in the grass. He squeezed some shower gel, rubbed it casually, and started to swim. Based on his current size, this bathtub could indeed be used as a small swimming pool for Zheng Tan. It was better when he was a human. He wouldn't attract so many fleas. Zheng Tan sighed in his heart. When Fang Xiaokang finished organizing his things and went into the bathroom, he saw the black cat swimming in the bathtub. It looked very comfortable. Damn, it even squeezed shower gel. Fang Xiaokang had friends who also owned cats, so he had heard that most cats didn't like to take baths. Just as Zhao Lu said, this cat was very special. Black cats were really strange. Fang Xiaokang thought to himself. After Zheng Tan finished bathing, he found a hairdryer and dried his fur. The hairdryer was placed on the table. He turned on the button and set it to hot air. Then Zheng Tan constantly adjusted the angle to dry his fur. It was a little troublesome. As long as it could solve the problem, it was fine. When Fang Xiaokang came out of the bathroom, he looked at the only bed and the black cat lying in the middle. He was speechless for a long time. The cat's habit of occupying territory was really F***king annoying. The next day, the man and the cat slept until almost noon. Zheng Tan was fine. After taking a bath and getting rid of the fleas, he also had a good sleep and was full of energy. Fang Xiaokang, on the other hand, felt some intense pain in his neck and back. His spine also hurt, the aftereffects of riding a bike. Riding a mountain bike for a long distance also required attention. From the bike to the rider's posture, there were rules. Fang Xiaokang didn't know anything, so it was natural for him to be like this. After lunch, Fang Xiaokang and Zheng Tan went out. Fang Xiaokang wanted to take a good look around and learn more about the city. Zheng Tan didn't have anything special that interested him, so he just treated it as a free trip. Fang Xiaokang hung the camera around his neck. Zheng Tan stayed in the bag. Like before, he looked out from the zipper of the bag. These days, many big cities in the inland didn't have subways. The urban construction definitely couldn't be compared to a few years later. Zheng Tan didn't care about many things nowadays. He just looked around to kill time when he was bored. He didn't know what Fang Xiaokang was looking at, but he looked quite serious. In the evening, Fang Xiaokang came to a square. There were more people here. There was a commercial street nearby. Some people were dancing in the square. There were groups of young people and middle-aged women. The surroundings were noisy. Fang Xiaokang didn't want to stay here and was ready to leave. Before leaving, Zheng Tan's attention was attracted by the sound of a guitar and strings. Fang Xiaokang obviously noticed it too. He walked over. In the corner of the square, a few young people were singing. There were also people around watching, but not many. Some people even threw coins in front of them. Fang Xiaokang watched for a while. When they were resting, he went over to chat. These 5 young people weren't from this city, nor were they from the same place. They all met here and got along well. They were planning to start a band. They were in high school. They were still underage kids, but they didn't go to school. They said that they liked music so much that they wanted to go out and see the world. In many people's youth, they would have a dream of being a vagrant complex. This kind of vagrant was a yearning for freedom and the pursuit of dreams. It seemed that nothing could stop the young, restless, and ignorant heart. Jing Tan vaguely remembered seeing a vagrant singer in his 20s. He carried a guitar every day and sang in every corner of the city. Sometimes he would be invited to sing in small bars. When people talked about vagrant singers, they had the impression that they had no fixed place to stay and wandered around. Jing Tan only had a poor back view of the vagrant singer. He didn't have many memories of him. At that time, Jing Tan often went to clubs, KTVs, and other places. He didn't have the leisure to listen to street performers. He also had a disdainful attitude towards vagrant singers. Occasionally he would act as a philanthropist in front of beautiful girls and give them some money. He didn't treat it as a kind of spiritual enjoyment. In the end, it was just an occasional pastime. What I need is everyone's appreciation, not pity. We're not as unkempt as people think. We don't have a few lice in our hair. We're the so-called street art. The young man who was chatting with Fang Xiaokang said, sharing his thoughts. Then how much money do you guys make every day? Fang Xiaokang asked. The young man scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Not sure. When I was alone I didn't make much. It took me a few days to get enough money for a bus ticket. Now it's better. We'll just sing here for a while. The day before yesterday we contacted a small bar. We'll sing there later. It's still early. Singing here is just for practice. Fang Xiaokang looked at the coins on the ground thoughtfully. Before he left he found a shop and rented a guitar. It was not a very good guitar, and it was not as good as the ones in the hands of the children. At night, when he returned to the small hotel, Fang Xiaokang tried the guitar. At first he was a little shaky, but gradually he became proficient. Obviously he had practiced before. Jing Tan was about to go to bed when Fang Xiaokang called him over. Black charcoal, let's go perform tomorrow? Jing Tan was speechless. Why would this guy suddenly have such an idea? I heard that a lot of people perform with their pets. They make a lot of money. Here I've specially prepared this for you. As he spoke, Fang Xiaokang took out a glass can that he had finished eating. In his other hand he picked up a metal spoon from who knows where. He knocked the can with the spoon, making a crisp ding sound. Looking at the can and the spoon, Jing Tan roughly knew what Fang Xiaokang wanted him to do. However, at this time he pretended that he didn't understand. Seeing that the cat in front of him didn't respond, Fang Xiaokang thought to himself, that's not right. Zhao said that this cat can understand human language and is very capable. If you want to express something you can just say it directly. There's no need to use food to induce it. After a moment of silence, Fang Xiaokang said, didn't they say that you're very smart? Don't you know how to do this? It's not as magical as Zhao said. Provocation didn't work. Jing Tan continued to lower his head, pretending that he didn't know. How about this? You see, I don't have much pocket money. Look at the small hotel we're staying in now. The conditions are too bad. Tomorrow we'll perform on the streets. If we make more money we'll stay in a better hotel. The kind with double rooms. Each of us has a bed. It's spacious, not crowded, and we don't have to fight for pillows and blankets. What do you think? Jing Tan really thought about it this time. Just because Fang Xiaokang said that he didn't have pocket money didn't mean that he didn't have money. Therefore Jing Tan treated this sentence as a fart. However, if they could really change to a better hotel, Jing Tan would certainly be willing. There were flies and mosquitoes in this place and it was annoying. Also, if we make money we'll take a bus to the next city. We won't ride a bike. Jing Tan looked at Fang Xiaokang. He believed that they wouldn't ride a bike. Fang Xiaokang had suffered a lot riding a bike. He didn't want to ride a bike anymore, but he used it as a condition. However, if that was really the case, Jing Tan was willing to give it a try. He was afraid that Fang Xiaokang would suddenly decide to walk on foot. That would be terrible. Today he saw Fang Xiaokang shopping in a shop that sold tents. He probably did have that idea. Fang Xiaokang knocked on the glass jar twice with a metal spoon. Then he placed the spoon in front of Jing Tan, waiting for Jing Tan to make a decision. Jing Tan poked at the metal spoon. Even if he was willing to give it a try, this metal spoon wasn't easy to hold. Oh, there's also this. Fang Xiaokang took out a rolled-up paper tube and stuck it on the metal spoon with transparent tape. The paper tube was just enough for Jing Tan to put one of his arms in. Jing Tan looked at Fang Xiaokang. This guy really came prepared. He put his arm into the paper tube. When he raised his arm, he also raised the metal spoon and knocked on the glass jar. Ding! There was a crisp sound. Yes, just like that. Here, I'll sing a line and you knock it. Fang Xiaokang plucked the metal strings of his guitar and began to sing. Twinkle, 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 Jing Tan. So retarded. Seeing Fang Xiaokang looking at him, Jing Tan took a deep breath and knocked the spoon over. Ding. Very good. Continue. The sky is full of little stars. Ding. Hang in the sky and shine. Ding. They practiced until 11 o'clock. The person next door couldn't take it anymore and knocked on the door to scold them. Only then did the man and cat stop. The next day, Fang Xiaokang asked Jing Tan to continue practicing with him. After lunch, they took a nap and went out at 4 o'clock. The sky wasn't dark yet, but there were already more people at the square. In the corner, the 5 young people he saw yesterday were there again. After making some adjustments, they began to sing. The songs they sang included popular music and classic songs from the past. They were all songs that young people liked and were full of energy. Fang Xiaokang looked over there, then found a place where there was no one and put the prepared paper box in front of him. There was an opening on the paper box. Jing Tan felt that it was like a donation box, and he was the poor cat that needed everyone to do good. People around saw the situation and came over. Fang Xiaokang was wearing a hat, and he hadn't shaved his beard in the past few days. It was hard to see his original appearance. Jing Tan felt that he must have done it on purpose. After putting away the paper box, Fang Xiaokang put the glass bottle aside, then took out his guitar, leaned against the lamppost and began to strum. The curious gazes of the people around made Jing Tan's face hot. Whether he was a human or a cat, he had never performed in front of so many people. This made him very embarrassed. It was okay when he was in the hotel, after all, no one was looking. But now, with so many people looking at him, Jing Tan felt that the iron spoon weighed 1,000 pounds. He really didn't want to touch that thing. Not far away, the 5 young people finished singing Glorious Years, and also noticed them. Hey, it's about to start. Fang Xiaokang reminded Jing Tan. Jing Tan pulled his ears. It didn't seem good to leave now. It felt like he was running away. After mentally preparing himself, Jing Tan put his arm into the paper box of the iron spoon. More and more people gathered around out of curiosity. Fang Xiaokang also began to strum the guitar. His skills were not very good in the eyes of the young people. After a prelude, Fang Xiaokang's heroic voice sounded. Walking in all directions, the road is long and the river is long. Jing Tan braced himself and lifted the iron spoon to hit the glass bottle. Ding. Hazy and hazy, a village and a village, ding. Watching the setting sun come back, ding. The earth is not old, the sky is not desolate, the years are long and long. When Fang Xiaokang sang the first line, one of the young people who was drinking water spat it out. No one would have thought that this uncle would actually sing this song while playing the guitar. The playing was terrible and the singing was terrible, but more and more people gathered around. And many people began to throw money into the paper box. Jing Tan felt like an idiot. No, he and Fang Xiaokang were both idiots. Chapter 67. In a big city, the city square was always bustling at night. Music from the shops, various mobile advertisements, dynamic hip-hop tunes, and ethnic customs of old ladies. But tonight, more and more people gathered in the corner that people usually didn't pay attention to. Hey, let's go and see. There's a cat knocking on a bottle over there. Knocking on a bottle? Yeah, I heard that it's a homeless singer's pet. The 2 of them are performing. Sounds interesting. Let's go and see. Mom, I want to see the cat knocking on the bottle too. Okay, let's go and see the cat knocking on the bottle. The people in the city didn't have so many scruples about the black cat. They came to watch for something new and for fun. People's living standards had improved, and they didn't have to worry about food and clothing anymore. They would try to find entertainment for themselves to pass the time. It was the first time in a long time that they saw people performing with cats in the square. And the coordination was really good. Jing Tan looked at the increasing crowd of onlookers. He lowered his head and looked at the glass bottle in front of him seriously, but he didn't look at the audience. For Jing Tan, even if he didn't have a good character when he was a human, he still cared about his reputation. He never thought that there would be a day when he would be reduced to performing on the street and being watched by people. Jing Tan could only feel lucky that this wasn't the era of advanced communication a few years later. Otherwise, his knocking on the bottle would be posted on the internet, and it might even be reposted many times. That would be even more embarrassing. Following the tune of Fang Xiaokang's broken voice and knocking on the glass bottle, Jing Tan sighed in his heart. How could time pass so slowly? It felt like hours had passed, but in fact it was only 2 songs, less than 10 minutes. Jing Tan suddenly remembered something that Jiao Pa once said to Jiao Yuan: people have to learn to adjust themselves. When you don't want to face it but have to face it, you can try to change your mindset to comfort yourself. This will give you a better mentality to face the next challenge. Change my mindset and adjust my mentality? Zheng Tan raised his head slightly and looked at the cardboard box that had been stuffed with an unknown amount of money. Looking at it from another angle, this money was earned by knocking on bottles, not by sneaking through windows and doors. Speaking of which, why didn't he feel guilty when he was stealing things through the window? Why did he feel embarrassed when he was working as a street performer to earn money? To put it bluntly, it was just a matter of face. This was also a very ridiculous and shameless attitude, but it was something that many people had. However, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, it was indeed very unnatural. Looking at Fang Xiaokong, who was singing enthusiastically next to him, he had already gone off-key and forgotten his lines several times, but wasn't he still singing cheerfully? It seemed that he still had to grind his skin a little more. In order to roam the Jianghu, one had to be thick-skinned. For the first time, Zheng Tan understood the meaning of hard-earned money. His hands were sore from knocking on the bottles. Just as Fang Xiaokong was considering changing songs, Zheng Tan switched hands. The onlookers gasped in amazement again. Aya, that cat can even switch hands. My cat can do this too. He's probably tired, so pitiful. An auntie dug in her wallet, walked to the cardboard box and stuffed the money in her hand into it. With one person taking the lead, there was a second, a third. Fang Xiaokong sighed in his heart. A person's face was not as useful as a cat's. He had been singing for so long and his voice was hoarse, but no one cared. Instead, the cat next to him got sympathy just by changing hands. That woman just now took out 100 yuan in one go. It seemed that the living standards of the people in this city were indeed good. After singing 2 more old songs, Fang Xiaokong came to an intermission. At this time, someone came over to talk to Fang Xiaokong, asking him where he was from, where the cat came from, why he wanted to come here to sing, and so on. Zheng Tan was too lazy to listen to Fang Xiaokong's nonsense. This guy was not telling the truth and he was trying to trick people into sympathizing with him. As for the enthusiastic aunties around him, Zheng Tan could not stand it. He climbed up a tree next to him and no matter how the people below called him, he did not come down. Sometimes Zheng Tan did not understand why people liked to call cats Mimi when they saw them, regardless of whether the cat was male or female, or whether the cat had a name or not. The first person to call a cat that way was really King Talented. In the past, this word was only associated with big-breasted girls in Zheng Tan's dictionary. However, ever since he became a cat, he did not know how many times he had been called that. Every time he heard this word, no matter who it was, Zheng Tan would turn his head and walk away. Therefore, after the aunties below shouted Mimi at Zheng Tan's ears twitched, and he decisively climbed up the tree. While Zheng Tan was hiding from the enthusiastic aunties, and Fang Xiaokong was talking nonsense, the 5 young people singing in the corner were also talking. Is it the guy from yesterday? That uncle came to ask us questions yesterday. I didn't expect him to come with a guitar today. That uncle. I think I saw a camera hanging around his neck yesterday. It's a DSLR camera. Yes, a digital DSLR camera. That thing is quite expensive. The reason I remember it is because of his camera. After saying that, the 5 people were silent for a while, and then one of them said, "Damn, so this uncle actually has nothing better to do, so he came to steal business from us." When young people did this occasionally, it was called rebellion or curiosity. But if a man in his late 40s did this kind of thing, people would think that he was crazy. Actually, the important thing is that black cat, right? I suddenly feel like I've been hit, one of them said. The oldest one, Ajin, was the lead singer of this newly formed band, and also the boss of this new band. He greeted the people with different thoughts and prepared to continue singing. At this time, a woman with heavy makeup came over and greeted them. They knew this woman. She was the relative of the owner of the small bar who had invited them to sing. She had just come to shop and received a call from the owner of the bar, so she brought a message. After saying that, she flipped her hair and walked away in her thin high heels. She really looked down on these street performers. The message that the woman brought over was mainly to tell them that they did not have to go tonight. Another band that was singing in front of them was celebrating a birthday, and they were going to book the whole place. It was estimated that they would sing until the wee hours of the morning. The 5 young people did not look good. However, since leaving home until now, they had encountered a lot of things, and they had encountered similar situations. They had no money and no reputation now. To put it bluntly, they were nothing. They could not blame others for looking down on them. As the bassist of this new band, the young man stood aside and did not speak. He did not like to talk much. He strummed the bass in his hand, and the music was a little tired and struggling. Hey you guys. Just as the 5 young people were thinking about what to do for the rest of the night, Fang Xiaokong came to them and told them about his plan. Ensemble? As the lead singer and leader of the band, Ajin was a little surprised. Yes, ensemble. Of course, my level is limited, but I still have this understanding. So, it's not me who will work with you. As he spoke, Fang Xiaokong pointed to Jing Tan, who was squatting in the tree and looking up at the stars. We'll come over and join you. How about it? Ajin thought about it. From the situation just now, he knew that the cat could attract people. Of course, it would be okay if everyone came over and cooperated. Moreover, when they were discussing just now, they were ready to leave the city for the next stop. Anyway, they were not in a hurry. After making the decision, Ajin nodded. I have no problem. What about everyone? The other four did not object. They were very happy to have such a special experience before leaving. They had never worked with a cat before. Zheng Tan had been squatting in the tree and counting the stars out of boredom, but he was told to play with those people. Charcoal, look, your uncle can't sing anymore. My voice is hoarse and I don't have enough money. If I work with those little fellows, I can earn more money. You just have to squat at the side and show your appreciation. You don't have to work too hard. Fang Xiaokong looked up and said to Zheng Tan, and those little guys are quite pitiful. Today is probably the last time they will sing in this city. They will leave tomorrow. I want to help, but I don't have as much influence as you do. Zheng Tan looked at some people who were still standing around and did not leave. Then he looked at the 5 young people who were 17 or 18 years old. He thought about it. He was already somewhat resistant to this kind of shameless performance. It was okay to help a little and make some money. Anyway, he just needed to pretend to knock on the bottle twice. After discussing, Zheng Tan came to the 5 young people. Facing the black cat, the 5 young people did not know how to get along with it. Fang Xiaokong came from behind to help carry the bottle and spoon. After discussing with Ajin, he borrowed a high stool and put the bottle and spoon on the side. Zheng Tan jumped onto the high stool. This time he felt better than at the beginning. He was more shameless and adjusted his mentality. Isn't it just knocking on the spoon twice? What's the big deal? Seeing that they were ready to start again, the crowd slowly gathered again. It was only 8 o'clock. The city's nightlife was very rich, not to mention the commercial square here. Compared to before, there were actually more people at this time. The 5 young people were not sure if they could cooperate with a cat. Fang Xiaokong came over and said a few words to calm them down. Jing Tan, who was standing at the side, had some complaints. Could it be that these brats were looking down on him? Seeing Jing Tan pulling his ears like that, Fang Xiaokong knew that the cat must be angry again. Okay, let's get started. Fang Xiaokong waved his hand and put the paper box in a conspicuous place. Then he retreated to the side and sat down to watch. Seeing the paper box, the 5 young people's expressions were very unnatural. It was too straightforward. Their skills were still not as high as Fang Xiaokong's. Hey, these little guys are still shy? Fang Xiaokong said to the person sitting next to him. There was also a middle-aged man sitting there. He was the owner of the musical instrument store where Fang Xiaokong rented the guitar. In addition to guitars and basses, Ajin and the others rented drums and keyboards from this shop. Most of the time he would come here to listen to these young people sing. Chapter 68. The 5 of them had worked together for a while so they could understand each other with just a few syllables. Ajin plucked the guitar in his hand, signaled everyone to get ready, paused and looked at the cat on the stool next to him. Zheng Tan was already impatiently wagging his tail. Wasn't it just singing a song? Did they need foreplay? Dilly-dally. To be on the safe side, their first song was not fast, and the rhythm was similar to Fang Xiaokong's. Of course, it was definitely not like Fang Xiaokong's style. Zheng Tan knocked on the glass bottle again and again. It was not difficult for him to grasp the rhythm, and the onlookers were more tolerant of cats than people. Even if there was a mistake, everyone would understand. After all, it was a cat. After the song, Ajin and the others were very happy. They thought that the sound of knocking on the glass would be abrupt, but they did not expect that after the rhythm was fixed, the effect would be very good. They could try to add similar elements in the future. Giving Zheng Tan a thumbs up, Ajin was ready to change to a slightly faster song. Zheng Tan was secretly proud, and the tip of his tail unconsciously twitched. Sure enough, he was proud. Look at the crowd as well as the girl with big eyes, her hands were red from clapping. Compared to the time when he cooperated with Fang Xiaokong, Zheng Tan felt much better now. It had nothing to do with the onlookers but with the acceptance of music. He could not understand Fang Xiaokong's feelings for old songs like Go Square, but he could easily immerse himself in this kind of rock-style pop song. After all, Zheng Tan's body was also a young man's soul and thoughts. In the corner of the square, under the blurred lights, the rhythmic music came out. When the music started, even the bass player, who was usually a little dull, still looked silent and calm, but the syllables he plucked were full of movement and rhythm. When they were immersed in the performance, Ajin and the others had forgotten that there was a cat squatting next to them, and that they were performing with a cat at this time. Instead, they sang the rhythmic songs according to their previous habits. After a series of hurried syllables, when it entered the chorus, it was like a new green that broke free from its shackles and broke out of the ground, swaying freely, sweeping away all shyness and restraint. It was not only the rhythm and melody that affected people, but also the wanton passion that was infused into it. Hot-blooded youth. It was not only the song that made people excited but also the atmosphere. It provided people with a way to release themselves, just for this moment to let loose. Just for this moment it was enough. They were still young and might not be able to express the mature emotions of the original singer, but they had already taken a big step forward. Who could say for sure that they would not shine in the future? If Zheng Tan had a playful attitude at the beginning, he had already immersed himself in it. He knocked on the bottles with great passion, which was completely different from the lazy attitude he had when he first cooperated with Fang Xiaokang. Young people were always easily affected by the atmosphere and did not know what they were doing. Even if it was just a cat now, it was still the same. The owner of the musical instrument store, who was sitting not far away, praised, "Your cat is good at knocking bottles. This is the first time I've seen a cat knock bottles like this, like you're stirring up eggs." Fang Xiaokang. Ah. It was also the first time he had seen it. More and more people gathered around. At first, most of them were people who came to watch the cat knock bottles, such as parents with children and aunties who had just finished dancing. Gradually, a group of young people gathered here. People liked to watch and join in the fun. Seeing that there were so many people here, everyone came over. Then they were affected by the atmosphere. Some sang along, some clapped, and some cheered. For the young people it was a familiar song and it was easy to pick it up. Fang Xiaokang took out a camera from his backpack and began to take pictures. "Hey, isn't this in DSLR? If you have the money to buy in DSLR, why are you here performing? Are performers so rich now?" Someone who had seen Fang Xiaokang sing asked. "No." Fang Xiaokang calmly raised his finger and pointed in a direction. "I borrowed it from a student of the photography club over there. I have to return it later." The man looked in the direction that Fang Xiaokang was pointing at. There were people everywhere, so he couldn't tell which one he was referring to. However, there were indeed photography clubs here. Every once in a while, someone would come here to hold a student photography exhibition. Shaking his head, the person did not say anything else. When Zheng Tan was tired of knocking, he would switch to his left hand. After a while he would switch back. He had a lot of fun, and when he knocked bottles he would look at the cardboard box from time to time. Seeing people constantly putting money into the cardboard box, Zheng Tan was even happier. They did not leave until after 10 o'clock at night, when there were fewer people in the square. Zheng Tan threw the iron spoon away and rushed to the cardboard box to take a look. The light was not good, so he could not see how much money was inside. However, it should be enough to pay for the car and the hotel. When Ajin was packing up after the event, he still hadn't calmed down. "For a moment just now, I felt like I was a celebrity. So many people supported me and cheered for me. It was just like the dream I had back then." Yes, that feeling was so good. The others echoed his sentiments. The owner of the music store went over to talk to them. Tomorrow these boys would go to the north. He wanted to encourage and teach them a lesson now so that they would not be unable to get out of a bad situation in the future. There was still a long way to go. Fang Xiaokang did not immediately calculate the money in the box. After the show, he sealed the box, helped the boys pack up their equipment and carried it to the music store. He also calculated the money in the store. 3,600? Ajin and the other four were shocked. Usually when they sang in the square, they would only earn a few dozen yuan an hour. When they were alone it was even less. Therefore they usually just regarded singing in the square as an experience, a kind of training for themselves. They did not expect to make much money from it. However, the number now made them unable to believe it. They were not from a serious school, nor were they famous. They were just novices. After experiencing street performances, this money was really a lot for them. Fang Xiaokang took 1,800 yuan and handed the rest to Ajin. "Here we agreed to split it 50-50. "Well, Mr. Fang, your money is also in there. You should take more," Ajin said. Even if they knew that they had made more money this time, they also understood that without the black cat, they would not have been able to successfully attract the attention of so many people in the square. "That's it. Let's go." Without further explanation, Fang Xiaokang stuffed the money into his bag and walked out with his bag on his back. Zheng Tan also hurried to follow. He had no objection to Fang Xiaokang's distribution. After all, Fang Xiaokong was not poor, and 1,800 yuan was enough for a car and a hotel. He did not need a 5-star hotel as long as it was better than the previous small hotel. Thanks, brother cat. Ajin raised his hand and shouted. Jing Tan wagged his tail and did not look back. They still had things left in the small hotel. They originally wanted to check out, but the landlord said that they had to check out before noon. After that, they would have to stay for another day. In order to leave the small hotel as soon as possible, Zheng Tan poked Fang Xiaokong in his backpack, hoping that this guy would just check out. After all, he had made money by singing tonight. In the end, Fang Xiaokong did not pay a dime. He only gave away the second-hand mountain bike. Since he was not going to ride it again, he might as well use it for the last time. After leaving the small hotel, the man and the cat went to the nearest 4-star hotel. In order to get there faster, Fang Xiaokong was going to take a shortcut. There was a small path there, so there was no need to take a detour. There were street lights on the side of the road, but it was too late and there were not many people at this time. As they walked, Zheng Tan's ears twitched. He looked out from the zipper of his backpack and saw 2 sneaky figures behind them. Were they robbers? No matter if they were or not, they did not seem like good people. Zheng Tan poked Fang Xiaokong. Got it? Fang Xiaokong said in a low voice. Since Fang Xiaokong said that he knew, Zheng Tan did not remind him anymore. Instead, he focused his attention on the 2 people behind them. After confirming that there were only 2 people, Zheng Tan breathed a sigh of relief. If there were only 2 people, it would be fine. If there were more, he would not be able to handle it. The 2 people were getting closer and closer, and they were holding a steel pipe in their hands. It was obvious that they were not good people. When one of them came closer, Zheng Tan jumped out of his backpack and clawed at the man's face. Then, with his flexibility, he dodged the man's swing. He jumped up and kicked the man twice. This time he used his real strength and both kicks landed on the man's lower body. Motherf asterisk Kerr, you actually want to rob me of the hard-earned money that I earned by shamelessly performing? Do you want to die or do you want to die? Another kick. Zheng Tan thought that since he was not going to stay here for long, there was no need to hide. He would leave tomorrow. Even if these people wanted to take revenge on him, they would not be able to find him. When Fang Xiaokong knocked the other person out with his stick, he turned around and saw the cat kicking the man's crotch. The man who was kicked screamed as if he was castrated. The steel pipe in his hand had already fallen to the ground. After being kicked, the man lay on the ground and wailed. Zheng Tan ignored him and looked at Fang Xiaokong. This guy was holding a baton. It seemed that he was prepared. Let's go. Don't worry about them. They are just hooligans, Fang Xiaokong said as he put away the baton. Zheng Tan pulled his ears and jumped into Fang Xiaokong's backpack. They were almost at the hotel. Cats were not allowed there, so it was better to hide. Before they got out of the alley, Fang Xiaokong's phone rang. Yo, second brother, why are you calling me at this time? I haven't slept yet. I'm looking for a hotel. I just ran into some trouble. Someone wanted to rob me. Oh, I didn't hit him hard this time. I only hit him once. Also, you don't know how arrogant he was when he came out. He said, get out, leave the cat and put the money box on the side. Oh *ck, don't you think he deserved a beating? This place is not safe. Tell your brother-in-law to be careful when he comes over. Kids don't even dare to come here. Zheng Tan was speechless. That was *king nonsense. Chapter 69. The next day, Zheng Tan hid in Fang Xiaokong's bag and prepared to leave the hotel. The receptionist took a second look at Fang Xiaokong's big backpack. She probably didn't expect someone who looked so down and out to be staying in a hotel like this. She was still trying to guess what was in the backpack. Sir, your backpack's zipper isn't closed. The receptionist was trying to remind him out of kindness, but she couldn't finish her sentence because she had already seen the cat's whiskers through the unzipped opening. The receptionist opened her mouth and looked at Fang Xiaokong. The guy gave her a bright smile and swaggered away. After leaving the hotel, Zheng Tan didn't feel too restrained. He jumped out and walked beside Fang Xiaokong. It was too uncomfortable to be in the backpack. Yo, the car is here, Fang Xiaokong said. Zheng Tan stretched his neck and looked. He didn't recognize which car Fang Xiaokong was talking about. There were too many cars parked in the hotel's parking lot. Fang Xiaokong walked towards a very ordinary-looking private car and raised his hand to greet the person sitting in the driver's seat. This was what Fang Xiaokong meant when he said, save on the fare. When Fang Xiaokong opened the car door, Zheng Tan saw another person sitting in the back. He was about the same age as Fang Xiaokong, but this person looked more serious and dignified. It didn't matter if he was serious or not. Zheng Tan just hoped that this person was reliable and didn't look like Fang Xiaokong. Mayor Yuan, congratulations on taking office. Fang Xiaokong got into the car and sat down. He didn't care what the people next to him thought. He directly put the backpack with mud spots on the empty seat next to him. He patted the last bit of space in the back seat and said to Zheng Tan, who was still watching from outside the car, "Get in." Zheng Tan looked at the other person in the back seat, then looked at the small space in the back seat, and then looked at the empty front passenger seat. He jumped into the car and sat in the front. "Hey, this cat is really..." Fang Xiaokong laughed. He ignored Zheng Tan and started chatting with the people next to him. Zheng Tan squatted in the passenger seat. He felt that this spacious place was more comfortable than squeezing in with Fang Xiaokong's big backpack. Most importantly, the car didn't look like much from the outside, but the interior looked pretty good. It should have been modified. Looking at the driver next to it, he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. It wasn't that Zheng Tan had seen this person before, but that this person gave Zheng Tan a similar feeling to Celestine. This person was probably a bodyguard and driver. Thinking back to the great Mayor Yuan that Fang Xiaokong had mentioned just now, it was understandable. The driver next to him sensed Zheng Tan's gaze and turned his head to look. It was a bit inappropriate for the cat to squat in the passenger seat, but since the boss didn't say anything, he didn't say anything. It was fine as long as the cat didn't interfere with driving. But now, seeing the cat staring at him, and the look in its eyes didn't seem like something a cat should have, he felt a chill run down his spine. This cat was really King evil. The driver felt goosebumps all over his body, so much so that when the boss ordered him to drive, his reaction was slow for a few seconds. Shifting his gaze from the driver to the window, Zheng Tan leaned over the car seat and looked at the tall building outside through the window. Although his eyes were looking out the window, his ears were perked up. He listened to the conversation between Fang Xiaokong and the person in the back, because Zheng Tan had noticed that the two people were talking about the robbery incident last night. Fang Xiaokong took a document from Mayor Yuan and cursed, "These two people still have the nerve to sue me? Also, they obviously colluded with each other. I only hit one of them with a stick and only once. The rest has nothing to do with me. If I had known, I would have beaten them until they couldn't even speak. They're just two punks, why are they acting so smug?" It turned out that the two people who had been beaten up by Zheng Tan and Fang Xiaokong last night had run over to sue Fang Xiaokong for malicious injury, and even mentioned attempted murder. "Then tell me about the injuries on that person's body." "A cat kicked him." Mayor Yuan pinched his eyebrows. He didn't expect to encounter such an incident as soon as he was transferred. "Anyway, it's none of my business." Fang Xiaokong threw the document in his hand aside and spread his hands. Even if that person really became a eunuch, it can only be said that he was unlucky and asked for it. Last night, of all things, he tried to rob others and even brought a steel pipe. Besides, this person has a criminal record. Even if he knows a few people and has some connections, it can't be denied that he's a scoundrel. He just wants to extort money. Fang Xiaokong rattled on for a while and concluded with one sentence, "Anyway, it wasn't me who kicked him in the balls." Seeing that Mayor Yuan was deep in thought, Fang Xiaokong snorted. "Don't put on a sad face. This incident is just an excuse for you to take action. A new broom sweeps clean. If there's a place for you to burn, you have to burn it properly, right?" After saying that, Fang Xiaokong kicked the passenger seat. "Meaning, I have to take responsibility for the trouble you caused." Zheng Tan pulled his ears and pretended that he didn't know anything. After all, it was just a cat now. Who would believe that a cat almost beat someone into a eunuch? Even the beaten robber didn't dare to tell the truth. Who would believe the truth? Or maybe they felt that it was embarrassing to say it out loud, and didn't want people to know that it was actually a cat that almost made him into a eunuch? No matter what the situation was, Zheng Tan believed that the person in the backseat could solve it. It wasn't his turn to worry about it. After that, the two of them stopped talking about the two badly beaten robbers and started to talk about family matters. Zheng Tan wasn't interested in that. He looked out the window and estimated when they could leave the city. More than an hour later, the car stopped. Zheng Tan jumped out of the car. According to Fang Xiaokong, they would transfer to another car here. This car would send them all the way to Jianghu City. Therefore, Zheng Tan was very excited. He didn't have to walk, squat in the bicycle basket, ride on the little tricycle, or perform on the streets. Most importantly, it meant that he could return to Jianghu City very soon, and return to the peaceful family compound. Just thinking about it made Zheng Tan so excited that he couldn't sleep. Counting the days carefully, it had been more than a month since he was caught. Zheng Tan felt like a few years had passed in the past month. Using the word torture wasn't enough to describe how Zheng Tan felt about this experience. The car that sent Zheng Tan and Fang Xiaokong to Jianghu City was quite luxurious. There were some clean clothes and other things in the car. They were all for Fang Xiaokang. In the words of Mayor Yuan, pay attention to your image. Don't go there and become a joke. Zheng Tan wasn't sure who the joke referred to by Mayor Yuan was, but he was too lazy to guess. He just needed to know that he could return to Chuhua City. The driver of the SUV knew Fang Xiaokang. He was sent by Fang Xiaokang's second brother. Looking at the SUV driving away, Mayor Yuan sighed. He's almost 40 years old, but he's still less worrisome than a cat. If Jiao Pa knew how Mayor Yuan felt, he would definitely say, this cat is actually even more worrisome. After the SUV drove onto the highway, Zheng Tan would occasionally look at the signs on the highway. Fang Xiaokang was holding a map and Zheng Tan would also look at it. Then, using the signs, he would estimate how far they were from Chuhua City. Originally, Zheng Tan thought that they would arrive at Chuhua City very quickly. However, Fang Xiaokang instructed the driver to take a detour. They could have taken a straight line, but they had to take a turn midway. They wanted to go to a city with a long history to see the scenery, take photos, eat some local snacks and walk around for a few days. For the first 2 days, although Zheng Tan wasn't very happy, he was quite interested in eating, drinking and having fun. However, after repeating the same thing, Zheng Tan wasn't happy. He wasn't in the mood to see the scenery. So what if the city had a long history? So what if the local snacks were delicious? So what if he was with Fang Xiaokang? Zheng Tan really didn't have the mood to walk around. However, the driver only listened to Fang Xiaokang. Zheng Tan couldn't do anything about it. He couldn't just let the driver take him, right? Since he couldn't change Fang Xiaokang's mind, Zheng Tan changed his method. When he followed Fang Xiaokang to a city on the way, Zheng Tan would ask Fang Xiaokang to buy some small souvenirs. If he liked the souvenirs, he would jump over and hug them. Then he would wait for Fang Xiaokang to pay. Thinking of the colors and styles that everyone in the Jiao family liked, Zheng Tan picked a few of them. The driver who followed Fang Xiaokang went from being surprised to being calm, and then to being numb. He was already used to Zheng Tan picking souvenirs. Moreover, if Fang Xiaokang was busy taking photos and didn't have time, he would be the one to pay for the souvenirs. This was the first time the driver felt that cats were really king troublesome animals. They walked and stopped and took a long detour. After a week, they entered Jinghan province, which was the province where Chuhua City was located. Just when Zheng Tan felt that the light was in front of him, Fang Xiaokang asked the driver to stop again. They went to a county not far from Chuhua City to play for a few days, saying that they were going fishing there. Zheng Tan wanted to slap him. In the future he would never ride with this kind of person. He was too much of a troublemaker. Didn't you say that you would stay for 10 days to half a month? Why are you going back so early? Fang Xiaokang sat by the lake, fishing leisurely with a fishing rod. Zheng Tan squatted on a tree nearby, pulling his ears and ignoring him. It had been 10 days since he contacted the Jiao Pa. Was he really going to wait for half a month? Yesterday when he called the Jiao Pa with Fang Xiaokang's phone, the Jiao Pa said that things were almost done there, and that Zheng Tan could go back at any time. Woof woof, woof woof woof. Beside him, a black dog was happily jumping on the spot. This dog was raised by a farmer nearby. It always liked to watch people fishing, and it would bark excitedly whenever there was a movement. It took the bait? Fang Xiaokang hurriedly raised his rod. We have fish to eat tonight. Zheng Tan yawned and ignored them. He was bored, so he ran to Fang Xiaokang's big backpack, unzipped it and took out his phone. Chapter 70. Zheng Tan decided to make phone calls every day because he felt that he wouldn't be able to return to Chuhua City anytime soon. Every time he called, Zheng Tan would be on the dot. By this time, the two children should have returned home from school. Then he would listen to little Pomelo and Jiao Yuan complain about what happened at school. Even though there was not much substance to the conversation, Zheng Tan's mood was inexplicably better after the call. Even though he could not speak on the phone, hearing the voice on the other side of the phone made him feel at ease. The tip of his tail wagged slowly. After the phone call, Zheng Tan threw his almost dead phone into his bag. At this time, Fang Xiaokang also put away his fishing pole. He asked the driver to help deliver the fish to the farmer. Since he was bored, Zheng Tan saw a small plant next to him. He raised his paw and played with it. Zheng Tan often saw this kind of plant. Could be found everywhere. There was almost no geographical restriction. Are you playing with plantain? Fang Xiaokang held a bun in his hand and nibbled on it as he walked over. He was hungry from fishing. Dinner wouldn't be ready anytime soon, so he asked for a few buns to fill his stomach first. Fang Xiaokang handed the bun that he took a bite out of to Zheng Tan. He asked, "Do you want to eat it?" Zheng Tan looked at the gap on the bun and turned his head. He was very disgusted. Oh, I remember Associate Professor Jiao said that you don't eat things that others have bitten. Okay, I'll bite off the part that I've bitten. Fang Xiaokong took a few more bites from the gap and handed it to Zheng Tan. Do you want to eat it? Zheng Tan. Are you King insulting my intelligence? Forget it. This bun is pretty good. It's made with good pork. I can tell. Fang Xiaokong finished the bun in his hand in a few bites. He then squatted down and looked at the grass in front of Zheng Tan. Do you know why this grass is called plantain? Fang Xiaokong asked. Zheng Tan paused in the middle of plucking the grass. He really didn't know about this. Perhaps it was because it was too common so he didn't pay much attention to it. In ancient times, whether it was official carriages, private carriages, ox carts, horse carriages, rickshaws, wedding carriages, torture carriages, or war chariots, there would always be this kind of grass on the side of the road. However, why did it have to be called plantain grass and not plantain grass or plantain grass? There was a story that had to be mentioned. In the Han Dynasty there was a famous general called Ma Wu. He was defeated in a battle. Coincidentally, there was a drought and all the crops died. His troops retreated to the wilderness where there was no sign of human habitation. Many people and horses died of thirst. Those who did not die also fell ill and peed blood. Later, a coachman found that a few horses were no longer peeing blood, and they were very energetic. They no longer looked sickly. After observing them, he found that these horses were eating a kind of wild grass. He tried it himself and his condition was much better. Ma Wu asked him where he found the grass. The coachman said that it was in front of the carriage. Ma Wu laughed and said, "What a good plantain grass." Zheng Tan listened to Fang Xiaokong's story of the plantain grass. He raised his paw and plucked the grass with wrinkled leaves. He really didn't expect this grass to have such a story and medicinal value. However, after listening to Fang Xiaokong's story, this person also had a lot of feelings for the plantain grass. After telling the story of Ma Wu and the plantain grass, Fang Xiaokong looked into the distance. On the other side of the pond, behind the brick wall with grass and vines growing on it, there were a few wisps of smoke floating in the air. The smell of oil that belonged to a farmer's family was overflowing. My grandfather said that he was like this grass. It was so common that it could be found anywhere and it was easy to find. However, at the right time, it could display its brilliance and make people unable to forget it. Hey, speaking of which, when I was young, I used this grass to cure my mumps. Before that, I never thought that the grass that I stepped on every day would become my own medicine. The driver who came out of the farmer's house saw third young master Fang squatting beside the cat and talking to himself. He suddenly understood why the other members of the Fang family had a helpless expression when they talked about third young master Fang. Sometimes, third young master Fang looked like a lunatic and unreliable. However, at the right time he was sharp enough. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become the chairman of the Xiaoguang group. Everyone in the Fang family knew that every time Fang Xiaokong's career hit a low point or when he was unable to make a decision regarding the important development plans of the group, he would disappear for a period of time. He would say that he was on a business trip to the outside world, but in fact he was going out alone to travel or simply stroll around. Every time Fang Xiaokong returned, the Xiaoguang group would experience a huge leap. The driver shook his head. Ordinary people couldn't understand this way of thinking. After he finished speaking, Fang Xiaokong got up and stretched his legs. Then he walked towards the farmer's house while singing a little tune. Walking on the small road in the countryside, the old cow returning at dusk is my companion. Zheng Tan stretched his body and looked at the gradually darkening sky as he walked back. 2 days later, Fang Xiaokong finally decided to leave. When he left, he also bought some local specialties, especially the buns made by the farmer's house. Fang Xiaokong liked it very much and also brought them along to eat on the way. Finally, it was time to leave. Zheng Tan didn't sleep much the night before or during the day. The main reason was that he was too excited. From here to Chuhua City, if they took the highway, it would take more than 3 hours. If they left in the morning, they would arrive at Chuhua City at noon. They could have lunch there. After all, Chuhua City was a big city. Even if they arrived at the city at noon, it would still take more than 40 minutes to get to Chuhua University. This was under the condition that there was no traffic jam. If there was a traffic jam, it would take even longer. Therefore, when they arrived at noon, they first found a place to have lunch. During lunch, Fang Xiaokong left for a while. When he reappeared, he was wearing a business suit and leather shoes. His hair was combed neatly and not a single strand was out of place. His entire aura had changed. He had the aura of an elite and looked like a boss. He was really pretentious. He didn't know where he put that big backpack. Fang Xiaokong had a new phone in his hand with a new color screen. He didn't know where he hid the previous one. The driver knew that if a similar situation happened again, third young Master Fong would be prepared to leave the house. The set of equipment that he put away would definitely be used again. On the way to Chuhua University, Zheng Tan listened to Fang Xiaokong talk nonsense with a few bosses in Chuhua City on his phone. He thought about the person who played the guitar and sang "Go Square in the Square. Clothes make the man." He was indeed extraordinary. When they passed by a crossroad, they happened to run into a red light. The car stopped in front of the zebra crossing. Zheng Tan stood up and looked to the side. A silver-gray private car slowly drove over. Zheng Tan looked at it. Why did it look so familiar? When the silver-gray car stopped beside Zheng Tan's off-road vehicle at the red light, Zheng Tan saw the person in the driver's seat. At the same time, the person in the driver's seat seemed to have sensed him and turned his head to look at him. Human eyes met cat eyes. *CK. I was wondering why it looked so familiar. So it was this guy. Zheng Tan clenched his claws and scurried from the back seat to the front passenger seat. There was a box of local specialties on the front passenger seat. Zheng Tan stood on it and narrowed his eyes to look at the person through the window. The person in the silver-gray car was Rin Chong. However, Professor Rin Chong was no longer the person who pretended to be a gentleman. He looked very tired, depressed, and unwilling. Anyone who was forced to leave would be like this, let alone someone like Rin Chong, who always prided himself on being superior and an elite who returned from overseas. Not to mention whether he had any self-esteem or not, with Rin Chong's unwillingness to admit defeat and his unscrupulous nature, how could he calm down after being forced to such a state? How could he not hate? He gritted his teeth. The strong hatred made his face contort. Just as he was thinking about how to retaliate, he turned his head and saw the black cat outside the window. At this moment, Rin Chong felt as if he had been thrown into a tank of liquid nitrogen and would shatter with a single tap. His hatred was replaced by fear. Rin Chong was sure that the cat in the car next door was the one that belonged to Associate Professor Jiao. Although there were many black cats that looked like this one, looking at the way it squinted its eyes, there was no doubt that it was that cat. However, wasn't this cat caught by the cat trafficker and disposed of? Why would it appear here? Why would it appear again? Rin Chong didn't understand and didn't want to believe it. Zheng Tan looked at Rin Chong. He already knew that he was caught because of this person in front of him. He was the culprit who almost turned him into a hot pot. Even if Jiao Pa and the others didn't say it explicitly, Zheng Tan still analyzed it himself. If he wasn't locked in the car and Rin Chong's window was closed, Zheng Tan would definitely jump over and beat this bastard hypocrite to death. *CK. What did my cat do to piss you off? You actually hired a professional cat trafficker to catch me and even used a tranquilizer gun. If it weren't for my special body, I would have been anesthetized to death. Also, the street in the south is full of cat meat restaurants. It's simply a physical and mental torture. Zheng Tan looked at Rin Chong with a murderous look. It raised its paw and swiped at its neck. Rin Chong's face immediately turned pale. What kind of cat could make such a murderous and threatening move? Rin Chong had never seen it before. Even when he found someone to dispose of the cat, it was just a guess. But now he really noticed the strangeness of this cat. Then his mind was filled with the black cat's movements just now. Every detail of its movements was magnified in his mind. The murderous look in its eyes, the sharp claws and the swipe in the air. It felt like it was swiping at his neck. It felt cold. Rin Chong shuddered. Just then the light turned green and the SUV started. Rin Chong's car was still in the same place. The cars behind began to honk to urge him, but Rin Chong didn't know. His back was now covered in cold sweat. The things that had happened in the past few days had drained him. He often had nightmares at night all about the black cat. Every time he woke up, he could comfort himself that the cat had been disposed of and that he didn't need to worry. But he didn't expect to meet the cat here. Bang bang bang. The sound of knocking on the car window brought Rin Chong back to reality. *King Drive. What are you doing here? Did you bring your brain? It's red light again. *CK. A car owner took advantage of the red light to come out of the car and knock on the door. When the green light turned green again, Rin Chong was still a little out of it. He should have turned left, but he kept driving. When he reacted, he hurriedly made a sharp turn. He didn't control the car well and directly hit the roadside lamp. Chapter 71. Not far from the intersection, there was another inconspicuous car parked there. The person inside was making a phone call. We really didn't do it. We haven't even stopped him and he got into trouble himself. It can only be attributed to fate. Tell Brother Leopard that Rin Chong has been sent to the hospital. We'll see what Brother Leopard says about the rest. We'll call it a day. Chuhua City High-Tech Development Zone, Tianyuan Biology. A person sat opposite Celestine. He was about the same age as Celestine. He had no expression on his face, and it was the same when he answered the phone. Celestine had long been used to this. After all, they were buddies who grew up together. "What's up? Is there a new situation?" Celestine asked. The person opposite him put his phone in his pocket and said, "Leopard said that the person got into trouble while driving. They didn't do anything." Celestine was curious. Even if Rin Chong got into trouble, he wouldn't be so crazy that he couldn't drive steadily. "Your people really didn't do anything? Didn't they threaten him?" "No." The person opposite him said affirmatively. "Now he's in the hospital. He'll probably stay there for a while. What are you going to do?" Celestine thought for a while and waved his hand. "Forget it. Ask your people to leave. I'll take care of the rest." The person opposite him nodded, made a brief phone call, and sat down again. "Howsy, have you thought about the matter I told you last time?" Celestine asked. "About the transportation? I've already started to choose people," Yi Hao said. "That's good. Yuan Ziyi has been urging for the past few days. The quantity of goods is quite large and some of the samples are quite special. He's planning to set up a specialized logistics department after expansion. It's best to decide on the candidates this week. He said he wants to start training as soon as possible." The two of them discussed the candidates again. Yi Hao looked at the time and got up to leave. Before leaving, Yi Hao asked a question. "Did you really do all that just for a cat?" Yi Hao was referring to some of the things that had happened a while ago, such as the investigation of a group of cat traffickers and the university professor whose surname was Ren. Yi Hao could not understand why these people would make such a big move for a cat. No matter what, it was just a cat. Was it necessary? It could really be called a murder case caused by a cat. Celestine smiled. "Yes, my senior still owes that cat a favor. Anyway, it's a very special cat. You'll know when you meet it. Oh, that guy seems to be coming back soon." Yi Hao did not comment on Celestine's words. He patted the corner of his clothes and left. At this moment, Jing Tan, who was sitting in the off-road vehicle, didn't know what had happened in Chuhua City during his absence. When Ren Chang's car hit the street lamp, Jing Tan's car was already far away, so he didn't know what had happened to Ren Chong. When the green light turned green and the two cars separated, Jing Tan was still thinking about when he could take revenge. Fang Xiaokong saw the scene that happened when the car stopped at the red light. As for Ren Chong, Fang Xiaokong had already obtained information about him through some means, so he recognized Ren Chong. He planned to add fuel to the fire when he had the time. When the off-road vehicle was about to arrive at Chuhua University, Jing Tan put aside his other thoughts and looked at the familiar roads and buildings. He couldn't sit still anymore, so he stood on the chair and leaned against the window to look out. After more than a month, the leaves on many trees had grown thick. He didn't know what the compound was like. The off-road vehicle drove in through the main gate of Chuhua University, but Fang Xiaokong and the driver didn't know where the East Side family compound was, so they could only ask along the way. Jing Tan was really impatient. He scratched the window and asked Fang Xiaokong to open it, then he jumped out. The familiar environment made Jing Tan feel relaxed. Jing Tan took a deep breath and smelled the familiar scent in the air. He felt like his heart was about to float. He didn't care about Fang Xiaokong anymore. Jing Tan started running. Even though he had only been away for a month, he had experienced so many things that it felt like years. However, when he set foot in this place again, the familiar route naturally appeared in Jing Tan's mind. The leaves of the sycamore trees by the road had grown so long that they could cover the sky above the road. The noisy birds on campus didn't seem so annoying anymore. Running among the flowers and plants on the side of the road, his originally tired body became lighter and lighter in the wind that blew against his face. What did it feel like to be anxious to return home? Now Jing Tan finally understood. In the off-road vehicle, the driver looked at Fang Xiaokong. Fang Xiaokong gave him a helpless look. "Follow me." However, within 2 minutes they couldn't see the cat anymore. Why did the cat run so fast? It's so impatient. "Ask the people next to you where the East Side family compound is," Fang Xiaokong said. Fang Xiaokong and the others couldn't find Jing Tan because Jing Tan ran fast and was in the flowers and plants. Another reason was that Jing Tan took a shortcut. After staying at Chuhua University for so long, Jing Tan walked around every day when he had nothing to do. He knew where the shortcuts were. Therefore, in order to reach the East Side family compound as soon as possible, Jing Tan took a shortcut. Seeing the familiar gate of the East Side family compound, Jing Tan couldn't wait to do a few backflips to vent his excitement. The guard uncle had one elbow on the window, supporting his chin as he read the newspaper. Jing Tan's body was too small. From the guard uncle's angle, he couldn't see Jing Tan at all. When they passed by the guardhouse's window, Zheng Tan jumped up and slapped the guard's head. The guard uncle was shocked by the sudden slap. When he looked up, he saw a black shadow flash by. He poked his head out and saw the black shadow that had disappeared for more than a month. "Oh, Black Charcoal is back?" The guard uncle laughed. He didn't care if the cat could respond. Although there were many black cats, he could tell who it was at a glance. Besides, how could someone with bad eyesight be a guard? Seeing the cat walk away, the guard uncle sat back down. He shook the newspaper in his hand and was about to continue reading. However, he suddenly remembered that there was no one in the Jiao family. How was the cat going to get in? Zheng Tan excitedly ran to the Jiao family's building. He jumped up reflexively and rubbed against the card reader. However, there was no reaction at all. Then Zheng Tan remembered that he didn't have an access card around his neck. F***ck, how was he going to get in without a card? Also, if there was no one in the house, he couldn't open the door. It was already past 2 o'clock. There weren't many people going in and out of the building. Maybe someone would come back in the afternoon. Shaking his tail in annoyance, Zheng Tan turned his head to look at Depang's house. The fat man was lying on the balcony, staring at Zheng Tan with his eyes wide open. He was probably still wondering why Zheng Tan had suddenly appeared after disappearing for more than a month. Zheng Tan jumped onto Depang's balcony. He was going to ask the old lady for help. Depang got up and ran over. He stopped in front of Zheng Tan and sniffed. He seemed to be confirming Zheng Tan's identity. Then he raised his paw and patted Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan didn't care about the way Depang greeted him. What he noticed was that after not seeing him for more than a month, this guy seemed to have gotten fatter. His base was also bigger. He probably squatted on instant noodles. Looking from the back, when he ran, his legs were in a figure-8 shape. Looking at Depang now and thinking about the first time he saw him last year, he could only sigh. He still remembered how fresh he was back then. There was still the smell of food in the house. It wasn't the old lady's lunch, but Depang's food. The old lady made all Depang's cat food. Depang's current cat food was made by the old lady. To some extent, the old lady had spoiled him. When Zheng Tan went in, he found the old lady resting. He guessed that she had just fallen asleep. The big bowl on the table was still warm. In front of the old lady's door, Zheng Tan didn't go in immediately. Depang, who was standing next to Zheng Tan, looked like he wanted to stop Zheng Tan, but he was hesitant. Zheng Tan pulled his ear. "Look at you." It was as if you were afraid of waking up the old lady. The old lady was old, and it wasn't easy for her to fall asleep. Zheng Tan didn't want to bother the old lady. Besides, he had other ways. Coming out of Depang's house, Zheng Tan was going to find the Jiaopa in the biology building. As for Depang, it was still squatting on the balcony, guarding the old lady. It was like a guard dog. No, it was more responsible than a dog. The security guard, who had been looking out the window, saw Zheng Tan come out. He waved his hand. "Black Charcoal, come here and wait for a while. Don't run around. Here, I have some small yellow croakers." Before the security guard finished speaking, Zheng Tan ran out like a gust of wind. There was a small path from the eastern courtyard to the biology building. It was closer, so Zheng Tan didn't run into Fang Xiaokang and the others. When he came to the biology building again, Zheng Tan was a little nervous. He hoped that the Jiaopa didn't change offices. Xian and Su Chu weren't in the public laboratory on the first floor. Zheng Tan went to the tree near the Jiaopa's office and looked inside. There were 2 people in the office, and neither of them was the Jiaopa. Xian was teaching Su Chu how to analyze the experimental data. The 2 of them were sitting in front of the computer, typing on the keyboard and writing on the notebook with a pen. Suddenly, they heard the sound of the window behind them. They turned around at the same time and saw a black cat open the screen and jump in. "Black Charcoal?" Xian was surprised. "Boss's cat? Didn't you say that it was lost?" Su Chu asked. "Yesterday, I heard from the boss that someone found it, so I sent it back. I didn't expect it to arrive today." Zheng Tan ignored their words and stared at Su Chu, which made Su Chu's hair stand. "Brother, why does it keep staring at me?" Su Chu touched his arm and felt goosebumps. The cat's eyes were a little scary. "You can change to another chair," Xian said. "Okay." Su Chu stood up and pulled a chair across the table. After Su Chu stood up, Zheng Tan jumped onto the small chair and looked at the time on the bottom right corner of the computer. The Jiaopa seemed to have classes in the afternoon, and he didn't know when he would be back. While he was thinking, the office door opened. Associate Professor Jiao walked in with teaching materials. He smiled when he saw the cat's head on the desk. He just received a call from Fang Xiaokang and came over after 1 class. There were 2 more classes and 3 classes in the afternoon. Associate Professor Jiao handed the teaching materials in his hand to Xian. There are 2 more classes. You can go and talk to your juniors. I told them that you will continue to teach them in the next 2 classes. They are all waiting. Xianxia was speechless. It was the 2nd time this month. Chapter 72. Fang Xiaokang asked the driver to drive the car into the parking lot of the East Side family compound, then waited in front of Block B. They asked where they came from along the way, but the guard refused to let them in. Fang Xiaokang called Associate Professor Jiao and complained, "Your black charcoal threw me away after using me. He didn't even bring me along. Is this how you treat your benefactor?" After receiving confirmation from Associate Professor Jiao, the guard didn't say anything else. He even curiously asked Fang Xiaokang how he knew Associate Professor Jiao's black cat. Fang Xiaokang made up a bunch of nonsense. After all, he definitely wouldn't tell anyone that he was a performer with a cat. Why did Fang Xiaokang always go alone every time he went out to relax? Because he did a lot of stupid things that he didn't want to talk about. Even if he didn't care, the rest of the Fang family cared a lot. Therefore, the Fang family would call Fang Xiaokang every few days to ask him to be more careful outside and not embarrass himself. Fang Xiaokang stood downstairs and looked around in boredom. He had to admit that the old residence area of the university was indeed quieter, making people feel relaxed. It was no wonder that the black cat had been thinking about this place for a long time. As he was looking around, Fang Xiaokang suddenly felt that he was being watched. He looked to the side and looked down. He saw a fat dragonly sitting on the balcony and looking at the 2 of them. Fang Xiaokang didn't have any special feelings about cats. They were just pets. At most, they were just a little troublesome. But after meeting Jing Tan, Fang Xiaokang began to realize that there were some special cats. And today he saw another cat that was rather special. It was hard to say how special it was, but Fang Xiaokang had this feeling. He looked around, walked to the flower bed, pulled a blade of grass and put it between the railings of the balcony on the 1st floor to play with the cat. When he tilted his head to avoid the grass that was thrown at him, he saw that the other party was still persistent. He got up and took 2 steps back before squatting down again. The distance it retreated to was just enough that Fang Xiaokang couldn't touch it with the grass in his hand. Fang Xiaokang stretched out his arm and tried, but he still couldn't touch it. He wanted to try another branch, but before he could stop, the old lady came out from her afternoon nap. "What do you want to do to my Pang?" The old lady looked unfriendly. "Hello, I thought this cat was special and wanted to play with it. It's my first time here and I'm here to help Teacher Jiao bring the cat back." Fang Xiaokang calmly retracted his hand and revealed a harmless smile. He then said that he knew Teacher Jiao, who lived on the 5th floor. "Bring a cat? What kind of cat?" the old lady asked. She had heard that the Jiao family didn't want to raise other cats. "A black cat called Black Charcoal. You should know it, right?" "Black Charcoal is back?" Seeing that Fang Xiaokang nodded, the old lady was very happy. In the courtyard, the only cats that she really liked were Pang and Associate Professor Jiao's black cat. When she heard that the Jiao family's Black Charcoal was kidnapped, she was sad for a long time and asked her son to help her find it. She didn't expect him to be back. As they were talking, the Jiaopa arrived on his scooter. Jing Tan was squatting in the basket in front of the scooter. "Hey, it really is Black Charcoal. It's good that we found it," the old lady said. The Jiaopa parked the scooter and said a few words to the old lady. He opened the building's door and took Fang Xiaokang upstairs. As for Jing Tan, he rushed upstairs as soon as the door was opened. When he climbed to the 3rd floor, Jing Tan stopped. The door to Professor Lolan's 3rd floor was ajar. There were sounds of people moving inside. Jing Tan pushed the door open and walked in. The floor had just been mopped and wasn't dry yet. There was a muddy smell in the room. Professor Lulan probably moved a few pots of flowers back from the small flower bed and transplanted some plants. After he was done, there would be many muddy footprints in the room. Therefore, every time he was done, Old Man Lan would thoroughly mop the floor. Jing Tan walked in. He had just run outside, so there was still some mud on his toes. Therefore, when Jing Tan walked, he left some muddy footprints on the floor. Old Man Lan came from the balcony with a flower pot in his hand. When he saw Jing Tan in the living room, he was stunned. "Black Charcoal?" Old Man Lan asked tentatively. Jing Tan ignored him. He looked around the room and didn't see Old Lady Zhai. When Old Lady Zhai wasn't around, Old Man Lan's temper was hard to control. Looking at the muddy footprints under his feet, Jing Tan turned and ran out of the door. "Hey little bastard, it's really you? Look at the footprints you made." When he saw the cat stretch its neck to look into the room, Old Man Lan was sure that it was the cat from the 5th floor. Although Old Man Lan was scolding loudly, Jing Tan, who had already run out, didn't see the smile in the old man's eyes. Fang Xiaokang, who had just passed by the 3rd floor, heard Old Man Land scolding. He said to the Jiaopa who was leading the way, "Your cat is very famous and popular." "Yes, everyone in the quad knows him," the Jiaopa laughed. When the Jiaopa opened the door, Zheng Tan rushed in first. He ran to the sofa and rolled around, then walked around the small room. Many of the furnishings in the room were still the same as when he left. There were no changes and there was no smell of other cats. This made Zheng Tan very happy. It meant that the Jiao family still valued him. After Fang Xiaokang entered, he pulled a chair and sat down. He watched as Zheng Tan rolled around on the sofa and patrolled the area. After patrolling, he even went to the toilet to pee, then ran to the balcony and howled twice. Then the quad was filled with dog barking and cat meowing. Zheng Tan didn't care about Fang Xiaokang and the others. He was now excited to be home. After howling a few times, his excitement gradually calmed down. "Everyone in the Eastern District, I'm back." In the afternoon, Zhaola came over and bought a few bags of food. Some of it was for the two children of the Jiao family, but most of it was for Zheng Tan. He said that it was to help Zheng Tan get over the shock and to celebrate his return. Because of this, Fang Xiaokang laughed at Zhaolu for a long time. Jiaoma also came back a little earlier today. She was now teaching in the middle school. After receiving a call from the Jiaopa, she asked for leave and came back first. The Jiao family was very grateful to Fang Xiaokang and invited him to stay for dinner, but Fang Xiaokang refused. He still had a lot of things to do in Chuhua City. After relaxing for so long, he had to throw himself into the busy business and various dinner parties again. He didn't have much time to stay here. This time he was only here to send the cat over. If he needed to go out in the future, he might come back to look for the black cat. Before leaving, Fang Xiaokang left behind the souvenirs that Zheng Tan had picked on the way back, a platinum membership card of the Shaoguang Hotel, and Fang Xiaokang's personal business card. The Jiaopa, who already knew a little about the situation from Zhaolu, couldn't help but be surprised when he saw Fang Xiaokang's business card. He didn't expect this person to be a big shot. His cat was really lucky. The Jiao family was filled with a joyous atmosphere that night. Zheng Tan, after more than a month of wandering, finally had someone to help him brush his fur again. Then at night he crawled into little Pomelo's bed again. The next day when Zheng Tan opened his eyes, he was still a little dazed. After waiting for 2 seconds, he realized that he was really back this time. Waking up with the two children and eating breakfast together was also a very enjoyable process. After experiencing the wandering experience, Zheng Tan felt that this kind of life was really too damn good. He didn't have to think of ways to steal things through the window, and he didn't have to be afraid of being chased and beaten after being discovered. Because of Zheng Tan's arrest, the Jiao family was nervous when Zheng Tan went out for a walk. However, after a few days they found that nothing had happened. Everything was still the same as before, so they were a little relieved. Now, many places in the school had been replaced with new cameras, and the management was a little stricter. There were also cameras installed in several places in the family compound. Of course, these cameras were only installed in some public places, and wouldn't invade the privacy of the staff in the family compound. During the time that Zheng Tan was back, even if he went out, he would always walk around in the family compound with Depang, Huang, and the sheriff. They hadn't seen each other for more than a month. Other than Depang becoming chubbier, Huang and the sheriff hadn't changed much. They were basically the same as before, but they were a little more excited when they saw Zheng Tan. After sending the two children and the Jiaoma out of the compound in the morning, Zheng Tan and the 3 cats, who were out for a walk, wandered around the compound. At this time, there were many people in the compound who were either working or going to school. There weren't many people outside. Zheng Tan was a little bored. Although life here was very comfortable, it was too comfortable and it made Zheng Tan a little bored. After 2 steps, Zheng Tan's ears twitched, and he looked at a building. This was a corner of the eastern compound, and the building that Zheng Tan was looking at was the innermost building of the eastern compound. Usually, even if it wasn't working hours, there weren't many people walking here. Zheng Tan followed the sound and walked to the building. After confirming the source of the sound, he went to the balcony of a resident on the 1st floor. He jumped onto the balcony railing, walked from the railing to the window, and then jumped onto the windowsill. The door to the balcony of the bedroom with the balcony was closed, and the windows were also closed. However, the curtains inside weren't drawn, and were only half drawn, so Zheng Tan could see the situation in the room clearly from the window that wasn't covered. In the room, a young man and woman were kissing passionately. They looked like they had just come back from outside and they were wearing clothes. However, now their clothes were being taken off piece by piece as the two moved. Zheng Tan didn't expect to see such a hot scene in the morning, so he was very excited. He stood on the windowsill and put his head in front of the window, almost sticking to the glass on the window to look inside. Depang, who was squatting in the grass near the flower bed and squinting his eyes to bask in the sun, saw Zheng Tan staying by the window and curiously walked over. Although he had become fat again, his jumping ability was still very good, and he easily jumped onto the balcony railing. Then he walked to Zheng Tan's side and tilted his head to look inside. Zheng Tan noticed the movement next to him and looked at Depang, thinking to himself, "Can you King understand?" After a few seconds, Huang and the sheriff, who were playing with bugs outside, also came over. The four cats squeezed on the windowsill and looked inside through the window that wasn't covered. The man and woman inside had already taken off their clothes and were lying on the bed. The foreplay was almost done and they were ready to take off their condoms and go for it. The woman lying on the bed inadvertently glanced at the window. Then, with a loud shout, she kicked the man in the chest and directly kicked him off the bed. Chapter 73. Go away. Along with the go away, a pen holder on the desk by the window was thrown out to hit the cats. But the four cats dodged too fast, and the pen holder fell to the ground along with the pen inside. The window over there was a bang sound and the curtains were pulled to the end. No one could see what was going on inside. Zheng Tan looked at the closed curtains and was a little disappointed. He didn't expect to be discovered. Shaking his head, Zheng Tan turned to leave, but he saw Huang walk over there and look at a marker pen that fell out of the pen holder on the ground. It raised its paw and poked at it, then suddenly jumped around the marker pen like a kangaroo, rolled on the ground and played with it with its paw as if it had found a new toy. The sheriff watched for a while not far away, and came over to play with the pen with Huang Erwo. Zheng Tan sighed. So, these cats didn't understand what they had just seen. In their eyes, live-action movies were not as attractive as a broken marker pen. Lying on the grass and basking in the sun, Zheng Tan jumped onto a tree and waited for Jiao Ma and the others to come back at noon. Although Zheng Tan had brought the access card with him, there was no one at home, and Zheng Tan didn't want to be alone at home. Being outside for more than a month really did affect him and he couldn't sit still at home. In the afternoon he still had to go to Xiaoguo's place. Xiaoguo only knew that Zheng Tan was back yesterday, and said that he was going to pick up Zheng Tan today. Zheng Tan had been away for more than a month, and he heard that Xiaoguo's pet advertisement wasn't going very well. Xiaoguo was used to Zheng Tan's high efficiency. When other cats in the store replaced him, not only was Xiaoguo anxious, but the other staff members also wanted to smash the equipment. This time they really understood the helplessness of those who made animal movies. Sometimes it wasn't just throwing food to make animals listen to you. During the filming process, a little other factor could make all the efforts go to waste. As Xiaoguo's requirements for advertising became higher and higher, the cats in the store could no longer meet the new standards. The starting point was too high. As a result, once Zheng Tan was not around, Xiaoguo had to spend more time, energy and money to come up with a comparable advertisement. The good thing was that most of the time it was just pictures. The video version couldn't be taken out, so there was no need to spend a lot of money on it. Many people who knew Xiaoguo asked him why he didn't have the video version anymore. Xiaoguo's reason was that the star cat had been brought back by its owner. As for when he would have the video version again, he wasn't sure. When he found out that Zheng Tan had returned, Xiaoguo almost rushed over to the east courtyard. However, he had too many things on hand, so he delayed it for a day. Jiaoma didn't have any classes in the afternoon, so she took a day off and personally brought Zheng Tan over. Xiaoguo said that Zheng Tan should go over and get used to the environment first. At the same time, Zheng Tan also had a thorough physical examination. When the cat first came back, Jiaoma saw that it looked the same as when it had left more than a month ago. It also ate a lot. Other than being a little excited, there was nothing wrong with it. It was in good spirits and had no external injuries. After taking its temperature, it was normal. The cat had been with Fang Xiaokong and the others for a long time, but Fang Xiaokong didn't say anything about it being sick. Jiaoma didn't send her cat over to Xiaoguo's place. After all, if she sent her cat over, her cat would probably be busy again. Jiaoma had heard a little about Xiaoguo's situation. She didn't want to send her cat over, so she wanted to delay it for a few more days. She didn't expect to hear the news so soon. Zheng Tan hadn't been to the pet center for a long time. He didn't see Li Yuanba and Peanut Candy. He heard that they had just gone out for a walk. After checking Zheng Tan and making sure that he was healthy, Jiaoma was relieved. She went to the studio where the advertisement was shot and sat down to watch Xiaoguo and the others shoot. The people in the studio saw Zheng Tan as if they had seen their savior. For the past month, every shoot was torture. Without comparison, they couldn't tell the difference. In the past, they thought that such an ordinary black cat was nothing special, except that it was a little smarter than other cats. After more than a month of experience, they knew that this was a big mistake. Jiao Ma sat next to them and saw the expressions of the staff when they saw her cat and couldn't help but praise it. She smiled proudly. Today they only did some simple activities to let Jingtang get used to it. In the future Xiaoguo would come every 2 weeks. If there were special circumstances, Xiaoguo would call the Jiao family. Logically speaking, the advertisement didn't need to be shot so frequently. 1 or 2 would be enough, but Xiaoguo had his own plans. Jingtan didn't care. After all, he had nothing to do and could earn some pocket money. After leaving the pet center, Jiao Ma didn't go home directly. Instead, she took Jingtan to the affiliated hospital. There was a residential area next to the affiliated hospital. There were teachers and doctors from the affiliated hospital nearby, as well as some students who rented rooms here. However, the rent here was slightly more expensive, so there weren't many students here. Even if there were, they were either from wealthy families or graduate students at Tsinghua University. At the moment, in room 302 on the 3rd floor of the affiliated hospital building, Bai Yang, a third-year graduate student at the School of Management of Tsinghua University, was writing a thesis on the computer. After the internship in market research, there was a lot of data to be processed. He hoped to sort out a few reports as soon as possible. After graduation, these reports and theses published in foreign magazines would become his personal calling card when he entered society. Therefore, people like him were working very hard. While Bai Yang was typing on the keyboard, a cat jumped on the desk. The cat's back and tail were yellow with tiger stripes. Its belly was white. It was about 8 months old. The cat meowed twice. Bai Yang kept staring at the computer and ignored it. Seeing that Bai Yang was ignoring it, the cat squatted by the desk and looked at Bai Yang. Then it looked at some things on the desk. There was a pen. It raised its paw and moved it. Patter. The 2B pencil fell to the ground. The sharpened tip was broken. The cat tilted its head and looked at the pencil that fell to the ground. Then it turned its attention back to the desk. There was an eraser. It raised its paw and moved it. The eraser was thrown off the edge of the desk. Looking at the eraser that fell to the ground and bounced twice, the cat looked at the other things on the desk again. There was a cup of warm coffee next to it. Only half of the cup was drunk. The cat went up and sniffed the cup. It was not interested. Then it turned its attention to the computer. It looked at the mouse moving on the computer screen. It raised its paw and chased after the mouse. Bai Yang pushed it to the side. Stop fooling around. Go play by yourself. After that, he continued to organize his thesis. But the cat did not give up so easily. It pressed the keyboard and blocked the screen. Bai Yang had no choice but to carry it off the desk. Go to bed and sleep. Meow. The cat squatting on the floor saw that Bai Yang was ignoring it again. It meowed twice and did not get a response. It went to the other side of the desk and jumped on it. There was a piggy bank there. Next to the piggy bank was a wooden pen holder. There was only a gap between the 2 items. The cat did not leave. Instead, it squeezed between the 2 items and knocked the pen holder over. Then it slowly walked to Bai Yang's side. There was a pen on the open notebook. The cat looked at the pen for 2 seconds. Then it raised its paw and moved it. Patter. The pen fell to the ground. Bai Yang processed the data in the Excel and was ready to record it in the notebook. However, he found that the pen on the notebook was missing. He looked at the floor. The pen, eraser, and some plush pendants were thrown on the floor. Bai Yang let out a long sigh and bent down to pick up the pen from the computer chair. Seeing that, the cat lay on the edge of the table and stretched its arm and bent its palm to scratch the hair on the back of Bai Yang's head. Are you done fooling around? Bai Yang got up and roared. Meow, meow your ass. Bai Yang rubbed his forehead. He already regretted promising Li Xiaoqian to raise the cat. The cat was called Dodo. It was named by Li Xiaoqian. Dodo was probably abandoned by the students in the school after they raised it. When Li Xiaoqian picked it up, it was splashed with soy milk. Its whole body was covered in dust. It was skinny and hunched pitifully on the lawn. When the wind blew, it would tremble. As long as someone walked by, it would run away as if it was frightened. After Li Xiaoqian fed it a few times, she gradually became familiar with it. Later she simply brought it home. Since Jiao Ma was hospitalized, Li Xiaoqian often helped to take care of her. Later, Li Xiaoqian also helped when Jiao Ma came to the hospital for a follow-up visit. In addition, Jiao Pa and Li Xiaoqian's mentor were more familiar, so Jiao Ma had a good impression of this medical schoolgirl. She would chat with her when they met. She knew that Li Xiaoqian picked up a cat to raise. Jiao Ma even saw Dodo a few times. 2 weeks ago, Li Xiaoqian followed her mentor to study abroad. She asked Bai Yang to help raise it. Then Bai Yang's bitter life began. In the first 2 days, Dodo was still very obedient and didn't run around. However, it completely changed after getting familiar with it. It threw the cup, scratched the sheet and messed around everywhere. The good thing was that the cat didn't make much noise. It might be because it was castrated. It didn't run out. Even if it opened the door, it didn't run out. It was probably scared of staying outside. After Dodo was familiar with the environment, it was curious about everything in the room. It also wanted to smell the coffee that Yang made. Although it didn't lick it, its whiskers touched the inside. There were also 2 short cat hairs floating on the surface of the coffee. Yang really couldn't drink it. Not only that, but it also stretched out its paw to poke the coffee cup. If it wasn't for Yang's quick hand, the coffee cup would have been sacrificed again. Yang would be scolded by Li Xiaoqin when he broke a cup lid. This cat broke 3 cups in just 2 weeks. Li Xiaoqin didn't say anything when they were chatting online. When both of them finally had time to do an international video call, this cat even snatched the video time. As for sharpening its claws, except for the scratching board, it scratched everything else. The cat's claws could be seen on the curtains, sheets, quilt covers, sofa, clothes, and the jeans that Yang was wearing now. Sleeping at night, he was woken up by the pressure in the middle of the night. The pressure on the chest could easily make people have nightmares. When Yang woke up, he could see the lump on his chest. Sometimes the cat would directly get into the quilt. Not only did it get into the quilt, but it also made a lot of trouble from the head of the bed to the end of the bed, left to right. It would take a long time before it could calm down and sleep. What made Yang depressed the most was F***CK, it was still lying on my lap when I watched a movie at night. How can I touch it? Even if you can, why don't you try touching it? With the cat's nature, it would definitely come over and scratch. It was said that when cats were lonely, they would take the initiative to come over and be intimate with you. It sounded beautiful, but the problem was that when it was lonely, Yang was busy and disoriented. Looking at the cat that caused all kinds of trouble in front of him, Yang wanted to slap it. But he couldn't slap it. He promised Li Xiaoqin that he would take good care of the cat. Li Xiaoqin said that Associate Professor Jiao's cat was well-behaved and considerate. It knew to visit Ms. Gu when she was sick and helped to pick up the children every day. Chapter 74. When Yang was staring at Dodo, he suddenly heard someone knocking on the door. Who is it? Yang's tone wasn't very good. There was still anger in his words when he roared at the cat just now. When he opened the door and saw the person standing at the door, Yang was a little embarrassed. Teacher Gu, it's you. Please come in. Yang quickly wiped the chair. The chair was crawled on by the cat. Usually he didn't wipe it when no one came. Zheng Tan came out from the bag carried by the Jiaoma. He looked around and saw the cat squatting on the table. Teacher Gu, is this cat yours? Yang handed over a cup of tea and asked. Yeah, my family's black charcoal. I lost it because of some things before. I just asked someone to help me find it a few days ago. Because her family's cat came back, the Jiaoma had a smile on her face recently. Oh, this is black charcoal. Yang looked at the black cat that jumped on a chair. Is this the black cat that Li Xiaoqin has been praising? Zheng Tan noticed Yang's gaze and turned his head to look at him. When Yang and Zheng Tan's gaze met, his heart skipped a beat. He always felt that the cat in front of him was a bit strange. Perhaps he was used to Dodo's antics. When he suddenly saw such a calm and even cold cat, he felt inexplicably weird. It was as if the person sitting in front of him wasn't a cat but a stranger. If Yang really had to choose, he would still rather choose Dodo. If he wanted to roar when he was angry, he would just roar at it and teach it a little lesson. However, when facing this black cat, Yang felt that his aura was a bit incompatible. He probably couldn't even roar at it. Zheng Tan ignored Yang and turned his head to look at the cat squatting on the table again. The cat seemed to dislike strangers and unfamiliar cats, especially male ones. The gaze it looked at Zheng Tan with vigilance and strong vigilance. It was probably bullied outside. Therefore Zheng Tan just sat on the chair and didn't go up to greet him. After wandering outside for a while, Zheng Tan was more sensitive to the psychological emotions of many people and cats. He could detect the emotional changes of others. This keen observation ability also saved Zheng Tan some trouble outside, just like Li Yuanba could distinguish who needed to be avoided and who needed to be treated with a tough attitude. Jiaoma brought some canned cat food this time. She bought it when she went to Xiaoguo's store. Before Li Xiaoqin went abroad, Jiaoma told her not to worry and said that she would often come over to help take care of the cats. Therefore she kept her promise. She happened to be free this afternoon, so she brought some things over to take care of Dodo and also helped to pass on some words. Yang was about to graduate, and his job hadn't been confirmed yet. Although he had several choices, Yang hadn't given him a definite answer. Jiao Pa also wanted to poach Bai Yang after knowing about it. Tianyuan biology still lacked excellent management talents, so Jiao Ma also came over to mention it. Of course, it was still up to the individual whether to go or not. A forcibly picked melon isn't sweet. Jiao Ma handed an invitation letter and an explanation document that Yuan Zi sorted out to Bai Yang. After a brief discussion, she left with Zheng Tan again. After they left, Bai Yang looked at the document in his hand again and carefully put it into the drawer. He looked at Dodo, who was squatting on the edge of the table. You have to be serious when there are outsiders. Meow dash. Why? Do you have a problem with it? Bai Yang took Dodo down from the edge of the table and continued to sort out the thesis. Even if Dodo climbed onto his lap again, he didn't throw it down again. When he returned to the Eastern District compound, Zheng Tan saw Celestine standing downstairs. Speaking of which, Zheng Tan hadn't seen Celestine for a long time. Since Celestine moved to the company, they rarely met. Only occasionally when Celestine called Jiao Pa would he greet Zheng Tan. Little Wei, why are you here? Why didn't you call me when you came? You just stood here and waited, said Jiao Ma. Celestine smiled. I asked the guard. He said that you took black charcoal out. I saw that it was almost time for school to end, and you guys were coming back soon, so I didn't call you. As he said that, he looked at the black charcoal waiting in front of the door. Black charcoal, long time no see. Zheng Tan pulled his ears and hummed twice as a greeting. Still the same old, don't like to talk to people. Sai, I was going to take you out to play, said Celestine. Jiao Ma, who was about to swipe the card to open the door, and Zheng Tan, who was about to enter, heard Celestine's words and turned their heads to look at Celestine. Cough, let's go in first. Celestine scratched his head. He could see that Jiao Ma was a little disapproving. She was probably nervous about the cat incident. Zheng Tan was very interested. After all, he had nothing to do in school all day. After wandering outside for more than a month, he was getting bolder. Little Wei, you know that black charcoal was caught. It's not easy for him to come back, and now we are all worried about him. For example, I personally brought him to the pet center for a checkup today. I didn't bother Xiaogua, said Jiao Ma. Of course I know that. But I also told Teacher Jiao about this, said Celestine. What did he say? Jiao Ma suddenly had a bad feeling. Teacher Jiao said that it's up to black charcoal to decide on his own. Actually, Celestine didn't think that Jiao Pa would say that when he asked him. After all, who would let a cat make its own decisions? Even if this cat was different from other cats, it was still just a cat. Jiao Ma thought for a while and said, Where do you want to bring him to play? Don't worry about that. It's in the city. It's the territory of one of my buddies. We're going there so that they can recognize him. If black charcoal runs away or something happens in the future, they can help. I've asked them to look for cats before. The cat trafficker's secret transportation line was provided by them. Besides, black charcoal won't run away. I've only brought him out once before. Seeing that Jiao Ma was staring at him, Celestine coughed and didn't say anything else. It wasn't good to bring the cat out without the owner's permission. Even if nothing unexpected happened after that, it was still a bad thing to act first and report later. Black charcoal, what's your decision? Jiao Ma asked. She knew that her cat was different from the rest. It could understand human language, but what Celestine said made her worried. Her cat had finally come back and it hadn't even been quiet for a few days. If it had to go out with these people again, what if it became wild? Zheng Tan, who was squatting on the coffee table, looked at the Jiao Ma on his left, and then looked at Celestine on his right. He lowered his head and moved to the right again and again. Zheng Tan didn't need to look to know that the Jiao Ma must be feeling bad. However, he really didn't want to be locked up forever. After all, he was still a human and a young soul. Sometimes he would be as lazy as a cat. He could stay in the courtyard and bask in the sun for a while, but he didn't want to be locked up here forever. He had to admit that the trip outside had stimulated his restlessness. When he was still a human, Zheng Tan liked to drive around when he was bored. Even now he was a cat and it was the same. Jiao Ma was silent for a while, and then waved her hand. Okay. It chose to do what it wants. Will it come home tonight? Don't worry about that. I'll be following it. Even if it can't come home tonight, I'll bring it back the next day. I won't leave it outside all the time. Also, I won't take it out every day, Celestine promised. Jiao Ma nodded. Stay here for dinner. It's dinner time anyway. Celestine didn't stay this time. He said that he had something to do outside, and that he would come back tomorrow afternoon to pick up the cat. After Celestine left, Jiao Ma called Jiao Pa. The first thing she asked was about Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan didn't know what Jiao Pa said. Jiao Ma didn't seem to agree, but she didn't ask any more questions. At that moment, Associate Professor Jiao was sitting in his office. After hanging up the phone, he rubbed his eyebrows. He knew that Celestine must have something he needed his cat's help with. He was going to reject it, but he remembered the phone call he had with Fang Xiaokang 2 days ago. When Fang Xiaokang found out that he had a company with Yuan Zi and a few others, he also helped a little and promoted a business deal. With third young Master Fang as the middleman, the other party gave Tianyuan Biotech a lot of face, and the two parties quickly reached a cooperation agreement. Yuan Zi was excited for a long time. The company's development was faster than Yuan Zi had expected, and it was much smoother. And the accelerator was a cat. After that, Yuan Zi even wanted to come over and worship the cat, but Jiaopa rejected him. It was better not to let everyone know about this. Before Fang Xiaokang left Chuhua, he gave Associate Professor Jiao a call. The two talked about Jing Tan. Before hanging up, Fang Xiaokang said, "Don't always restrain your cat. Black charcoal is destined to be uncontrollable, and it's not something an ordinary person can control. Your cat is very smart. Loosen your grip. Who knows, it might give you a big surprise." Associate Professor Jiao didn't care if it was a surprise or not. He only wanted his cat to be healthy. The next day, Jing Tan was lying on a tree branch in the courtyard taking a nap. In the morning he wandered around the courtyard, but he was bored, so he ran around the campus. In the afternoon he had nothing to do, so he could only lie there and recharge his energy. Celestine said that he would take him out tonight. After dinner, Celestine arrived. In this month, the sky was still bright after dinner. Jing Tan followed Celestine downstairs. Celestine didn't ride his motorcycle this time. Instead, he drove a small car that didn't look like much. However, even if it didn't look good, it was still a four-wheeled car. It was much better than being carried in a backpack while riding the motorcycle. "I borrowed this car from someone." "Don't shit on the seat." Celestine sat in the driver's seat and said to Jing Tan, who was squatting in the back seat. Chapter 75. Sitting in the back seat, Jing Tan looked at the scenery outside the car window to determine the route Celestine was taking. Jing Tan knew that he wasn't very smart, but his memory was good. He still remembered the route he took in Fang Xiaokang's car last time. Connecting that to the city map, Jing Tan could roughly guess where the destination was. Although it wasn't the center of the city, it was still in a bustling area. It was different from the bustling area around Chuhua University. This area was truly a commercial area. The area around Chuhua University was mostly occupied by students. But here, most of the people were office workers. Most of them were white-collar workers and successful people. Most of the rich people in Chuhua City were also concentrated in this area. The car drove on the main road and stopped for a while at a red light. Jing Tan looked at the road sign outside the car window. The name of the street on the sign was familiar. He looked at the surrounding towering buildings and was attracted by the big Shaoguang Hotel sign. "Damn, isn't this the hotel marked on the membership card that third Uncle Fang gave me?" Jing Tan moved closer to the car window to take a look. He didn't know much about design and couldn't describe the characteristics of this building. But looking at this hotel, he felt that the sharpness and coldness of the city that was piled up by steel and cement had softened a lot. It had a bit of the freshness of a rising star, but it didn't lose the domineering aura of a rising star. It was obvious that Fang Xiaokang must have spent a lot of effort on the design of this building. While Jing Tan was looking at the building outside the window, Celestine turned his head to look at Jing Tan and said, "The Shaoguang Hotel is just outside. I heard that you have a good relationship with the third Master Fang?" Third Master Fang? Fang Xiaokang sure had a lot of nicknames. But it wasn't a good relationship. They had a lot of performing together. Celestine didn't expect the cat to answer his question. He had heard a lot of rumors about Fang Xiaokang. He was a legendary person but also an unpredictable person. Celestine always felt that the third Master Fang was like a cat. It was hard to guess what he would think or do next. Maybe the brain of a genius was different from that of a normal person? Celestine shook his head. The green light was already on, so he continued to drive. When they arrived at their destination, the sky was already dark. The surrounding streets were lit, ready to welcome the people out at night. Celestine drove the car to a large bar. He parked the car in the parking lot. Then he brought Jing Tan out. It wouldn't be good to enter through the front door. According to the rules, pets were not allowed to enter. But if Celestine wanted to bring a pet, the people guarding the door wouldn't really stop him. However, Celestine knew that this wasn't good. He didn't want to enter through the front door. He called out to Jing Tan and prepared to enter through the side door. There was a door on the side for internal personnel. The people guarding there were actually stricter than the people at the front door. They were also much more skilled. After Jing Tan got out of the car, she looked at the bar in front of her. Although she hadn't entered, Jing Tan seemed to have felt the explosive and hot atmosphere inside. She thought that she would never be able to return to that kind of life and would never be able to set foot in such a place again. Every time he saw those bars, even if it was just a small one, he could recall the life of luxury. Looking back, it was like yesterday. Not everyone who came to the bar was like Jing Tan in the past. Bars weren't necessarily associated with depravity and decadence. With the rapid development of the economy, the consumption level of the city was getting higher and higher. Most people clearly felt that the burden on their shoulders was getting heavier and heavier. With the popularity of fashion and the change of social ethos, the local bars gradually became the new favorite of the young people. At the same time, they gradually became the new entertainment and relaxation places. After a busy day, there would always be unsatisfactory work, unsatisfactory career, emotional and other pressures that would increase people's burden. Those would always make people feel tired and numb. Every time this happened, many people would invite a few friends to go to the bar together. For a short period of self-indulgence, they would vent the pressure in their hearts and learn to release. They would temporarily put aside the work reports and the deception and make life more colorful. Jing Tan looked up at the large bar. It wasn't at the front, so he couldn't see the sign on the front. However, there was also a sign on the side of the roof. Night Building, Ye Club. Compared to its English name, Jing Tan still felt that the name Night Building sounded better. Many times, the English and Chinese names didn't necessarily have the same meaning. Different people had different understandings. Since the owner of this bar chose these two names, he must have his reasons. Night Building was located in Chuhua City, a bustling area with countless white-collar elites. There were also many salaried people around, so it was inevitable that business would be good every day. Convenient transportation also allowed all customers to arrive here smoothly. It wasn't limited to the population of the area. As for whether it could retain customers, it depended on Night Building's means. However, Jing Tan saw that the parking lot was almost full. Many people were surging here before the sky was completely dark. The popularity of this bar was indeed good. Groups of people walked over from the street one after another. Jing Tan looked at those people with some envy, but he didn't expect to suddenly see a familiar figure. Jing Tan's senses were now very sharp. He also believed in his own judgment. Even if the figure across the street was blocked by people walking past, Jing Tan could still capture the image. Looking at the figure, Jing Tan was sure that he definitely knew the person. As for who it was, Jing Tan wasn't sure. In order to figure it out, Jing Tan ignored Celestine's greeting and walked across the street. Seeing that the cat ignored him and walked out, Celestine cursed in a low voice and lifted his feet to follow. At this time, everyone was only looking at the brightly lit building and their destination. They didn't pay attention to whether there was a cat around, let alone a black cat. Under such visual conditions, it wasn't easy to notice. Besides, no one would think that there would be a cat walking around in this place at this time. Jing Tan looked at the cars coming and going. Taking advantage of the slight gap between the cars, he rushed to the other side of the street, opposite Night Building. Directly opposite the door of Night Building on the other side of the street, there was a person squatting under the lamppost. He seemed to be very young. The man held a cigarette in his hand, but he rarely took a puff. His eyes were fixed on the Night Building across the street. His eyes were filled with yearning and confusion, and his whole body was filled with a sense of disappointment. Everyone had seen a lot of people like this. In the commercial city, there were a lot of people who had failed to achieve their goals or were full of ambition. After climbing to a high position, they were mercilessly slapped down to the ground and suffered so much that they wished they were dead. There were a lot of people like this in the city every day. The people around them were already used to it. Even if a person was dead drunk and fell on the side of the road, no one would care. When the sanitation workers swept the floor in the morning, they would just calmly sweep past him with a big broom. This was the indifference of the bustling metropolis, the social norm under the cruel reality. The young man with the blue stubble put his hand that was not holding the cigarette into his hair and pushed his hair back. He knew what he looked like now. He had no image to speak of. His hair was like a chicken's nest and he had not bathed for a few days. His body smelled. He remembered the dirty stray dog with its tail between its legs when he went to buy breakfast in the morning. Its fur was yellow, but it was not the kind of yellow that was golden. It had the color of dead leaves, and the knotted long hair with some mud drooped down messily, covering its eyes. It looked at the people around it who were hurrying around and would hide to the side with its tail between its legs. When it ran, it was obvious that it was limping. When it stopped, it would look at the people walking around as if it was looking for something or looking forward to something. He remembered that when he pushed away the hair that almost covered the dog's eyes from its forehead, he saw a pair of eyes. With expectation and pleading, it was so piercing that he did not even have the courage to look at it for a second more. In the end, he only left a small bun with little meat and ran away in embarrassment. He was afraid that he would become like this stray dog. It was just that the stray dog still had a bun from him, but what about himself? Perhaps the way he looked now was the original taste of being a stray. Did he make the wrong choice? He did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, and he had hit his head until it was bleeding. Should he turn back? But he was really not reconciled. The young man was thinking with his head down when he suddenly felt the cigarette in his hand being pushed. He looked up and saw a pair of black cat claws. He looked up again and saw a pair of cat eyes with curiosity. Blinking, the young man was stunned for a few seconds. Apparently, he had not recovered from his contemplation. After he finally reacted, he was puzzled again. They had passed through several big cities and seen many black cats. Those cats were only similar in appearance but not in spirit. However, the cat in front of him was real. It was very similar to a certain idiot who knocked on the bottle. Was his eyes playing tricks on him? Was he hallucinating because he did not eat dinner and his brain was not supplying enough energy? Black charcoal. Why are you running around? If something really happens to you, how am I going to explain it to your cat parents? Wei Ling walked over angrily. He was so scared when he saw the cat crossing the road that he broke out in a cold sweat. Damn. Black charcoal, it's really you? The young man's eyes flashed with surprise, and the gloominess from his contemplation faded a little. Oh, you know him? Celestine looked at the sloppy young man squatting on the ground and looked at Jing Tan. Jing Tan ignored Celestine. He was just curious about how Ajin made himself look like this. Where were the other 4 people? Where did they go? Didn't they say that they had formed a band and the 5 of them acted together? I saw him once more than 20 days ago and he did us a big favor. Hey, is that Mr. Fong not here? Ajin looked around and made sure that he did not see Mr. Fong with the SLR camera. Celestine raised his eyebrows. More than 20 days ago. At that time the cat was still outside. It seemed to be with the 3rd Master Fong? Okay, don't stay here. Let's find a place to sit down and talk. Celestine called Jing Tan and waved to Ajin, indicating that he should follow. Where are we going? Ajin hurriedly threw the cigarette butt in his hand into the trash can 1 meter away and asked. Celestine pointed to the opposite night building. There. Ajin staggered and directly knelt down. He almost knelt down in front of Jing Tan and Celestine. Jing Tan. Should I put 3 more incense sticks? Young man, you really don't have to do this. Celestine said. Chapter 76. Although it was true that his legs were numb from squatting for too long, Ajin was indeed surprised. He was not surprised that Celestine said he wanted to enter the night building. There were many people who went to the night building, so there was nothing to be surprised about. What he was surprised about was that the other party seemed to want to bring a cat in. Could a cat enter a bar? It was the dignified night building. In the past few days, Ajin had come here almost every night. He squatted across the street and watched the people on the street go in. He watched the invited bands go in, and then squatted outside in a daze until someone came out. He heard which band or singer people were talking about when they came out. This made Ajin envious. He always thought that one day he could also become the topic of these people's discussion. However, now they could not even enter a small bar, let alone the famous night building. It was only a street away, but it was like a natural chasm. However, Ajin did not expect that a moment ago, it was a natural chasm, and the next moment he was told that he could go in with them. Well, no matter what the other party's purpose was, it was worth it to have a chance to see the night building. Ajin followed Celestine and Jing Tan across the street and then walked in from the side door. This surprised Ajin. After seeing Celestine, the person guarding the side door called out, "Brother Ling," and then looked at Ajin curiously. This was a new face. He looked quite young and down. He really could not understand why Celestine would bring such a person in. However, no matter what they thought in their hearts, they would definitely not ask verbally. They just needed to do their job well and did not ask about other things. As for Jing Tan, the person guarding the door only thought that he was a pet brought by Celestine and did not care at all. With the relationship between Celestine and his boss, this was not a problem at all. Brother Ling, when Jing Tan followed Celestine to the corner, a person came from the corridor. He looked similar to those white-collar elites and wore gold-rimmed glasses, which also made him look gentler. The man had a badge in front of his chest. Jing Tan didn't know what the pattern on the badge meant, but he could tell that the man was a manager. In fact, Jing Tan was a little curious as to why those people called Celestine Brother Ling, and not Brother Wei. What Zheng Tan didn't know was that when Celestine was called Brother Wei, once, the person had a local accent, so it sounded like, Brother Wei. Because of this he was laughed at by Yi Hao for a long time. Since then, Celestine had an idea to not let people call him Brother Wei in the future, but Brother Ling. Ranchi? You're the one watching the show this time, Celestine said. Well, Brother Hao had something to do at the last minute, so he left with Leopard. He said that if Brother Ling came over, he would let me entertain you. The man named Ranchi glanced at Ajin, who was standing behind Celestine. His eyes were suspicious, but he didn't say much. He led the two people and the cat upstairs. The third floor was a top-secret VIP area. Only people with special permission could enter. There were many private rooms here. Obviously, it wasn't the first time Celestine came here. There was a private room here for Celestine and others, so Ranchi didn't ask too much and directly led them there. Ajin seemed a little restrained. After wandering for so long, he still had a little bit of knowledge. No matter what the identity of the two people in front of him was, they were certainly not people that he could provoke. The strangest thing was that in addition to these two people, there was also a mysterious cat. No matter how he looked at it, it was strange. Sit down, don't be restrained. Celestine patted the leather sofa next to him and said to Ajin. He didn't care that Ajin's clothes were already a little dirty. Ranchi wouldn't say anything. He was just accompanying the guests now. However, Ranchi also felt strange. Why would Celestine bring such a person here? With Ranchi's eyesight, this young man was definitely not from the underworld, and he wouldn't have the same background as Celestine. Although Celestine had just explained that he brought him here at the last minute, with Ranchi's understanding of Celestine, Celestine must be trying to get information from him now. He just didn't know what this young man knew that could make Celestine so interested. Celestine and Ajin were talking, and Zheng Tan didn't care about them. He walked around the private room, and his evaluation of this private room was not bad. After walking around, Zheng Tan jumped on the solid wood tea table in front of the sofa. There were some snacks on the plate. Zheng Tan had already eaten. He sniffed and didn't have any appetite. Bored, he continued to look at the layout of the private room and found that it could also be used as a KTV. Zheng Tan was very regretful. If he was still the same as before, he would definitely sing. Unfortunately, he was just a cat now. Ranchi didn't speak, but he was paying attention to Ajin. At the same time, he didn't stop looking at the black cat. What did Celestine mean by bringing a black cat here? From Zheng Tan circling around the room to jumping on the solid wood table, Ranchi had been paying attention until Celestine signaled him to serve some wine. Ajin, you are still young. Ranchi, get someone to prepare a lower alcohol content bar. When Celestine said this, his fingers moved twice. Ranchi looked at Celestine, nodded slightly and turned to leave. Zheng Tan noticed the subtle movements of these two people. He knew that Celestine wouldn't be so kind as to bring people in. Zheng Tan was quite doubtful about the authenticity of the so-called lower alcohol content. Although Ajin was still very young, he had been outside for so long after all, so he still had some vigilance. Celestine didn't ask too much and was ready to change his strategy. Brother Ling, are you still following the old rules? Ranchi turned around and asked when he walked to the door. Same old rules. Celestine didn't raise his head and said. After getting the information he wanted, Ranchi directly opened the door and went out. Zheng Tan looked at the closed door and was a little unhappy. He hadn't made a choice yet and he had already left? Ajin still didn't say much. He sat there cautiously looking out of place. Celestine didn't continue to ask. He walked to a wall and pressed a button on the wall. The wall moved to the side, revealing a window. At the same time, there was also a passionate sound coming from below. When Ajin heard the music, his eyes lit up. He sat up from the sofa and went to the window to look out. Zheng Tan also jumped to the window curiously. Through the window, Zheng Tan could see the scene below. It should be some area on the first floor for the public to pass time. There were some wine tables on the side and people came and went. There was a round stage in the center on which a band was performing. This is the legendary East Palace of the Night Building? Ajin was a little excited. Ajin heard that the Night Building had 4 areas, which were divided into the East, West, South and North Palaces. The North Palace was the most ordinary and also the place with the lowest cost. The resident singer there was much worse than the other 3 areas. The West and South Palaces were of a higher grade and had different styles. As for the East Palace, it was the most superior existence in the whole 4 areas of the Night Building. Some well-known bands and singers would often come here to perform. This was the most desirable place in the whole Night Building. However, not everyone could enter the East Palace, and the cost was not something ordinary people could afford. Seeing Ajin's expression, Celestine smiled. Yes, how do you feel? Great. Ajin looked at the band performing in the center of the stage below. He was envious but definitely not jealous. The gap between their strength was there, and he could only look up to them as if he was looking at an idol. Celestine opened the window so that the people in the room could hear the performance below more clearly. The live version was always easier to stimulate the nerves and affect the mood to cause resonance, especially for people like Ajin. Zheng Tan looked at Ajin's eyes and knew that this guy's vigilance was probably lowered a lot. Shaking his head, Zheng Tan didn't know much about this place, and he couldn't appreciate the performance of those bands. He used to go to the bar for fun and to release himself. As for who was singing, which band was performing, and whether there was a famous DJ, he didn't have the mood to observe. Hearing Ajin's words, the area below was quite high-end. While he was thinking, Ranchi pushed a small cart in. Zheng Tan felt strange. Wasn't it just some wine? Why did he push a cart in? When Ranchi took out the wine from a box in the cart, Zheng Tan felt like he was stuck by a fish bone. Red Star Erguoto. Damn, Celestine actually wanted to drink Erguoto in a place like this. And it was the kind with a very ordinary packaging on the outside. Fortunately, Ranchi just handed the Erguoto to Celestine and gave a cocktail to Ajin. Then he took out 2 bottles of red wine and placed them on the solid wood coffee table. The remaining bottles of red wine were placed in the wine cabinet in the room. After drinking a glass of wine and Celestine's persuasion, Ajin began to talk freely. Zheng Tan finally knew why he only saw Ajin. It was because the other 4 people were in the hospital. 3 of them were lying in the hospital bed and 1 was taking care of them. Almost all the money they had was spent on the hospital. In this strange city they had no friends, no relatives, and no backing. As outsiders, they would definitely be beaten up if they had a conflict with people in the bar. Some things couldn't be avoided if they wanted to. Taking a step back might not be a good thing. During the day, Ajin took care of them in the hospital for most of the day. At night, he went out for a walk and thought about it carefully to find a way to solve the current problem. After all, life still had to go on. As the captain, he had to shoulder the burden. At the same time, Celestine also got what he wanted to know about the third Master Fong. Celestine felt that he seemed to have found out something incredible. The dignified chairman of the Shaoguang group actually went to sing. And he was selling it with a cat. If this got out, the Fong family would probably have the idea of silencing him. As Wei Ling listened, he opened a bottle of red wine and filled Ajin's glass. He picked up a small bottle of Red Star Erguoto and drank it. While Celestine was trying to get information, Ranchi had nothing to do. He opened a bottle of wine and poured himself a glass. He sat next to him and drank with his head lowered. At the same time, he was thinking about how to solve the problem that his boss had mentioned recently. As he was drinking, he found that a wine glass was pushed in front of him. Looking up, Ranchi saw the black cat squatting on the solid wood coffee table. Zheng Tan couldn't stand it anymore. If he didn't take the initiative, he would probably be completely ignored. So he pushed an empty wine glass to Ranchi. The man and the cat stared at each other for half a minute before Ranchi looked away and looked at Celestine. Celestine just glanced over and didn't pay any more attention. It seemed that he was not going to care. Ranchi looked at the cat in front of him again. The cat's paw knocked on the wine glass as if urging him. Ranchi was happy. He pulled out the cork and added some wine to the glass pushed over. Chapter 77. When Zheng Tan put its head into the red wine glass, it found that the rim of the glass was still a little small. It could only pull its ears back or else it would feel uncomfortable with its ears stuck in the rim of the glass. It had to pull its ears when drinking wine. It was better when it was a human. Zheng Tan put its head into the glass and drank while thinking, the tip of its tail wagging. Ranchi was curious. A cat could drink? It was the first time he had seen it. Ranchi had heard from a friend that his cat could drink wine, but his cat would rather die than submit. It just wouldn't open its mouth. Later he put some wine on the cat and the cat would lick its fur. After a lick, it would stick out its tongue and shake its head for a long time. After a while, it would lick its fur again. In the end, the cat directly fell asleep. When the friend brought the cat to the vet, he was severely criticized by the vet, because many cats were allergic to alcohol. If they drank too much, it could lead to poisoning or even death. This kind of joke could not be made. But Ranchi looked at Celestine again. Celestine was inquiring about the details of the third Master Fong's performance. It was listening enthusiastically and laughing. It was not afraid of being hunted down by the fangs. Occasionally, it glanced over and saw that the cat was drinking. Celestine also wanted to stop it. Celestine was not worried, but Ranchi was. If something really happened, he would definitely be responsible. He did not think that the cat in front of him was just an ordinary cat. Otherwise, Celestine would not have brought it here. Even if Celestine did not restrain the cat, he was still watching it all the time, afraid that something would happen to the cat. Was a headache. Would the cat have diarrhea after drinking? Would it vomit after drinking? Should he ask someone to get a vet to prepare it first? Ranchi's thoughts had just turned when he heard the sound of the cat's paw knocking on the glass again. He looked up and saw the black cat on the solid wood coffee table staring at him again. The wine in the glass had been finished. However, Ranchi did not pour the wine so quickly this time. He was still hesitating. Jiangtan had just tasted a little of the wine and missed the days of the past. He praised the wine in his heart, but now the person in front of him was not going to pour the wine? How could this be? He raised his paw and knocked on the wine glass again. This time he knocked harder and more hurriedly. It was obvious that he was urging them to drink. Ranchi looked at the cat in front of him. He did not expect this cat to be so different. Was it an alcoholic? It shouldn't be on a whim. Jiangtan knocked on the glass and pushed it towards Ranchi. If he pushed it again, it would fall off the coffee table. Ranchi sighed in his heart. He moved the wine glass a little further in. Then he pulled out the cork and poured a little more wine into the glass. It was a little more than before. Putting down the bottle, Ranchi looked at the cat in front of him. With such a small body, this should be the limit. Jiangtan did not try to guess what Ranchi was thinking. After seeing that there was wine in the glass, he put his head in to drink again. After drinking, he continued to stare at Ranchi until Ranchi poured him another glass. After drinking the third glass, Jiangtan felt a little full. He wanted to pee, so he jumped off the coffee table and ran to the bathroom. There was a separate bathroom in the private room. Jiangtan came to the bathroom door, jumped up and turned the door handle. After opening the door, he did not forget to close the door. Ranchi, who had been paying attention to Jiangtan's movements, was stunned. Coincidentally, Celestine was also looking at him. Ranchi said, "Brother Ling, this cat, don't worry about it. It knows what to do," Celestine said calmly. Ranchi was speechless. How was this cat trained? It was really strange. After Jiangtan came out, Ranchi deliberately ran to the bathroom to check. He found that even the toilet had been flushed, and there were no traces of cat urine around. The faucet had been turned on and the toilet paper had been used. There were a few black cat fur stuck to the paper ball thrown into the basket. Thinking of the two wet front paws when the cat walked out, Ranchi felt that he was thinking too much. How could a cat wash its hands and then wipe its hands with toilet paper? Ranchi did not know that originally, Jiangtan was going to use a hand dryer, but it was not convenient, so he just simply wiped his hands with toilet paper. The private room was covered with a carpet, and the wet footprints were not obvious. When Ranchi came out of the bathroom, he frowned. He probably had not figured it out yet. Ajin also drank a little too much. Celestine asked him what he wanted to know. Looking at Ajin, who was sitting there in a daze, Celestine closed the window wall, and the room immediately calmed down. He turned on the equipment, took out the microphone and handed it to Ajin. Celestine said, "Try it?" Ajin was not very sober now, but singing had become a natural thing. When he saw the microphone, he unconsciously took it. When he heard the accompaniment, he began to sing. Whatever Celestine said, he would sing. If he really did not know how to sing, he would just say it and let him skip. In fact, Celestine also wanted to help Ajin. After all, he had heard some stupid deeds of the third master Fong from this person. For the sake of black charcoal, he could help him a little. Young people, giving them a little hope could make them come out of despair. Now he asked Ajin to sing just to see this person's singing skills. Although he did not know much about singing, Celestine often came here and listened to many songs. He could also distinguish some good and bad. Ajin's singing was not bad, but it was not enough. After some training, he would at most be able to make a living in the northern district. As for what he could achieve by then, it would depend on himself, or rather the ability of his small band. In the night building, being able to sing in which district depended entirely on one's own ability. In the bar, the resident singer had to learn how to drive the atmosphere. He also had to be smart enough to sing the right song for the right occasion. He also had to have a certain ability to socialize and adapt. Celestine already had a rough idea of these problems when he was talking to Ajin just now. Although Ajin was not good enough, he believed that he could cope with it after some practice. Besides, it was impossible to let them sing directly now. Even the people in the north district of the night building had been arranged. Celestine would not forcibly interfere. When the time came, he would first greet them and let Yihao's people help to arrange it. Just as Ajin sang enthusiastically and Celestine was thinking, Zheng Tan took another microphone from Celestine's hand and began to howl. Zheng Tan felt that he did not drink much, but with his current small body, This amount of alcohol was enough to make him drunk. It was still fine earlier, but now that the alcohol had kicked in, Zheng Tan walked in an S shape. After Zheng Tan heard Ajin sing, he suddenly had the idea of singing. After getting drunk, Zheng Tan staggered and seemed to see the shaking car with many cat cages. The scene changed, and he seemed to see himself hiding in the dusty attic to avoid the cat catchers. In order not to look like a stray cat, he jumped into the fish pond to take a cold bath, fought with a Persian cat for a pet tag, and was chased and beaten while waiting for the bus. The scene changed again, and Zheng Tan seemed to be lying on a bus again, listening to the driver frantically honking the horn, the sharp friction between the tires and the ground, and the drivers cursing with a local accent. When he turned on the lights, the vehicles on the road flowed like blood, and everything around him seemed to become fierce. Zheng Tan, on the other hand, was communicating with the world in sign language every day. Suddenly he also wanted to sing loudly and without restraint. Therefore, when Zheng Tan saw the other microphone near Celestine, he went over and took it in his arms. 10 o'clock in the evening, Tsinghua University's Dongjia district. Jiao family. The Jiao Pa and the Jiao Ma were not sleeping. After all, this was the first time that their cat had been taken out for a long time. Even though they knew that Celestine was watching over the cat, they were still worried. They could have called to explain. While they were thinking, the phone in the bedroom rang. The Jiao Pa, who was close to the phone, quickly reached out and picked it up. However, the moment the call was connected, a series of iconic howls came from the other side of the phone. The Jiao couple, who were about to ask a series of questions, fell silent for a while. When the phone became quiet, the Jiao Pa asked, "What's going on over there?" "Black Charcoal is drunk. He's howling right now. I'm in the bathroom." "It's quieter here," Celestine said. "You're giving him alcohol?" the Jiao Ma said angrily. The Jiao Ma wanted to grab the phone and say something, but was comforted by the Jiao Pa. He asked about the specific situation over there. After a brief explanation, Celestine walked out of the bathroom and went to the sofa. He asked Ranqi to turn off the sound system, then put the phone next to Zheng Tan, who was still howling. Hearing the howling on the other side of the phone, the Jiao Pa was sure that it was his cat, and it was very energetic and full of energy. However, compared to before, his cat's howling was scarier and more unscrupulous this time. It was out of control. "Black Charcoal?" The Jiao Ma grabbed the phone and called a few times. Zheng Tan was howling. It was a bit strange. Without the accompaniment, it became quieter. Then it heard the voice from the phone and the howling became softer. "Black Charcoal isn't coming back?" It was little Pomelo. "Mom, where is Black Charcoal?" It was Jiao Yuan. The two kids were still awake. When they heard the phone ring, they immediately kicked the quilt away and tiptoed to their parents' room. They put their ears against the door to make sure it was about their cat, then knocked and came in. Their voices were also transmitted to Zheng Tan's ears through the phone. It wasn't loud, but Zheng Tan could still hear it. "Good boys, go to sleep. Black Charcoal is karaoke with someone," the Jiao Pa said to them. On the other side, Zheng Tan tilted his head and thought for a while with his muddled brain. Yes, he was no longer a vagrant. He could go home when he was tired. The small yard, the old building, and the crowded small attic. Thinking of this, his mood suddenly became better. Celestine and Ranqi watched the cat on the sofa stop howling, then suddenly howl again. It became more excited. The hysterical voice that crossed 2 octaves but was not in tune at all made Celestine and Ranqi want to bang their heads against the wall. They were now very envious of Ajin, who was already drunk and asleep. That way they wouldn't have to endure this kind of torture. Without the equipment on, without the accompaniment, and without the microphone working, this cat could still howl so loudly. For this reason, Celestine and Ranqi made a decision at the same time. They would never give this cat alcohol in the future. The evils brought on by oneself were the hardest to bear. Celestine wanted to go out for a while, but he was afraid that Zheng Tan would do something unexpected. Since he had promised the Jiao family, he had to watch. Ranqi, on the other hand, wanted to take the microphone out of Zheng Tan's arms several times, thinking that without the microphone the cat wouldn't howl. But before his hand could touch the microphone, his hand was scratched. Instead of scratching his hand, it was his sleeves that were damaged. The sleeves of the suit that he had bought less than 2 days ago were torn by the cat. He wanted to sneak out, but Celestine stopped him and said something about sharing wheel and woe. Share wheel and woe my ass. Chapter 78. The people behind Yi Hao quickly moved in front of him, but were stopped by Yi Hao. The people who followed Yi Hao to this floor were all trustworthy people, and the people who followed Yi Hao were all his confidants. For example, the person in front of Yi Hao at this moment was Leopard with a crew cut. Leopard only knew that this place had always been Celestine's private area, and the person in charge today was Ran Qi. These two people were not people who would make this kind of noise. As for the young man that Celestine had brought over, he had never seen him before, so he could not comment. However, this kind of noise was really too despairing. Leopard did not expect Jing Tan. Although the gatekeeper had said that Celestine had brought a cat, he had never heard of a cat making this kind of noise, nor did he think that a cat could do such a shocking thing. Seeing Yi Hao raise his hand, Leopard also stepped aside, but his eyes were still focused on the inside, afraid that something strange would suddenly jump out. As the door gradually opened, the sound from the room echoed throughout the corridor on the third floor. The people guarding the two ends of the corridor felt their hair stand on end. They glanced over, then quickly looked away. It was about their boss, so it was better for them not to be curious. Yi Hao and Leopard quickly entered the door, then closed it. The corridor on the third floor suddenly became quiet again, as if the howling had never happened. The people on the third floor were all wondering what had happened in the room. After Yi Hao entered the room, he saw the source of the noise at first glance. A black cat was lying on the sofa, sitting like a person, leaning against the sofa, holding a microphone in its arms. Fortunately, Ran Qi had turned off all the sound equipment, or else the sound from the moment the door opened would have been even more terrifying, and he would have had to increase the amplification and background music. There was another person lying on the sofa, probably drunk too much and asleep. This should be the young man that Celestine had brought in. As for Celestine, he was wearing a large headset, sitting on a chair next to the sofa with a secretive look on his face. Ran Qi, on the other hand, was sitting in the corner, with one elbow on his leg, his head tilted, and one hand on his forehead. The other hand was hanging by his side, holding his glasses. There were many scratches and holes on his sleeves, and a few were already torn. Leopard knew about Ran Qi's newly bought suit, and heard that it cost a few thousand yuan, but tonight the suit was scrapped. Ran Qi pinched his eyebrows and felt the door open. He looked up, and after seeing Yi Hao and Leopard, Ran Qi looked as if he had seen his father. He immediately jumped up from the chair and ran to Yi Hao, saying, "Brother Hao, I'll leave the rest to you, I'll go check out the place." Ran Qi was about to sneak out, but Yi Hao grabbed him by the collar and dragged him back into the room. Yi Hao still didn't understand the situation, but seeing Celestine and Ran Qi's helpless look, he knew that the situation was tricky. "Want to sneak out? Not so easy." Ran Qi helplessly explained the situation, and Leopard asked curiously, "Did it really drink that much? I've never seen a cat drink before." "Now you've seen it." Ran Qi pointed at Jing Tan on the sofa. Yi Hao didn't say anything and looked at Celestine. Celestine just shrugged, indicating that he couldn't do anything. Walking to the sofa, Yi Hao looked at the cat in front of him. When he heard his subordinate's report, he knew that Wei Ling must have brought this black cat over. Because of its capture, there were some changes in Chuhua City, both overt and covert. So many people were mobilized to find this black cat. In the past, no matter what Celestine said, Yi Hao thought that Celestine was exaggerating, but now that he saw the cat, Yi Hao suddenly felt that Celestine actually underestimated the cat's ability. It was probably the only cat that could drink and still be immersed in its own world and howl like this. Although Jing Tan was very drunk, ever since he became a vagrant, his vigilance had increased a lot. When the door opened, he felt a strange presence, so he was a little absent-minded when he howled. Now that a stranger walked in front of him, he had to pay attention. Stopping howling, Jing Tan looked at the person in front of him. A man and a cat stared at each other. Yi Hao was looking at the cat in front of him, and Jing Tan's mind wasn't very clear, and he was a little confused in his vigilance. The noise in the room finally quieted down, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. The howling was too scary, and it made people's nerves unconsciously tense. Now that it was quiet, they felt much more relaxed. After looking at the person in front of him for more than 10 seconds, Jing Tan's remaining consciousness confirmed that he didn't know the person in front of him. He threw the microphone in his hand at the person, turned around and walked to the side. Yi Hao raised his hand to catch the microphone that was thrown at him, and he was surprised. This cat threw the microphone with a lot of strength, and it didn't seem like an ordinary cat could have. If someone had reacted slower, they would have been hit by the microphone. After venting out the surging passion as well as all the depression and emotions that had been bottled up in her heart, Jing Tan calmed down and felt dizzy. She wanted to sleep. That last bit of consciousness made Jing Tan notice that Celestine was next to him, and he knew that Celestine had promised the Jiaoma to keep him safe. Therefore he knew that he could sleep now and he didn't need to worry about anything else. Celestine would take care of everything. Another thing that made Jing Tan unhappy was that when he was about to go to sleep, he found another person lying on the sofa. He didn't remember that Ajin was here at all. He sniffed, and the smell was not unfamiliar but also not familiar. He was sure that it wasn't someone from the Jiao family. Zheng Tan walked over, lifted his foot, and kicked Ajin, who was sleeping on the sofa, off the sofa. He walked around the sofa, and when he felt that the sofa was spacious enough, he lay down in the middle of the sofa and adjusted his position to make himself more comfortable. The room was silent. Ajin, who had been kicked off the sofa, was still asleep. Maybe it was because the floor was covered with carpet so it didn't hurt. Even if it hurt, Ajin was so drunk that it was unlikely that he would wake up. The 4 people in the room, including Celestine, were shocked by Zheng Tan's actions. Celestine knew that this cat was stronger than ordinary cats, but he didn't expect it to be so strong that it could directly kick Ajin off the sofa. Even his master's cat wouldn't be able to do that, right? As for Yi Hao, Ranqi, and Leopard, all kinds of guesses and ideas began to emerge in their minds. God. Cat demon? Monster? Mutant? Or a secret weapon of a special department? This cat. Yi Hao pointed at the black cat lying in the middle of the sofa and looked at Celestine. Celestine waved his hand. It's just a little special. Just keep it to yourself. Don't tell anyone. What the F***ck, was this just a little special? Ranqi looked at Ajin, who had been kicked to the floor, and then looked at his sleeves, regretting. If he had known that this cat was special, he wouldn't have blindly grabbed the microphone and ruined his suit. Yi Hao dragged a chair over, lit a cigarette, and took 2 puffs. After a moment of silence, he said, "You mean we can ask this cat for help with that matter?" "That's an idea." Celestine nodded. From the moment he brought the cat to the night building and entered the private room, Celestine had seen the movements of the black cat and Ranqi. He brought the cat over because he really did hope that the cat could be of help, and also because he hoped that the cat could be more familiar with Ranqi and the others. These people were all people that Celestine trusted. Yi Hao was a buddy that he grew up with, and Leopard and Ranqi were Yi Hao's confidants. They had been with Yi Hao for a long time. If the 2 parties could be familiar with each other, even if the cat was in trouble in the future, Celestine, He Tao, and the others wouldn't be in Chuhua City for the time being, or if they couldn't free themselves to help, they could ask these people to help. After all, in the city the ones that caused trouble for cats were mostly people. If he could make Yi Hao owe him a favor, this cat could also have more protection. However, whether this cat will agree to cooperate or not, we'll have to wait until it wakes up. I've already called its family. We'll let it sleep here tonight and ask for its opinion tomorrow, Celestine said. If Celestine had said this before tonight, Ranqi and Leopard wouldn't have believed that the cat could help solve that matter. But now they kept silent. At the same time, they were also curious about the cooperation that Celestine mentioned. Also, Celestine raised his head, his face more serious. About this cat, I hope that everyone can keep it a secret. Of course I understand. Yi Hao tilted his head. Leopard and Ranqi behind him immediately said, "We know, Brother Ling. We definitely won't tell anyone." Okay. After Celestine agreed, he turned his attention to Ajin, who was lying on the floor and didn't know anything. He shook his head and said to Yi Hao, "This child and the cat are quite fated. They have a band and they are all underage children. When the time comes, let them come here first to familiarize themselves with it and learn." Without being too specific, Yi Hao knew the general meaning of Celestine's words. "Okay, Ranqi, you arrange it when the time comes." "Okay, Brother Hao," Ranqi replied. After finishing the matter, Celestine changed the topic and talked about the 3rd Master Fang's performance. "So, it may not be bad for you to have a relationship with this cat. Think about the recent actions of the Shaoguang group. You should know that," Celestine said. The recent actions of the Shaoguang group were indeed very big. After the return of the 3rd Master Fang, as many people expected, every time he returned, there would be big actions. Ranqi took Ajin out of the room and Leopard guarded outside the door. In the room, except for Celestine and Yi Hao, there was only the black cat lying on the sofa, sleeping soundly. The next day when Zheng Tan woke up, he shook his head. His mind was still a little numb, and the memory of last night was slowly coming back to him. Zheng Tan secretly scolded himself. Last night he was like a psychopath, an idiot. It really ruined his image. Fortunately, the Jiao family didn't see it, or they would definitely think that his cat was crazy. After drinking, the protein in the body was seriously lost. Yi Hao asked people to prepare a very rich breakfast. Celestine and Ajin sat at the table. Ajin was going to go to the hospital first, but Ranqi said that he had already sent someone to help transfer him to another hospital and take care of the rest of the things. He told Ajin to eat breakfast first and not to worry too much. Zheng Tan stood at the table and asked Celestine to put whatever he wanted to eat on the plate in front of him. Celestine felt that the cat was almost becoming a master now. He even had to be served for breakfast. Chapter 79. Yi Hao did not immediately come over to talk to Zheng Tan, and he did not appear in the night building the next day. He left first when he heard that he had something to do. Ajin and his friends were now transferred to a nearby hospital, which was much better than the small hospital they had been in before. It also allowed them to receive better treatment. It was not because they were seriously injured, but to ensure that there would be no other sequelae when they performed in the future. It would be more secure if they went to a better hospital. Celestine was driving. Only Zheng Tan was in the back seat of the car, and Ajin was sitting in the passenger seat. Originally, Ajin was going to sit in the back seat, but he found that he did not know how to treat the black cat. He knew that he could get help because of the black cat. Celestine had already said that he would help them for the sake of the black cat. However, Ajin did not understand. Wasn't it just a cat? Even if it was special, it was just a cat, wasn't it? In addition to Celestine's attitude, the people in the night building were also the same. Ajin recalled what had happened in the morning. When they came out of the night building, they met Ranchi, who was talking to someone on the first floor. When Ranchi saw him and Celestine, he greeted them with a smile. It was normal, but when he saw the black cat, his expression was not so natural. Ajin had been out for so long that he had worked hard to read people's expressions. Therefore, even if Ranchi's expression only flashed for a moment, he still noticed it. As for Celestine, Ajin was a little afraid. Yesterday he was drunk, but he still remembered some things. Celestine got too much information from him. He even got the hospital addresses and ward numbers of the other 4 people. Although Celestine did not mean any harm, Ajin felt that he was still not vigilant enough. Yesterday he was too impulsive in the night building. Especially when he saw the performance in the East Palace, he immediately let down his guard. It seemed that he still needed to train. As for Mr. Fong, Celestine told him not to talk about Mr. Fong to others in the future, or he might get into trouble. Sure enough, they were not ordinary people. Even the cat was not an ordinary cat. After parking the car, Celestine took out his backpack, unzipped it, and shook it before looking at Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan felt helpless, but he could only jump into the bag. Ranchi had already told them their ward number. Celestine and Ajin went straight to the ward. It was not a single ward. There were 4 beds in each ward. However, there were only 4 of Ajin's friends in this ward. 3 of them were bedridden, and one of them could sleep on the remaining hospital bed when he was on duty. Seeing Ajin come in, the 4 of them had a lot of questions to ask, but because Celestine was present, they didn't ask too much. They were still puzzled. A stranger had come last night, but it was only this morning that they were going to transfer to another hospital. After a lot of trouble, they were transferred to this new hospital. They didn't have to worry about anything else. Someone had already taken care of it. There was no free lunch in the world. They who had experienced a wandering life knew better. Therefore, the other party's behavior made the 4 of them even more uncertain. They hoped that Ajin would come back soon so that they could figure out the reason. After listening to Ajin's simple explanation, the 4 of them looked at the black cat that had crawled out of Celestine's backpack in disbelief. Was this cat a big deal? No matter how big its background was, they could live here and have the opportunity to enter the night building to learn the singing skills. Even if it was only in the north of the night building, it was great news for them. Originally they had made all kinds of plans for the worst. They were even ready to pack up and go home. They didn't expect that things would turn around. Everyone wanted to return home in glory, instead of escaping when they were in a desperate situation. Zheng Tan glanced at the people in the hospital. Of the 3 people lying on the hospital bed, one had a bandage on his head, one had a cast on his foot, and the last one probably had internal injuries. Now the 3 of them looked quite energetic, which proved that the injuries were really not very serious. It was really unlucky for them to go to the bar to sing and end up like this. However, this was also common. It was not rare to have conflicts with other singers in the bar. But Ajin and the others didn't have anyone to rely on or know here, so it was not strange for them to be bullied and ostracized. Zheng Tan just came to see these people. After that, he jumped into his backpack and motioned to Celestine to leave the hospital. When Celestine left, he patted Ajin on the shoulder. "Young man, you still have a lot to learn. Remember, don't be so easily tricked in the future." Ajin was surprised. It seemed that Celestine actually knew that what he had done was not appropriate, but at the same time he also taught Ajin a lesson. After leaving the hospital, Celestine directly sent Zheng Tan to the family area of Chuhua University. If he didn't send the cat back, the Jiao family would definitely be more dissatisfied. In that case, it would be difficult for him to borrow the cat to take Zheng Tan back to play in the future. However, on the way to Tsinghua University, Celestine was also paying attention to the black cat in the back seat. It tilted its head and seemed to be thinking about something. In fact, Zheng Tan was thinking about some details after he got drunk yesterday. He secretly sighed that he was still too impulsive. Zheng Tan didn't expect that he would have so many emotions in his heart. Because of such an opportunity, all of them were released through howling. Fortunately, it was in the night building. The soundproofing was good and no one else knew about it. Otherwise it would be embarrassing. In addition, Zheng Tan also guessed that the thing that Celestine wanted him to help with was definitely related to Yihao. Zheng Tan could roughly guess what kind of background Yihao, Ranchi and Leopard had. To be able to support such a big night building and safely operate in such a prosperous area, they must have a certain amount of power. As for what Celestine wanted him to help with, Zheng Tan didn't know yet. Zheng Tan was thinking about it when Celestine, who was driving in front, spoke. "Black charcoal, look, there are pigeons outside," Celestine said. Zheng Tan stood up and looked out of the window. There was a square there and there were a few pigeons in the square. There weren't many pigeons, unlike the pigeons on TV. At this time no one would feed the pigeons, so there was nothing to see. But why did Celestine talk about pigeons? I heard that in the last century there were people abroad who used pigeons as spies. After training the pigeons, they would install a mini listening device on these special pigeons and let them fly to the destination under the guidance of a laser, such as a windowsill. After these special pigeons stopped, they would follow the training steps and peck the listening device to turn on a special switch. Then, the listening device that was originally installed on the pigeon would automatically detach from the pigeon's leg and start the eavesdropping mission, and the pigeon would have flown far away. After saying this, Celestine laughed at himself in his heart. He was actually talking about such a profound topic with a cat, and he was beating around the bush. How could the cat understand? Even if the cat was smart, it couldn't think in a roundabout way like a human. Just then the car reached the intersection and there was a red light. Celestine looked at the cat in the back seat through the rearview mirror. He originally thought that the cat would squat there with an indifferent look as usual, but he didn't expect to see the cat squinting and staring at him. The meaning in its eyes, Celestine's heart skipped a beat. Did it understand him? It was really King strange. Although his master had said that cats are spiritual creatures, it would be a little demonic if it was too spiritual, which would scare people. Black charcoal, Yihao has a small problem. It's not that it can't be solved, but it will take a long time. But Yihao wants to solve the problem as soon as possible, so he wants to install a listening device in someone's house. However, it's not easy for people to enter that place, so he hopes that you can help. How about it? Do you understand? Celestine looked at the back seat through the rearview mirror. Zheng Tan yawned and lay down on her stomach. Celestine said again, "How about this? If you understand what I mean, just pat the car seat." Zheng Tan swung its tail and patted the back of the car seat. Celestine's eyes twitched. This F***er really understood. Could it skip the training process and go directly to the battlefield? It's not a very dangerous thing. I just don't want to alert the enemy. If you go to carry out the mission, I'll be there to help. If anything happens, I promise I'll be able to get you out of there, okay? Zheng Tan swung its tail and patted the car seat again. How about it? Are you interested in taking this job? Celestine asked. This time, Zheng Tan didn't immediately swing its tail. It only swung it after about half a minute. This time it was Celestine's turn to be surprised. Did it really understand? Did it really know what it was going to do? Could it be that this cat actually didn't understand anything and was just swinging its tail to tease people? According to Celestine's original plan, training, cooperation, etc., it would take at least a week to let the cat know what it was going to do and how to do it. But the current situation was a little out of Celestine's expectations. Anyway, think about it first. I'll pick you up the day after tomorrow, Celestine said. His tone didn't sound like he was talking to a cat, but more like he was talking to a person. Moreover, the conversation was so smooth that Celestine was worried. Did this cat really understand, or was it just pretending? After arriving at Tsinghua University, Celestine's car drove into the east courtyard. After Zheng Tan got out of the car, it jumped back into the car. What? Celestine asked curiously. Zheng Tan raised its paw and scratched its neck. Oh, I forgot, Celestine said as he took out Zheng Tan's access card from his pocket and hung it around Zheng Tan's neck. This time Zheng Tan jumped out of the car and left. But it didn't go upstairs. There was no one upstairs at this time. It would be boring up there. On the lawn of the courtyard, Huang and the sheriff were sunbathing. Next to them was the Saint Bernard dog Little Flower. Huang was still using its paw to step on Little Flower's body. Zheng Tan didn't have time to pay attention to them. He was thinking about something now. This time next year, Jiao Pa would probably go abroad for at least a year. By then the Jiao family wouldn't have a backbone. What if Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo got bullied? He couldn't always count on the people in the courtyard to help him, right? Jiao Pa's friends would definitely take care of him, but Jing Tan hoped that he could do something. Since he had decided to stay here, he had to show his worth. If someone really bullied him and the proper channels didn't help much, it would be more convenient to ask Yi Hao and the others for help. Sometimes violence could solve problems more directly. Therefore Jing Tan didn't want to give up on Yi Hao. Chapter 80. After Celestine left, he didn't come back the next day. Jing Tan was a little disappointed. He had been mentally preparing himself for the whole night, imagining all kinds of high-end Secret Service scenes, but when Celestine showed up, he didn't believe it. Jing Tan even suspected that Celestine's calls to Jiao Pa Jiao Ma had been rejected. The Jiao family was the happiest about Celestine not coming back for 2 days. After Jing Tan came back that day, Jiao Ma immediately took Jing Tan to Xiaoguo's place for a physical examination. The result was that he was healthy. To be exact, he was in very good condition. Auntie Jiao and Xiaoguo's brother didn't quite understand this. If this cat had really drunk too much wine, it shouldn't be fine, right? At the very least he should be dispirited or throwing a tantrum. What they didn't know was that Jing Tan took advantage of this drunken madness to release the pent-up anger in his heart for a long time. Perhaps it was hard for them to imagine how a cat could have such a psychological barrier, but it was the truth. For humans, when their psychological barriers were not released over time, they would develop into mental illnesses, such as ADHD and anxiety caused by inattention, depression and anxiety caused by the pressure of studying, OCD and mania caused by setbacks, and so on. From a 10-year-old child to a 70-year-old man, every age group had different psychological barriers. Jing Tan's psychology was still that of a human. Even if he had no choice but to accept the reality of becoming a cat in order to survive, it wasn't that easy to get over the psychological barrier. Although drunken madness ruined his image, it was indeed a good way to release his anger. Jing Tan didn't know how long he would still be in his cat form, nor did he know when this psychological barrier would completely disappear, but at least now he had found a relatively good way to release his anger. It was a way to relax his mind without spending a dime. Well, when he felt depressed again, he would go to the night building and let out a drunken howl. Anyway, the Jiao family couldn't see it, nor could the people around him, so they wouldn't know that he had ruined his image. As for what Yi Hao's people thought and whether they would suffer, it was not within the scope of Jing Tan's consideration. This was the conclusion that Jing Tan came to after he came back yesterday and lay on the tree for the whole afternoon. On the other hand, Yi Hao, Ranqi and the others were busy dealing with the matters at hand. They didn't even know that a cat had set its eyes on their territory. This week, there was no need to go to Xiaoguo's place to shoot the advertisement, and there was no call from Celestine. There was no one at home. People went to work and people went to school. Jing Tan lay on the tree in the courtyard. He didn't know what kind of trees those bushes on the lawn were, but now he knew that they were all smiley flowers. The air was filled with a faint fragrance. Jing Tan lay on the tall sycamore tree, yawned, stretched, and looked down at Niu Zhuangzhuang, who had started digging on the lawn again. This guy had been thinking about the lawn ever since he saw the hole in the Sahara Desert. Many places on the campus were cement, and the only places that could be dug were the flower beds and lawns. Every time Niu Zhuangzhuang was let out, it would always find a place to dig on the lawn. Sometimes it would hide something in it, and sometimes it was purely for the sake of digging a hole. Could it be that this was also a way to vent its emotions? Jing Tan didn't understand. He wasn't a dog. Besides, he didn't even understand the psychology of many cats, but cats were hard to guess. Since he was bored, Jing Tan planned to go to the Shi family area. He hadn't seen little Zhua in a long time. Speaking of which, little Zhua's due date had long passed. She should have given birth already, right? However, he hadn't heard the Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma mention it since he came back. It seemed that he had to find the answer himself. Just like Ren Chang's case, Jing Tan only found out about Ren Chang's downfall when he went to the Jiao Pa's building after he came back and heard the students talking about it. It was said that Ren Chong had an improper relationship with a female student in the School of Economics, and he also had an affair with a certain belle in the School of Foreign Languages. Professor Ren had a wife, who was originally abroad. It was said that she came from a good family and had a temper. When she found out, she flew here and slapped Ren Chong a few times in front of many people, making Ren Chong, who always cared about his reputation, embarrassed. It was also said that Professor Ren was involved in the underworld. All kinds of negative rumors spread wildly in the school. The school originally wanted to let Ren Chong take a break for a while and wait for the storm to blow over. After all, Rinchong was indeed capable. However, later on, for unknown reasons, Rinchong was forcibly dismissed. Many students guessed that Rinchong must have offended some big shot in the school. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been fired so easily. Zheng Tan recalled the face that always had a hypocritical gentleman's smile and thought about some of the rumors he heard. He felt that Celestine Zhaolu and the others must have done something. After all, Zhaolu must be more familiar with the gossip from other schools. As for the forcible dismissal, it should be the work of Zheng, Old Man Lan and the others. The Jiaopa didn't have the ability to do that. In fact, it was very common for people like Rinchong to have an affair with a student. It was just that no one knew about it, or even if they knew, they didn't say it. It was even more common abroad. This kind of thing could be big or small. It depended on who was behind it. When Zheng Tan thought about it, he was quite touched. At least there were so many people helping him when he was in trouble. Even Zheng, who always had a long face, helped him. However, Zheng helped him mostly because of little Zhua. It was worth it to give him the 9-leaf grass. Zheng Tan walked towards the West family compound while thinking about little Zhua's current situation. Walking through the gate of the West family compound, Zheng Tan felt that he was being watched. It wasn't the sight of a human but the sight of another cat. Looking up at a tree, a tabby cat was lying on the tree. It looked like Huang but was slightly bigger than Huang. The cat was lying on the branch and looking at Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan could feel the hostility of the cat from so far away. Shaking its tail, Zheng Tan was too lazy to pay attention to it and continued to walk into the compound. Along the way, Zheng Tan met several cats. When he came here before, the cats were not grown up. Now they were bigger. There were also many cats in the West family compound. He just didn't know if the sheriff had fought with them before. When he arrived at the tall building where little Zhua lived, Zheng Tan waited at the door for a while. When someone went in, he squeezed through the security guard. Just like before, Zheng Tan chose to take the stairs. If he took the elevator, he would be surrounded by people looking at him as if he was a rare thing. Zheng Tan didn't like that kind of look, so in order to avoid that trouble, Zheng Tan still felt that taking the stairs was more worry-free. In one breath, he rushed to the 6th floor. Zheng Tan came to the door of room 606. He pricked up his ears and listened. He didn't hear anything, so he jumped up and pressed the doorbell. While waiting for the door, Zheng Tan was still wondering if the nanny was still there. He guessed that he would be despised again. After waiting for a few minutes, there was still no movement inside. Zheng Tan felt strange. He jumped up and pressed the doorbell a few more times, but still no one came to open the door. Could it be that she was still hospitalized after giving birth? Zheng Tan didn't know much about women's affairs, so he couldn't think of a reason. He squatted at the door and waited for another 10 minutes, but still no one came to open the door. He put his ear to the door and listened for a while, but he didn't hear any other sounds in the room. It really didn't seem like there was anyone inside. Forget it, I'll go back. Zheng Tan didn't want to wait any longer. It seemed that he couldn't wait for someone to open the door. He turned around and left. But just as he walked a few steps and passed by the elevator opened. Zheng Tan glanced at it. He didn't see little Zhua, but he saw Lord Zheng, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Black charcoal? The person in the elevator asked. Lord Zheng was holding a folder in his hand and looked a little tired. Zheng Tan really didn't expect to meet this iron-blooded person from the School of Physics here. He also didn't know how to get along with this Lord Zheng. She wouldn't give him snacks and probably wouldn't allow him to sleep on the chair. He heard that many people like her had obsessive-compulsive disorder or were obsessed with cleanliness. He had only heard about it but had never seen it with his own eyes. Zheng Tan only heard about it from the students when he walked around the campus. As for how much of it was true, he didn't know. After all, you couldn't guess the thoughts of the big shots. Are you here to see little Zhua? Lord Zheng asked. The tip of Zheng Tan's tail twitched. He didn't know how to answer. Lord Zheng didn't wait for Zheng Tan to answer. He looked at the watch on his wrist, turned around and walked into the elevator. He waved to Zheng Tan outside. Come in, let's go down together. Zheng Tan stood in place and thought for a while. Then he lifted his foot and walked in. When the elevator went down, Zheng Tan felt that the atmosphere inside was a little strange. It was too serious. The enclosed environment always made people inexplicably nervous. Or maybe it was because Lord Zheng's aura was too strong. In short, Zheng Tan felt very uncomfortable. In the future, he'd better take the stairs. The space was more spacious and he felt more comfortable. Originally, Zheng Tan thought that Lord Zheng would just walk him out of the building. However, after leaving the entrance control, Lord Zheng didn't mean to return to the building. I heard from little Zhua that you can understand. Let's take a walk. With that, Lord Zheng lifted his foot and walked in the direction of the west side compound. Jing Tan was stunned. He didn't understand what Lord Zeng meant. However, he still lifted his foot and followed. The guard at the side gate of the west side family compound had just made a phone call and talked with someone for a long time. He didn't even take a nap. He was a little tired. He stretched his arms and yawned. When his mouth was wide open, he saw Lord Zeng walking over. Before he finished his yawn, he forcibly stopped. The guard hurriedly sat down and looked serious. He wanted to make himself look very energetic and professional. The guards here all had a scale in their hearts. They knew which people were easy to talk to and which people they couldn't afford to offend. Otherwise they wouldn't be able to do this job. And Lord Zeng was someone they couldn't afford to offend. Everyone knew the identity of Lord Zeng. They also knew that Lord Zeng had his own way of speaking and doing things. Don't even think about flattering him. However, today the guard felt strange. Recently, Lord Zeng only came here to take a nap or to rest after being busy. Today it didn't seem like he had taken a nap. Moreover, the famous Lord Zeng was accompanied by a cat. Did Lord Zeng like cats? He had never heard of it. However, this possibility couldn't be ruled out. Chapter 81. Jing Tan followed Lord Zeng out. The west side family compound was close to the west school gate, and there were more people coming and going. Fortunately, Lord Zeng didn't mean to leave the school. She turned a corner and walked along a small path towards the campus. Although they were indeed walking towards the campus, there were many people who knew Lord Zeng at the gate of the west side compound. Jing Tan didn't know how many people stared at him. Some people were whispering behind him about whether the cat belonged to Lord Zeng, and why Lord Zeng was in the mood to walk her cat. If she wanted to avoid these people, it was actually very simple. She just had to walk along the relatively deserted gravel road from the other gate of the west side compound. There was no need to walk towards the school gate. Jing Tan didn't understand what Lord Zeng meant. Telling others that this cat actually had a backer? And the backer was the famous Lord Zeng of Tsinghua University? Jing Tan followed Lord Zeng into the campus while thinking about this big shot's thoughts. At the same time, Jing Tan was also curious. He didn't see Little Zhuo when he went there just now. Did Little Zhuo move? This house did belong to Lord Zeng, but since Lord Zeng let Little Zhuo live there was absolutely no reason for her to take it back now. Besides, Little Zhuo was a student that Lord Zeng valued very much. It had to be said that Lord Zeng had a strong aura. Jing Tan felt nervous walking next to her. It was really a pity that the physics department often met Lord Zeng's students. Lord Zeng didn't walk all the way. She sat down on a long wooden bench next to a quiet path, patted the seat next to the bench and looked at Jing Tan, indicating that he could sit there. Jing Tan jumped onto the wooden bench and sat next to Lord Zeng, indicating that he was under a lot of pressure. It was obvious that the teachers who had to work with Lord Zeng every day had to bear more psychological pressure than the other teachers. Lord Zeng didn't speak after sitting down. She just looked at the woods in front of her. Jing Tan studied the forest for a while. There was nothing special about it. There were many small forests like this in Tsinghua University. Looking at Lord Zeng's expression, was he thinking about something? Jing Tan suddenly felt that people like Old Man Lan were not so bad. Although his temper was a little weird, at least he would speak his mind and let others know what he was thinking so that they could come up with a way to deal with him. However, Jing Tan was also glad that he was just a cat now. He could just pretend that he didn't know anything. No one would ask him to find a topic to break the rigid atmosphere. At this time, several graduate students from the School of Physics were preparing to withdraw money from the bank at the school gate. They walked over through this shortcut and suddenly saw Lord Zeng sitting on a bench by the roadside. Didn't Lord Zeng go back to rest? Who the F***ck is sitting here right now? The few graduate students were extremely depressed. This was not the time to wander around. With her powerful memory, Lord Zeng had an impression of most of the students in the School of Physics. Moreover, they happened to be part of Lord Zeng's research group, so they were even more familiar with her. They walked around the corner and found Lord Zeng. At this time, it was impossible to pretend that they didn't see her and go back. They could only brace themselves and walk forward. Originally, they wanted to pretend that they didn't see her and just walk past her, but Lord Zeng looked up and glanced at them. Teacher Yi. Hello, Teacher Yi. The smiles on their faces were stiff and their hearts were cold. They were ready to be scolded. What are you doing? Asked Lord Zeng. Didn't we just get the state subsidies? We're going to withdraw money and open an online banking account, said the person who spoke. At the end, he even added an excuse for himself. The bank at the school gate was about to close at 5 o'clock. There were a lot of people. Now that we're done with the things at hand, we're a little free. Lord Zeng nodded. Go ahead. Why is Lord Zeng so easy to talk to today? The few of them exchanged glances and hurriedly left. They were afraid that Lord Zeng would change his mind and scold them again. Jing Tan looked at this scene and was amused. These unlucky kids. They even ran into Big Boss on a trip out. They would probably continue to be nervous for a long time. Seriously, I'm like a scourge, said Lord Zeng softly. Jing Tan turned his head to look at Lord Zeng next to him. It seemed that Lord Zeng was a little melancholy. Lord Zeng turned his attention back to the cat next to him. This time he didn't continue to be silent. Instead he said, I heard that 9-leaf grass was given to little Zhuo by you? You're really a good cat. As he said that, Lord Zeng even reached out a finger to touch Jing Tan's cat head. Jing Tan didn't like others touching his head like that, but since it was Lord Zeng, he would endure it. After all, Lord Zeng had helped him vent his anger. The child is indeed very healthy. It's a boy. Little Zhuo gave the child a nickname, Kitten, Little Kitten Zhuo, said Lord Zeng. For things like nicknames there were flowers, birds, fish, insects, metal, stone, earth, wood, as well as dragons, tigers, dogs, leopards and so on. It was said that nicknames were a kind of rhetorical activity and phenomenon that was quite distinctive and worthy of attention. Its rhetorical justification was mainly reflected in the logic of unreasonable but wonderful. At the same time, nicknames also reflected the love parents had for their children. However, Jing Tan himself didn't have a nickname. Perhaps he used to have one, but his parents didn't mention it at that time, so Jing Tan wouldn't know. Sometimes, Jing Tan envied those who had nicknames. Although nicknames didn't sound nice on the surface, they made people feel more alive. It was like a memory negative, revealing the intimacy and liveliness that came from deep within. Little Kitten Zhuo? You really wanted to see it? Little Kitten Zhuo, who was just born, wouldn't be like those naughty children who pulled their tails, right? Jing Tan remembered that before Little Kitten Zhuo was born, he had touched him with his head across Little Zhuo's belly. Speaking of Little Kitten Zhuo, Lord Zeng's face softened a lot, as if he was talking about his own grandson. When the time comes, I'll carry him over to show you. I'll also let him know the origin of his name and let him see the black brother that his mother often talks about. Lord Zeng talked a lot about Little Kitten Zhuo, such as how nervous everyone was when he was born. After all, many people believed that this child would not be healthy. Those who had a good relationship with Little Zhuo must have felt bad in their hearts. It wasn't until the child came out and went through a series of examinations that everyone was relieved. Lord Zeng said that Little Kitten Zhuo wore the 9-leaf grass pendant, and according to Little Zhuo's intention he would always wear it, and there would be no other gold, silver, or jade to replace it. However, Lord Zeng basically talked about Little Kitten Zhuo, but he didn't mention Little Zhuo. Where was Little Zhuo? Was he not coming back? Why did Lord Zeng personally carry Little Kitten Zhuo over, and not Little Zhuo himself? Where were Little Kitten Zhuo and Little Zhuo now? Jing Tan tilted his head and listened. Now the aura around Lord Zeng was not as strong as before. In addition, Jing Tan was also quite interested in this topic. The man and the cat got along well, even if it was just the man talking and the cat listening. When Lord Zeng talked about Little Kitten Zhuo, he also observed the cat in front of him. Although the cat did not make any sound in response, it was enough to let people know that it was listening, and that it understood. It was no wonder that Old Man Lan was furious with Ren Chong over this cat. Lord Zeng was not as prejudiced against black cats as Little Zhuo's previous nanny. Even if the cat in front of him was a little strange, Lord Zeng did not make too much of a fuss. Having reached his current status and reputation, he had seen a lot of strange things, and this was not one of them. He wondered what Lord Zeng would think if he knew that the cat in front of him had a human soul. Pay attention to people in the future. Don't get caught again, said Lord Zeng. Jing Tan's ears twitched. That shouldn't be the case. He had learned from his mistakes. He wasn't that stupid. After sitting in silence for a while, Lord Zeng sighed. There are two kinds of people, those who can think things through and those who can't. Coming out with you for a walk really made me think through some things. Forget it. Everyone has their own ambitions. There are always things that they have to do. I can't interfere. Jing Tan did not think that he had done anything that could make Lord Zeng think things through. He also did not know what Lord Zeng had thought through. Seeing Lord Zeng get up, he knew that Lord Zeng was about to leave, so he also got up from the bench. You don't have to go there in the short term. They're not there, said Lord Zeng as he was leaving. Lord Zeng did not know if the cat could understand the meaning of his words. He just wanted to try and say what he wanted to say. The house in the Western District was often empty. She only went there occasionally to take a rest or take a nap. The time was uncertain. She did not go there every day. Even if the cat went there, no one would open the door. The man and the cat walked back along the path and separated at the intersection in front. Lord Zeng went to the family compound in the west, while Zheng Tan went back to the family compound in the east. When he returned to the family compound in the east, Zheng Tan saw the Saint Bernard dog Little Flower, walking slowly on the grass with a child on its back. The child was from the compound. He went to kindergarten and lived in the same building as Little Flower's family. The little kid usually liked to ride Little Flower around the yard. The other little kids were envious of him. Even though Little Flower's temperament was gentle, not everyone could ride on its back. Looking at the little kid who was laughing happily on Little Flower's back, Zheng Tan could not help but think of Zhuo the kitten that Lord Zeng had just mentioned. Well, if Zhuo the kitten wanted to ride a big dog in the future, he would let Little Flower suffer. Anyway, Little Flower was big. It would be happy to run around the yard with a child. Just as he was thinking, Zheng Tan heard the beeping of a car horn. He turned around and looked in the direction of the sound. It was Celestine's car. Celestine stretched out its arm from the car window and waved at Zheng Tan. It asked Zheng Tan to get in the car. Was it preparing to start a high-end mission? Zheng Tan ran over and jumped into the car through the open window. He looked at Celestine in the driver's seat. Go to the night building. I called your cat father and told him that you can leave directly. Zheng Tan originally thought that he was going to take on the task of installing a bug. However, on the way to the night building, he heard Celestine's nagging. Was there something else? So what Wei Ling said about the listening device, the day before yesterday, was just to deceive the cat? Those words were just a test? That was a little too cautious. But thinking about it, it was also true. In the 1960s, Kleber boasted that it was the world's first-class bug. Today it could be bought in many foreign toy stores. Yi Hao and the others should have been familiar with eavesdropping wars. If they really wanted to eavesdrop with Yi Hao's ability, they would not need the help of a cat.